Beatless Volume 1. Phase 1 Contract. When he slept, Arato would always encounter one of two things in his dreams. The first was a nightmare of massive flames, swelling to fill the room. While it seemed the whole world burned around him, he would be swallowed up in a writhing tsunami of red and charcoal black. The other was the image of a dog, wagging its tail and gazing up at him. Soon after entering elementary school, Arato had been caught up in the flame of an explosion and received burns over his entire body. In the front garden of the hospital, surrounded by silence so deep that he could hear his own heartbeat, he watched people. Those days his father was often busy, and his little sister was still very young, so they only came to visit him every once in a while. To him, these infrequent visits made him feel worthless in the eyes of his family. In his slumber, even real memories seemed like daydreams. When the pain came, he just needed to push the painkiller button and the world would go silent, as if every wave of sound had been cut away. One day, a white puppy entered his lonely world. By the time he even noticed its presence, the puppy was already approaching him. It seemed interested in him, and started sniffing at his legs. "This little guy wants to be your friend, Arato." He never could remember the face of the young woman in the nurse's uniform who'd said that to him, but he remembered all the puppy's adorable traits very well. Like how when he pet its head, it would beg with its forepaw for him to tickle its chin, too. Or the fluffiness of its short, white fur. Or how frantically it would wag its little tail. Or the way it would seem to bounce off the ground when it ran up to him. Or how it would playfully nip at the heel of his shoes, so that, even though it was difficult to move at all, he found he couldn't help but play along. "Arato, this boy says he would like to play with you and the puppy, too." A few days later, the nurse brought a boy the same age as Arato with her. Arato thought the boy looked very sick, considering how thin his arms and legs were. He didn't learn until later that the boy couldn't eat the hospital food and was getting all his nutrients through an IV. At the time, Arato didn't know what to do. He shied away from meeting the skeletal boy's eyes. But the puppy's big eyes were shining with excitement. It ran around in circles with its tongue lolling out, unable to make up its mind about which boy it should play with. The heart is moved by that which the eye perceives. The human heart can be shaken, even by that which is not human. Moved by the puppy's antics, Arato looked at the boy's face. The boy had the faint expression of someone lost in darkness, someone unable to cry out for help. He had one hand to his throat, where malnutrition made his sinew stand out to a pitiful degree. There was the sound of a wet nose snuffling from Arato's feet. The puppy was wagging its tail so hard that its back legs were tottering. To a lonely boy in a lonely world, the sight of another living thing enjoying itself so much was salvation. "He looks like he's having tons of fun." Arato put his feelings into words, and broke the silence. A warm feeling spread in his chest, and for some reason, he felt like crying. The puppy was switching back and forth between sniffing at the ground and gazing up at Arato. Watching it, Arato came to the conclusion that, if he decided he was having fun, maybe the world wouldn't feel so lonely. Though his injuries didn't seem as grave as Arato's, the boy had his lips shut firmly and didn't say a word. In his painful state, it was a trial even reaching out his hand. But Arato felt he needed to make the first move. "My name's Arato Endo." Arato gathered his courage and took the first step. "Let's be friends." Sunlight shone through the classroom window. Arato Endo, draped over a chair in the classroom, let out a groan. "It's only April, why is it so hot?" The sky seemed to stretch on forever. Arato turned his gaze to the ceiling. "Look at you, sleeping through class like a boss." Ryo Kaidai walked over to stand by Arato during the break. He was a handsome guy with long bangs, and the top button of his uniform shirt undone. "Hey, you were out like a light too, so you shouldn't talk," someone said from behind them. The voice belonged to Kengo Saguri, whose seat was right behind Arato's. Kengo liked to think of himself as the rational type. But, behind his glasses, his eyes, which were sometimes stubborn and sometimes frail, betrayed his often changing emotions. I got all my prep done yesterday, Ryo replied, indifferently. It often struck Arato as odd that Ryo was even going to an ordinary high school like theirs. Must be nice, having all those brains and nothing to do with them, Arato said. Ryo still looked indifferent, but seemed strangely pleased by Arato's words. Ah, stop. The only reason they have schools around anymore is so we can practice getting along with other people. I think that, in our lifetime, we'll see the day when it won't matter how smart anyone is anymore. You rich kids sure have it nice. Even your excuses for slacking off are high class, Kengo said, transferring the notes he'd taken during class from the school terminal to his own pocket. Terminal. Arato saw a notification light blinking on his desk screen, and his shoulders slumped. He pulled out his card-sized pocket terminal to check the notice. The deadline for some new homework was written in red text on his personal scheduler. The hell? He grumbled. How come I'm the only one who gets extra homework? By my calculations, here in about 10 years the only work we men will have left to us is getting friendly with the ladies, Ryo said, spreading both hands as if he was about to bust a move. Arato felt like half of Class 2C, the 20 female students to be exact, were sending icy glares their way. It's amazing you can say that kind of thing with a straight face in this class, Kaidai. What makes you say that? You've hit on every single girl in the class. That was my goal for the year, Ryo protested. A girl a week. I worked pretty hard at it. Arato and his two friends stood out in class, and not in a good way. It was all Ryo's fault. Ever since they changed classes, the handsome, intelligent Ryo had flirted with every single girl in the class. Due to this, the relationships between the girls had been put in turmoil, until finally they had all come to the consensus that Ryo was the scum of the earth. The boys of the class, for their part, didn't want anything to do with a guy the girls were all clearly avoiding. As a result, only his longtime friends Arato and Kengo would even hang out with him. Sweat beaded on Arato's forehead. Ryo, you're the one who just said school is for figuring out how to get along, right? One of these days someone's going to teach you how you're actually supposed to get along with others. Painfully, I guess. Oh, hey. I've got a date with a girl from the next high school over on Sunday. You should come along, Arato, Ryo said, grabbing Arato's arm from behind. Nah, I can't. I promised I'd hang out with Yuka. Bull. Yuka's not gonna shake you down when she knows you're running low on allowance. Stop pretending you're an expert on my little sister, Arato retorted. You sure love dragging Endo into everything, don't you, Kaidai? Kengo said. At Kengo's dry observation, Ryo flashed a huge grin. It's more fun with Arato around. Arato wondered if Ryo was actually so smart that he was wrapping all the way around to stupid again. Of course, this would make Arato and Kengo idiots too, for hanging around him. The cityscape beyond the classroom window glittered. On the other side of the river, the solar panels in the residential district flashed with reflected sunlight. It was April, and school had just entered third quarter. Long ago, Japan had adopted the custom of starting the school year in September, like schools in Europe and America did. By this point, even in Japan people found it strange that, 100 years ago, the school years had started under blooming cherry blossoms. The route Arato and his friends took home ran parallel to the Sumida River, which was lined with cherry blossom trees. Passing by the Kototoi Bridge, which had collapsed once over the last 100 years, they slipped by the broken stone monument at the Ishijima Shrine. This path took them under a tunnel of cherry blossom trees, planted on either side of Bokute Street. Hey, are we doing Hanami this year or what? Arato asked, referring to the Japanese custom of picnicking with friends under the cherry blossoms during their blooming season. He had stopped beside a relatively new stone monument, which had been built on the bank of the Sumidogawa River. 42 years ago, there had been a massive disaster people called the Hazard. The monument had been put up to remind everyone of the disaster, which had reduced the Honjo Azumabashi district to a pile of rubble. Old folks often came and laid flowers at the monument. AR photos had been provided for the monument, and they started displaying as soon as Arato and the others got close enough. In the heat of early April, Ryo stripped off his school jacket. "Let's have a hanami this Sunday," he said. "Man, you never give up, do you? How many people did you already invite?" Arato asked, turning a small dial in the collar of his uniform. Electricity flowed into the coolant elements in the armpit of his suit, which started to cool off. With a sly smile, Ryo held up 4 fingers. 4 ladies. "Well, you'd better apologize to one of them, then," Arato told him. "With me, you, and Kengo, that's only 3 guys." "Arato," Ryo complained, "that makes it sound like you 2 are the only friends I have." "We are." "Oh, come on, I have other friends." "You're gonna make me cry, here." Over the last 50 years, there had been some major land adjustments around the old Sumida district office. With the Azuma and Komagata bridges as starting points, the streets of the district had been rerouted into a more regular grid. The flow of cars down the wide roads was smooth as a river. Every vehicle had self-driving functions now, so traffic jams were a thing of the past. When Arato and the others arrived at an intersection, they saw an old lady trying to cross the 4-lane road. A girl in a yellow jersey came up next to the old woman and took her by the hand. Arato's body moved without hesitation. "I'm gonna go help," he said. The stoplight looked like it was just about to change, and he doubted the girl and old lady were going to make it in time. "That girl isn't a human, you know," Kengo said, in an uninterested tone. There was nothing about the girl's appearance or actions to show that she was anything other than human, but Kengo was very knowledgeable about computers and machines. "If you get in the way when an interface is doing its job," he went on, "all you're gonna do is put a load on their processor." Interface was the short slang for HIEs, humanoid interface elements. Basically robots with human forms, HIEs could do just about anything a human could. Thanks to this, there was no such thing as a labor shortage anymore, and the world had become quite convenient. "Fine, but I'm still going to help," Arato said, then headed over to the crosswalk. When the girl android saw him approach, she smiled at him. "Here, I'll help." "Thank you." The old woman, bent with age, thanked him with a smile that crinkled her whole face. Humans can't convey their feelings directly to one another, so we show our feelings through our actions. But by this point, there were things other than humans that could perform those same meaningful actions. This was the reality Arato and the others lived in. In the year 2105, androids had filled all the holes in society. The others ragged on Arato when he walked back from the crosswalk. "One of these days someone's gonna really take advantage of you. No. They were walking through the area around the Honjo Azumabashi subway station, which had grown into a proper downtown. The place was a hodgepodge of old buildings from before the hazard, and newer buildings, whose building materials gave them a completely different texture. "Hey, gotta be nice to girls, right?" said Arato, defending himself. "Why don't you guys lend a hand next time?" The area was full of HIEs, if you looked hard enough. They had been a welcome addition to the service industry, which had been short-staffed since the dawn of time, and they were especially common in restaurants. Kengo was local, so he knew everything there was to know about the area. "Did you know that girl at the taiyaki stand isn't he?" he asked. Across the intersection with Asakusa Street, a girl with pretty blonde curls was turning over the baking form at a takoyaki stand. "There's one working at that soba shop, too," he pointed out. "And there's some running the registers over at Skytree. Anytime and he sees someone old, they run over and help." "Hey, they're working hard," Arato said. As he passed by the takoyaki stand, he gave the girl a good look. She smiled and asked, "Would you like some takoyaki?" She wasn't sweating. Ryo's eyes were cold when he looked at her, completely different from how he gazed at the girls in their class. "No, they aren't. Arato, you're the kind of guy who thinks if you cheer on a motor it'll go faster, aren't you?" "I'm free to think whatever I want," Arato said. "You're living in a fairy tale," Ryo scoffed. "I'd say fairy tale land has had a scientific revolution. That's what I call progress. Even unscientific plebs like you spend every day surrounded by science." Their friendly chat continued to fly off the rails. Just then, Arato saw something out of the corner of his eye, something that should not have been there. Someone's outdoor black cat was dragging something out of the alley, where a power assist delivery bike was parked by the sober shop. Now and then, the cat would stop to bite at the thing, which was almost as big as the cat was, before going back to dragging it along laboriously. The thing being dragged was nightmarishly out of place under the bright midday sun. It was a human arm. Oh shit. Oh shit, Arato said, feeling the blood drain instantly from his face. It was a right arm with smooth, white skin. The cat ran away, and a chunk of skin that the cat had been nibbling on rolled away from the elbow. Arato felt his legs give out. Kengo, who was just passing by Arato, casually caught his arm to hold him up. What, again? He asked, then went and grabbed the arm, giving it a shake. A white tube was jutting out from the severed portion, and a blood-like liquid pattered onto the ground. Somebody's been going around busting up HIEs lately, he said. I've seen scrap from a few bodies here and there. What a waste. What a waste. Arato echoed incredulously. Don't you feel sorry for them? He couldn't stop the hammering of his heart, or see the white arm as anything other than that of a young girl. There was no way he could be calm, staring at a severed human body part, even if it hadn't come from a human. Hey, Kengo replied, when someone turns something that costs about the same as a car into scrap, I think it's a waste. Arato reached out to touch the severed arm, but Ryo caught his shoulder to stop him. Don't touch it. We don't even know what those things are made of. We can't just throw the thing in the trash, Arato said. The android girl, who had helped the old lady cross the street, was walking nearby. It was painful to think that the owner of the severed arm could be a kind girl, just like her. Don't get the wrong idea about them, Arato, Ryo said. His voice was blunt, as he looked down at the severed limb. The HIEs only do stuff for us because that's what they're programmed to do. Some marketing guys figured out that they'd sell well if they looked like humans and acted all nice. It's just brand propaganda. That's just a piece of a machine, Kengo agreed. Though they were in the middle of a downtown area, with Kengo holding what looked like a severed human arm, few people spared him a second glance. Arato's friends weren't particularly fond of HIEs. Among the people passing by, some just frowned, though some showed a little pity in their eyes. Still, if the girl the arm belonged to had been human, everyone would be reacting much differently. Even Arato's sense of danger had cooled off after he realized the severed arm wasn't the sign of a murder. Despite that, the thought of walking away from what looked like a piece of a human body weighed too heavily on Arato's mind. Let's take it to the police, he said. I'd feel bad if we just threw it away. That night, an incident occurred in one corner of the No. 2 Tokyo Bay Landfill Island Group. From the base of one of the buildings in a sprawling research area, a sharp explosion echoed in the night, accompanied by a rumbling in the surrounding earth. Immediately afterward, black smoke roiled like an inverted avalanche out of the building's ground floor entrance. The windows of the building, which stood at 50 meters tall with 15 floors, began to shatter, one after another. Silent vibrations shook the black fiber walls. Every light in the building went out. This was the moment in which the employees of Tokyo Research Lab of Meme Frame Company, who were big players in the HE behavior control sector, died. 10:08 p.m. A large transport helicopter approached the No. 2 Landfill Island Group from the seaside. The scramble order had come the instant the first explosion had rang out. Hands of operation, the PMC hired by Meme Frame for security, were moving in to take control of the situation. The helicopter, which had taken off from the heliport of Funabashi, Chiba Prefecture, was hauling a massive container. The pilot, wearing a helmet with her HMD, turned to assist. The Japan-stationed US Army and Japanese Army have authorized us for 20 minutes of fly time, he said. That's all the time we've got here in the Tokyo airspace. Don't forget. Assist Ackerman was massaging the back of his muscular neck. The helicopter, which was normally used for transporting troops, had been converted into a drone control center. Having served as an elite among America's Green Berets, it was the kind of workspace that made Assist feel cramped. All right, Ackerman squad, let's review the mission before we get started, Assist announced. Our objective is the capture or destruction of the 5 HIEs that escaped during the explosion at the lab. All lab personnel have already evacuated to their shelters. As a mission objective, it was extremely odd. The whole idea of HIEs escaping was patently ridiculous. HIEs looked like humans, but their every move was controlled externally. Every action was optimal, selected from a specialized program and expansive sampling of behaviors accessed through a central network. In other words, HIEs were nothing more than puppets, dancing on the invisible strings of wireless network signals. Mainframe was a megacorporation that controlled the HE behavior management cloud, meaning that Essist and his team were on a mission equivalent to a puppeteer. Saying, "My puppets have run away, go and catch them." The helicopter rotors were quiet. Silent enough, in fact, that even in the quiet of the night it would be hard to make out the sound as the helicopter maintained its height and wove through the darkness. The scramble team rushing to the scene was comprised of 3 men: the helicopter pilot, Sergeant Thomas Liu, an operator, Sergeant Major Yusef Malai, and Essist, their captain. None of them commented on the strangeness of their mission. They were professionals. Using the transmitter implant in his skull, Essist contacted the WHO Tactical Command Center through a data link. "Major," he said, "we've arrived at the target area. Beginning sensor sweeps for the enemy." Using the helicopter's thermal sensor, they confirmed 5 human-sized heat signatures. The signatures were heading away from the central research building of the Mainframe Tokyo Research Lab, toward the number 1 Landfill Island Group, who used an AI in the command center to formulate tactical strategies for their combat units. At that moment it was providing a tactical prediction. The AI's suggestion was to allow the HIEs to cross the bridge to Odaiba's residential district. It wanted him to conduct urban combat in a residential area. Essist folded his well-toned arms. "That's nuts," he grumbled. It was a plan usually held back as a last resort when intercepting unmanned combat units, because computer-controlled weapons could not decide for themselves to attack a human being. In those situations, the machines were simply tools that had to wait for their owner's permission before acting. In other words, the AI was instructing them to take advantage of the reduced freedom experienced by unmanned combat units that carelessly entered highly populated areas. The image of the top half of a woman wearing a military cap slipped into Sest's retinal display. "We need to reduce the sensitivity of the command center AI," she announced. "The client has assessed the threat level of this mission as fairly high. That's why they requested an emergency scramble from us. But I don't think they actually want an all-out war in a residential area." Major Kaleiden Lemaire was a calm commander in her 40s. Essist hadn't the faintest idea of her military background. "What should we do about the AI's strategy, Major?" he asked. Sest's confidence wasn't shaken in the face of complications. He was a veteran. He had enlisted in the army at 18 and served for 16 years. The guns he used had gotten bigger, and his rank had gone up to 2nd lieutenant, but he always stayed the same strong and loyal soldier. "I'm authorizing you to reject the proposal," she told him. "The police are forming a blockade on the bridge with their cars, so it wouldn't be realistic to try and chase the targets into the residential district." It wasn't that the major was a humanitarian, she just wanted to avoid engaging the targets on a bridge. Combat drones were useless underwater, she would have said. The light and radio waves of the wireless signals used to control them wouldn't reach. For an emergency land combat team that relied on drones, this meant that any target that fell into the water would be out of their reach. "What's plan B, Major?" Essist wanted to know. "The number 2 Landfill Island Group mainly contains academic and research buildings. It's practically deserted at night. We'll take down the targets before they leave the area. The client has received authorization from the government to utilize heavy weapons. There won't be any caps on our firepower." The list of approved weapons that got sent around was overkill, considering they were just capturing 5 HIEs. Japan was no longer allergic to the military like it had been 100 years ago. But the kind of firepower the client was authorizing was insane, especially given that they would be fighting within spitting distance of a residential area. The equipment list didn't match up with the details of the mission, which meant that their intel was incomplete. Essist felt a sharp sting of tension run up the back of his neck. Youssef, can you give me the intel from the client again? Youssef, the team's French African operator, tapped his console's keys with bony, flexible fingers. All the escaped HIEs are female models, he said. Each has specialized equipment. That's all we've got so far, if you can call that intel. If this was all the info it took to win wars, I doubt anyone since the dawn of time would have lost a battle due to lack of data. Essist checked the countdown timer on his retinal display. It had already been 5 minutes since their helicopter had entered Tokyo airspace. Put down the container, he ordered. While we get the ground unit up and running, I'm sure the Major will be negotiating for some more information. The research park had few residential buildings and wide, straight roads that were currently devoid of life. At the client's request, even ambulances and fire trucks were being prevented from approaching the area. The pilot aimed the helicopter for a lonely street, illuminated with pools of white light from the street lamps, and dropped the container from about 20 meters up. There was an explosive burst of gas from underneath as the container, which was about the size of 2 standard international shipping containers, came to land. Inside the container were 2 squads of combat drones. Each combat squad in the PMC was comprised of 11 units, same as a standard squad in the US Army. So, between the 2 squads in the container there were 22 drones, each equipped with military-grade armaments. Between them, they could easily turn a little area like Odaiba into a sea of flames. At a request from the container's AI, the helicopter automatically dropped a sensor unit. 64 disposable camera units flew out from the central mother unit and began to swarm around like flying insects, gathering images of the area. 64 palm-sized screens opened up on the 3D display in the command center. No humans were picked up on any of the screens, so the operations area, all clear, notification lit up on the screen. The number 2 landfill island group used to be known as the Central Breakwater Outer Landfill Site. It had been the first place the rubble from the hazard, which had taken place 42 years ago, had been sent. That fact had given it a bad reputation, so no one wanted to use it as a residential area. It was well suited for combat. 5 forms were picked out by the image recognition filter. A zoomed-in image slid into the middle of the display. Our sensors have the targets, Essist, who had participated in countless military operations, announced. What he saw out there, running through the night-darkened research park, were 5 lights of different colors, and 5 girls, each one like a work of art. For a moment, he forgot that he was currently on a battlefield, in combat. The special equipment the intel mentioned must be these things, Youssef said, zooming in on the image. The HIEs were each in a suit lit by a different color, red, green, yellow, orange, and one that was bright white. Each of them also carried some kind of large, strange tool. The WHO combat drones commenced their mission, spreading out from their cubic container. Essist watched their movements through the screen. The 2-meter-long drones used the terrain of the wide road to conceal themselves. Wheeled heavy artillery drones lurked behind a vanguard of humanoid drones, waiting for their hunt to begin. The frontmost line was made up of floating, mobile smart mines. The PMC's behavioral cloud moved all its puppets smoothly. Unlike the HIEs, which were built to endear themselves to humans, the military drones had been designed to harm them. But the basic concept of their behavioral patterns was the same. They were to select the optimal behavior to complete the objectives they had been given. Advance the vanguard to 70 meters from the targets, then engage with 2 rounds of smart mines, Essist commanded. Then I want the tank drones to lay down concentrated fire, starting with the unit closest to the targets. The vanguard will hold the line, and the rearguard will react to the target's movements. Essist was a soldier, born and raised. The battlefield was his home. The behavior cloud interpreted his instructions, and maneuvered his drone squad. The drones approached their targets, gathering information as they moved. Then it happened. One of the HIEs, a young girl with her red hair tied back in twin tails, looked directly into one of the cameras and flashed a dazzling smile. Then she started running. The helicopter was running dark and silent, with its lights out and optical camouflage on, but she headed straight for it. Goosebumps ran up Sest's muscular arm. His instincts screamed at him to not let her get close. Thomas. Get the hell away from that red kid. All units, don't let her take a single step past the defensive line. In a single instant, the scene erupted in combat. The drones that made up the defensive line opened fire ferociously on the He girls. Gunshots split the night, while muzzle flashes lit up the air like fireworks. Yusef quietly tapped to his keyboard. No matter what happened, staying as calm as a machine was a vital skill any soldier needed to survive these days. The pilot, Thomas, tried to make his voice light to cover his anxiety. Well, would you look at that, boss? Our targets are shrugging off .50 caliber rounds. The machine guns mounted on the wheeled drones poured bullets at the HIEs like hoses spraying water. The red-haired girl used a giant blade to shield herself from the barrage, bathing in a storm of 1,000 bullets a second, any one of which could have easily pierced 5mm thick steel plate. The little lady He was completely unshaken. .50 caliber rounds were fairly standard for military use, but even combat HIEs generally didn't have the defensive power to withstand them so easily. First Squad, Units 01 to 03, look for an opening in the Red One's defenses to snipe her body, Assist ordered. All remaining units, get those 4 other HIEs pinned down. Fiery explosions from the activated mobile mines swirled and spread like flowers. The smart mines were key support units in drone combat. Their explosive power could tear through the armor of anything but the heaviest main battle tank, MBT. Units. The images from the thermal sensors were blotted out with white heat readings. But the sound of sniper fire never came. An alert sounded, and a notice flashed onto the screen. All of the armed drones equipped with 40mm automatic grenade launchers, which formed the final line of defense in front of the drone container, had shorted out and shut down. Cest's team had lost all their biggest guns in a single instant. Get them back online, he urged. I can't even tell what hit them, Yusef said, his fingers stopping on the keys. He felt as though the air had grown viscous. Even when running in the depths of the Amazon, you would never see every single wheeled drone in a squad shut down at the same time. Get the tactical AI on it, Assist ordered him. We just got hit by an enemy attack. Have it analyze the enemy's weapon. But the AI, which based its combat directions off the records of a wide array of past battles, simply gave them a judgment-pending notice and went silent. Even Assist drew in a sharp breath at the abnormality of the situation. Thomas, the pilot, turned to them from the cockpit. Flowers, boss. Mainframe's got its girls using flowers, he said with a whistle. At his comrade's light comment, Assist returned to himself. His eyes searched the screen for danger, as if to reclaim the few seconds he'd lost in hesitation while reacting to the strangeness of their situation. Flowers of all colors were blooming on the road, which was paved with recycled materials. The He girl with red hair, who had been pinned down by the machine guns of the wheeled drones, was free. Her weapon, a blade larger than herself, shone vividly crimson. Assist tried to predict her next movement. What would he do, in her position? She was undamaged, despite having stood in the heart of the smart mine explosions. Having shown him her inconceivable defensive power, she smiled. Apparently she was enjoying this quite a lot. She's coming for the container. Assist yelled. At the same instant the red light made a beeline for the container. A thin line of light cut its way through the night. It pierced through the center of the container, then vanished. The landing container, built to withstand shots from MBTs, distorted with heat before a massive hole opened in one side. In the helicopter, over 20 warnings flashed across the operations screen. The landing container doubled as a relay station that transmitted vast amounts of battle data. Feeling the performance of their puppet strings failing, the drones raised alerts about the abnormality. Just then, right as they had received a decisive blow, the tactical AI came back with a response. There is a high probability that the short was caused by electricity from the high-voltage wires underground, used by the laboratories, flowing into the drones. The high-voltage wires of the landfill island were kept in a common trench over 10 meters underground. The targets not only knew this, but also had the ability to pull the wires from 10 meters underground and use them to attack. A contact came in from Major Lemaire. Her expression was neutral, but Esist knew she had used the damage taken by his unit as a bargaining chip with the clients to the best of her ability. The client has disclosed further information, she told them. Don't try to get them all. First, take down whichever seems easiest. Data appeared, printed across the 3D screen. Yusef read it. I can't take my eyes off the battle. To Esist, the fight below had mostly been decided, but he didn't have the authority to order a retreat himself. He requested authorization for a retreat on a confidential line. The answer was no. He ordered the drones to fall back and re-establish their line. The new intel from the client, summarized by Yusef, began to print across Sest's retinal display. Class Lacia humanoid interface elements. Information on their intended use is blank. They're equipped with devices loaded with quantum computers. They can make advanced decisions on their own without relying on a network. A caption appeared on the screen showing the red-haired he that had blown away the landing container. Type 001 code, Coca. The he girl, Coca, swung her weapon around, something between a giant blade and a large cannon, her excited smile illuminated by the firelight. Type 002 code, Snowdrop. A girl in a white dress, who looked even more childish than the others, had sat her butt down demurely on a pile of scrap that had once been humanoid combat. Drones. Her dress was decorated with luminous green accessories, and all around her, flowers from every season were blooming in an abundance that was completely unthinkable for the location. Type 003 code, Sathanis. A girl with disheveled flaxen hair had stabbed something that looked like a spinning wheel into the ground, and was turning some kind of lever on it. Type 004 code. There was a shadow, moving too quickly for the real-time video to capture it. All that could be seen were dancing lines of radiance, drawn by the he's shining orange lights. Humanoid drones around the shadow didn't even have time to react before they were shattered like fine china. Type 005 code, Lacia. The final he looked like a girl about to enter the time of her life when she would be the most beautiful. The expression on her face was straightened. Pure. She was lifting something that looked like a black coffin in her delicate hands, and using it to deflect incoming bullets with no sign of effort. Cracks ran down the length of the coffin, and it released an explosion of pale blue light. In that instant, the control center screen was disconnected. At the same time, the tactical control system went down as well. The helicopter was kicked out of silent flight mode, and air turbulence shook the vehicle. The sound of the rotors, which were no longer being controlled by AI, echoed in the night sky, sounding like a giant electric mixer in the air. Esist grabbed onto a nearby machine to prevent himself from falling within the suddenly stalled helicopter. The HMD's dead. Thomas, the pilot, swore as he tore off his HMD-equipped helmet with one hand. Then the stalled vehicle entered a freefall. Luckily, the feeling of falling only lasted for a second. Esist had to cling to the equipment to keep from being thrown to the floor as the auto-recovery system jolted the vehicle back into equilibrium. Yusef, get our network back online, he said. What's happening out there? When the 3D screen flickered back to life, they were no longer looking at a battlefield. All surveillance video of the battle had been blocked. Something jumped our connection with meme frame and crashed our system, Yusef reported. I'm not getting responses to my queries. Electronic warfare? Shit, Esist swore. To a drone unit utilizing advanced tactical commands, wireless signals were vital lifelines. If these girls were able to break military encryption and hack the team's system, they were a whole new breed of monster. The girls were no longer anywhere to be seen. The WHO tactical AI informed Esist and his team that all HIEs had jumped into the sea. It was the worst-case scenario Esist had been afraid of. Normal drones wouldn't be able to function underwater, where wireless signals couldn't reach them. But the 5 target HIEs were able to make advanced decisions on their own, without relying on a network. Which was exactly why they had chosen the sea as a perfect means of escape. With Tokyo close by, and Japan completely surrounded by water, the thought of trying to pin down the HIEs again was completely hopeless. Thomas let out a dry laugh. Yusef's fingers were still. There was still 10 minutes left on their permit to fly in Tokyo airspace. With no marine scanning equipment in the helicopter, Essist could do nothing but stare down at the face of the sea, an endless pool of darkness itself under the night sky. What the hell did we just let loose? He questioned. The HIEs they had just encountered were stronger and stranger than Essist ever could have imagined. When the implications of what had just happened started to sink in, Essist broke out in a cold sweat, something he hadn't done since being a green recruit. As a veteran, he had often come face to face with the evolution of weapons technology. Humans were always happy to climb right over walls once thought insurmountable. To bring about change, all it took was someone deciding that a wall was worth climbing over. Take, for example, the invention of the atomic bomb. There are many famously pithy quotes from the scientists of the day about it, but the reality was that many people were quite happy with its completion and the end it brought to the war. They were happy because the atomic bomb had fulfilled its purpose, which was to protect the lives of their soldiers and countrymen. 5 HIEs, each a work of art. Essist glared down at the sea where they had escaped, then he turned an unsettled gaze to the evening cityscape where millions more HIEs were currently in operation. A sudden shiver ran down his spine at the thought that, at that very moment, humanity was climbing over yet another wall. He had no idea what the units that had escaped were capable of, or even what they were created to do. The fault lay squarely on the shoulders of the client, mainframe. They had refused to disclose the information they had, and their initial response had been wrong. But that wasn't even worth worrying about now. One of the 5 had equipment that easily surpassed the power of a tank. So what about the equipment of the other 4 HIEs? Did they have poison gas, or weaponized viruses? One of them could have a weapon worse than a nuclear bomb. Essist and his team may have just witnessed the beginning of a disaster that would shake human society to the core. 10:30 p.m. Arato Endo was lecturing his little sister. While he'd been trying to get things ready for dinner, Yuka, the little sister in question, had been gobbling down the ingredients intended for their meal. "Is your brain working properly?" he scolded. "You couldn't even leave me enough to cook with." It was just Arato and Yuka in the Endo household. Their dad was busy with work and almost never came home, and their mom had passed away while they were still small. So, Arato had dedicated himself to raising his little sister. Unfortunately, he may have overdone it, as she was now hopelessly spoiled. "What were you thinking," he moaned, "when I was right here, trying to make dinner for you?" "I was thinking, yay, meat." Yuka squealed happily. "You belong in a zoo," Arato told her. "Well, dinner was taking too long," Yuka whined, flipping the channel on the TV away from the game she had been playing. She was 14, 3 years younger than Arato, but she still had the happy-go-lucky personality of a younger child. A news program came up on screen. "Whoa, cool," she exclaimed. Something blew up. On the 3D screen rising from the floor of the dining room, great tongues of flame were bursting from a burning building. It was an image from just 30 minutes ago. The number 2 Tokyo Bay Landfill Island Group. "That's kinda close," Yuka worried. "Or, wait, isn't it kinda far?" "It's close, ya dummy," Arato scoffed at her. "Well, if you go in a straight line, at least." Grabbing the remote, he called up the guide function and asked it the question. It analyzed his spoken request and replied. According to the guide, the incident had happened 15 kilometers from the Endo's apartment. "Hey, that's pretty close," Arato said, feeling unsettled. "Crazy." The sound of an explosion rang out from the 3D display. "Wonder if they'll close school tomorrow," Yuka mused. "Of course they're not gonna do that." "Yeah, guess you're right," she agreed. "I hope no one around there got hurt or anything." Yuka may not have been good at studying, but she had a kind heart, and that wasn't just Arato's bias as her brother. She settled down cross-legged to watch the news, while Arato went back to the kitchen to restart dinner. Dinner didn't actually require much cooking. It was a simple matter of pouring the frozen food pack and spice pack in together, and then frying them in some oil. That evening, Yuka had ruined his plans by scarfing down the fried sweet and sour pork, so instead he decided to just pour it all over some carbs and call it good. "They're saying it was an he robot company," Yuka commented. "Arato, go get a job so we can buy one of those. We could have it cook for us and stuff." Crap, outer rice, he said. Guess we're having fried udon tonight. What? No way, we are not having fried udon 2 days in a row, she whined. Come on, do rice instead. Well, he said, we don't have any rice, so one of us will need to go buy some. Yuka bounced off the couch and turned to face him. If human strength came from enjoying eating and playing, she would be a superwoman. Arato, will you buy some ice cream for me too? Truly a fearful specimen of youngest child, she showed no hesitation while making her spoiled request. Why is it automatically me who's going? Arato asked. At his question, Yuka gave him a brilliant, innocent smile. 'Cause I love you, she said cutely. Words can't convey how little I care, he sighed. Despite the season, it was still cold outside at night, so Arato grabbed his heating jacket from where he had it draped in the entryway. So you're gonna go? Arato had already come up with an excuse, just so Yuka didn't think her cutesy act had worked on him. Well, there's stuff blowing up tonight, he said, so I figured it wasn't safe for a girl to be out there alone. Yuka put her hands together like she was praying. Please let there be some more explosions tomorrow. Amen. I feel like this is going to turn into one of those, be careful what you wish for, things, Arato remarked. That said, he still thought that his sister was a cute kid. She saw him off with an expression that said she'd rather have just stayed on the couch, and Arato headed out into the night. The feeling of being dear to someone, of being accepted, was one that made Arato very happy, which was why he wanted his little sister to be able to feel that way. Though, it could also be said that he'd just gone all in on spoiling her. Shin-Koiwa, the neighborhood where the two of them lived, had been built as part of a Tokyo Bay restoration project. It was constructed near a transfer station set up to connect railway lines from the bay to the land side. From the transfer station, one could get to the Endo's apartment by heading south on the Urayasu subway line. Their residential district was conveniently located for easy access. Further south, toward the bay, there was an area heavily impacted by the hazard. But Shin-Koiwa was a comfortably normal residential district. Many of its residents lived there specifically to get away from life at the heart of the metropolis, so at that time of night there was hardly anyone on the street. But seriously, an explosion? Arato worried to himself. Are we really gonna be all right? The danger he'd used as an excuse for Yuka lingered in his mind. Off in the distance, he thought he could hear a siren. The number 2 Landfill Island group was one of the areas where his dad used to work. It was about a 10-minute walk to the grocery store. He didn't want to spend the whole walk worrying, so he took out his mobile terminal to listen to some music. Oh, out running some errands? A middle-aged woman asked, as Arato walked past her. The slightly plump woman, who looked to be in her late 40s, was actually an he named Marie who worked for a local landlord. She had been running for over 10 years, which was old, for a machine. Arato had seen her face around all the time since he was a kid. Yep, he replied. You too, Marie? That's right. We managed to run out of food, too. The night walk suddenly felt a little more enjoyable. With someone to talk to, the trip to the store seemed quick. At the little store, run by a single he, Arato picked up the same frozen rice and ice cream as always. Then he headed toward home, walking alongside the road where autonomous cars had eliminated the need for most traffic signals. Marie, shopping bag dangling from one arm, walked alongside him with a gentle gait. Then, Arato saw them, flowers, falling everywhere. Whoa, he wondered, what the heck? Flowers of 5 colors were raining down. No, perhaps it would be better to say that they were falling all around like snowflakes. Since it was April, Arato first thought they were cherry blossoms. But, when he caught one in his hand, he saw it had long, thin petals like a chrysanthemum. It also felt strangely dry in his hand. The sight was so odd that, even though it was very pretty, Arato felt uneasy. Oh my, how lovely. I wonder what's going on. Marie, apparently judging that the falling flowers weren't dangerous, raised her voice in excitement and kept walking down the street. The neighborhood he left Arato behind and continued on, not bothering to brush off the flowers that settled in her hair. Arato just watched as her calmly walking figure grew smaller in the distance down the dark road. Then, he brushed the flowers off of his own head and went after her. When he caught up to her, Arato saw that Marie had paused unnaturally mid-step. Her well-rounded figure was completely still, as if she had been frozen in ice. He was about to call out to her, but a sudden, intense feeling of wrongness stopped him. Marie's knee was stretched out in a random way, like she had forgotten how to take normal steps. Her whole body was trembling violently, as if she was about to burst apart at the seams. Then, her loose, medium-cut hair swished, and her neck creaked in protest as her head spun around 180 degrees. He's face was expressionless as the shopping bag slipped from her fingers. With her joints still frozen tightly in place, Marie fell to the ground like a doll with a dull thud. The hyperpigmented flowers continued to fall. Arato felt something touching his neck. Reflexively, he grabbed at whatever it was, and held the thing in his hand under the light of the street lamps. It was a colorful flower petal that had sprouted legs like a centipede. The petal bug started walking around on Arato's hand, and he screamed. He flailed his arm like a madman to get it off before it could crawl up his sleeve. It was late, but he didn't have the presence of mind to keep his voice down. "What the hell?" he yelled in panic. "What the hell is that?" The 5 colored petals that now paved the ground were all crawling around like insects. Arato's common sense told him to reject the reality before his eyes, because it was impossible. Reality itself had become a fairy tale. Arato couldn't believe what was happening. His mind was on the brink of complete chaos. He was worried about Marie. The fact that she was not a human, sprang to mind. But he couldn't just leave her there, she looked too human for that. Strong light suddenly shone on him from the side as he stood there, dazed. A sedan that had been parked nearby suddenly roared to life, its wheels squealing on the pavement. As it came straight for him, he threw himself to the road to avoid it. His arm landed at an odd angle, and a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. As he went to stand, the ice cream he bought for Yuka rolled out of the shopping bag. Reflexively, he grabbed it and returned it to the bag. Then he put his hand on the wall of a nearby house to stand. The car, which Arato had thought would keep going, instead shifted into reverse and came straight for him. He tried to dodge again, but didn't make it. A powerful blow struck him at waist level. In that moment, he got a quick look at the interior of the car. Where the driver should have been, there were just flowers of every color, blooming like a giant bouquet. Arato couldn't wrap his mind around what was happening. He simply slid into a narrow alley to get away from the car. What the hell is going on? This is... Looking up, he watched as the falling flowers continued to blot out the night sky. It was such an impossible sight, but his senses were so keenly aware of the reality around him that Arato started to doubt his own sanity. It was as if the whole world was suddenly out to get him, as if everything he had accepted as reality had been revealed as an illusion. Only his pain and fear were real. His mind could do nothing but rail against the threats to his life that were all around him. Frozen food was moving out of Marie's shopping bag. The frozen packs had flowers with bunched petals blooming from them. The petals made a dry scratching at the ground as they sprouted legs. A dark shadow stretched out under the lamplight. Footsteps approached from behind, each step painfully loud in his ears. Arato's eyes were on the ground, and his breath was coming in ragged gasps. The shadow was wearing the same clothing as Marie. Whatever the flowers bloomed on became a monster out for human blood. Headlights flooded into the alley that Arato had ducked into from the opposite side, followed by a whole car. The vehicle was out of control, rending its body as it scraped along the narrow alley toward him before it came to a stop, with white smoke pouring out of its underside. Countless flowers bloomed from its chassis. Arato wished this was a nightmare, from which he just needed to wake up. But this was reality, which made it all the worse. His mind was stuck in an endless loop. Make it stop, please just make it stop, he thought, fear rooting him to the spot. Finally, he managed to get his body to move. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he tried to retreat from the danger all around him. But before he could get very far, the car that had just charged into the alley after him violently burst into fire. Arato froze on the spot again, his vision filled by a whirlpool of red flame. It was the same scene he had seen in his nightmares night after night. He knew, without a doubt, that he was about to die. So he screamed. He screamed like he hadn't since he was a child. "Help me." A human figure appeared in Arato's view. The figure was facing away, but he could tell that the person was female. She appeared between Arato and the fire, seeming to melt right out of the heat haze. The coffin she held in one hand was pulled into segments by a skeletal framework, then reconfigured with incredible speed. When the reconfiguration was complete, the figure between Arato and the fire held a giant hemispherical umbrella. Then, the burning car exploded. She remained there, standing between Arato and the fiery nightmare, as if to say, "I will protect you." After the blast from the explosion blew away, it seemed to take his fear with it, and Arato finally got a good look at the young girl in front of him. And was struck speechless by her simple beauty. Her pale violet hair danced in the hot wind left behind by the explosion. She didn't have a hint of makeup on, but he couldn't take his eyes off her glowing skin and stunning face. She turned to look at him. "You requested help," she said, in a clear voice. She was a little shorter than Arato, but she wasn't showing the least bit of strain at holding her massive black device in one hand. Arato couldn't help but feel intimidated by her. "Ah, thanks," he said. Her umbrella reconfigured again, returning to its coffin form. She looked a little older than him. When she opened her lips again, he noticed how pale they were. "My name is Lacia," she told him, and her ice blue eyes fixed on him as if waiting for a response. It took him a moment to realize what she was waiting for. "I'm Arato Endo," he said, voice quivering with fear that still sent tremors through his body. But the expression on her face was so calm that it helped to still the turmoil in his own heart. He realized, then, that she was beautiful enough to steal his breath away. The black and white bodysuit she was wearing was so tight that he could see every line of her body underneath. From the way she was easily hefting her giant equipment in one hand, he could tell she wasn't human. Arato didn't care who or what she was. He reached out his free right hand to take one of her hands. "We need to get out of here," he told her. "If these flowers get you, you'll go crazy." The falling flowers were being sent dancing through the air by the hot wind from the fire. The thing that had once been Marie had fallen over in the road, probably knocked down by the explosion. The flowers that had fallen on the road and walls around them were gathering into bouquets like groups of silkworms making cocoons. They were everywhere, on houses, on the streetlights. It was like looking at a botanical garden for plastic flowers. The windows and doors of the nearby low-rise houses were completely covered in blossoms, and Arato could hear voices from inside yelling that the doors wouldn't open. His instincts were whispering that he needed to run away. The tentacles of fear that sprang from his childhood memories were squeezing cold sweat out of him. But, despite being covered with the same deadly flowers that had controlled Marie and the car, Lacia continued walking calmly. "Why must we run?" she asked. Arato tried to tug on her arm, but her thin body didn't budge an inch. Of the two of them, only Arato's face was creased with panic. His heart hadn't stopped hammering since the explosion had threatened to swallow him. Calm among the chaos of the world around them, Lacia asked him another question. "Are you afraid?" "Of course I am. We could die here any second," he yelled. "Anyone would be freaked out right now." "Then, do you intend to continue to allow that fear to overcome you?" Her question was like a sharp jab to the heart. He hadn't expected to get a lecture in courage from a machine. The urge to yell at her to mind her own business was strong, but, even though she was a robot, he couldn't bring himself to raise his voice at a girl like her. Instead, he asked, "What good will overcoming my fears do me now?" "If you do not fight back now," said Lacia, "when will you fight?" The flowers that made machines go crazy were still falling. There were potential enemies all around them. Arato wanted to shout that this wasn't the time or place, but in the end he kept his mouth shut from pure frustration. Still, she may have been frustrating, but she was also beautiful. He wanted to stop walking, to stand there and face her and just look at her. But after an explosion like that, people were sure to come out of their homes to see what had happened. They would get dragged into whatever was going on. Imagining what would happen, Arato felt a horrible, sickly chill run up his spine. The demon flowers in Lacia's pale violet hair had started to bloom. Her black coffin looked like a giant bouquet. Forget fighting back, there was literally nothing Arato could do. While he tried and failed to think of a course of action, the petals on her white skin began to sprout short legs. Arato felt like he was about to lose his mind to pure terror. "Just stay still for a second," he said, then clenched his teeth and reached out one hand. The flowery crown that had formed from layers of blossoms scattered and fell. He managed to brush away the danger that had threatened her, and the thought that he could contribute something gave him courage. "Looks like you were right. I can fight back after all, I just needed to try," said Arato, thanking her with his actions. Lacia was an he, so maybe it was like his buddies had said, and she wouldn't understand the human emotions he was showing her. But still, he was satisfied just showing her his thanks. "Let's go." He squeezed Lacia's hand and pulled her along with him. This time she didn't resist. He noticed, with surprise, that her hands were warm. There was always the danger of another car trying to run him down, so he kept to the narrower streets of the residential district. "Lacia, you're an he, right?" he asked. "Could you call the police?" When he finally had the presence of mind to check, Arato noticed that the only thing falling from the sky anymore was a gentle rain. Looking back, he saw that there was no visible wrecks on the main street. He ran past the side of the burning car, which was still covered in flowers. The flowers on the ground were flowing toward Arato and Lacia like a wave. Without lungs, Lacia didn't run out of breath even running along with the giant black weapon in one hand. "The police lack equipment capable of disabling this enemy," she told him. Even though he was running for his life, Arato felt his heart soaring so much he wanted to yell, probably because of Lacia's hand, which was gripped tightly in his. The familiar sight of the town at night seemed brand new to his eyes, and he had no idea where he was running to. Arato just knew that he was running together with a girl who wasn't actually a human. All he knew about her was her name. He looked back at Lacia and she spoke, her light violet hair bouncing as she ran. "Arato, do you trust me?" Lacia wasn't an ordinary he. Arato thought her appearance and the falling flowers could even be connected, somehow. Yes. Despite his doubts, Arato's yell split the night. He figured it would be uncool of him to doubt a girl. He may not have had a destination in mind, but he was running full speed, holding tight to Lacia's hand. If he kept running in that direction for another 5 minutes, though, they would arrive at the Endo apartment, where Yuka was waiting. While he was still wondering where to go, a sharp impact to his side threw him to the ground. As he grunted in pain, a second car roared by, inches from his head. Lacia had just saved him from being run down. Then she was straddling him, pressing him down to the pavement. "Arato Endo," she said, "I have a request for you." The moon shone white in the sky above, and Lacia was staring him straight in the eyes. "Become my owner." A warm, wet feeling was spreading from where she was straddling his waist. Her whole body was wet, as though she had recently come out of the water. Droplets pattered onto Arato from her hair, gathering and running down his chest like teardrops. "What do you mean, owner?" Arato asked in confusion. "You want me to claim you or something?" "I have decided that you are the most suitable candidate to be my first owner," Lacia told him calmly. Arato had no idea what kind of standard had led her to that conclusion. With sudden death all around them, he didn't think it was a good time to make that kind of decision. "Don't just decide that on your own," he protested. "You don't know anything about me." For some reason, he thought about Yuka and his friends just then. His chest felt tight. What kind of danger would this decision drag them all into? "I do not need any more information about you," Lacia informed him. "You said that you trusted me." Her slightly wet body leaned down on his, as if she needed his support. Lacia had saved him from the exploding car. But it had still been his decision to fight down his urge to run and reach out his hand to her. A girl was right in front of his eyes, lips pressed together, waiting for his response. Looking at her, knowing she wasn't human and that she was far stronger than him, he felt the need to protect her. "Okay," he said finally. "I judge your reaction as consent," Lacia announced. "I will now confirm the details of our contract." She bent her beautiful figure to rest a hand on Arato's shoulder as he lay there. You have no need to participate directly in the actions I will take, she continued. I will provide strength. I ask only one thing of you. Arato couldn't follow what she was saying. He just kept getting lost gazing at her lips. I am a tool, and cannot take responsibility for my own actions, Lacia went on. Therefore, I request that you take responsibility for me. There was a sudden sharp, thunderous noise from nearby. Lacia had fended off a second attack by the car with her coffin, which she had stood up on the road. The tires squealed as it tried to push through the barrier, but several anchors were holding the coffin to the street. The impact from the high-class car hadn't budged it an inch. I will now gather your biological information, owner. After I have confirmed this information, I will ask for your consent to this contract twice more. Lacia took Arato's hand and guided it toward her own body, where there was a metal component, almost like a keyhole, in the neck of her skin-tight suit. She brought Arato's pointer finger near it, and then she pushed his finger inside the keyhole. Registering Arato Endo as the owner of Class Lacia Humanoid Interface Elements Type 005, she said. This HE's equipment device, Black Monolith, is capable of autonomous judgment, and as owner you will accept all legal responsibilities for the actions it takes. Please confirm. Okay, Arato answered. Lacia's hair accessory started to glow cerulean blue. I will begin recording your life log, owner. If the correct procedures are followed and a legal request made, this record may be disclosed and displayed in a court of law in response to relevant litigation. I require your consent to this in order to release the lock on my device. Okay. Arato answered again. A metal fixture at the waist of Lacia's white suit, 4 wings overlapping to form a shackle, twisted, one part rising up, as though it was some kind of lever. Blue light shot through the shackle, and a light blue glow began to spill out of Lacia's black coffin. As Lacia was bathed in blue light, Arato heard a faintly dry, rustling noise. Carried by the wind, flowers had begun to rain down on them again. The two of them were still under attack. Since they had stopped running, whatever was controlling the flowers had sent them to fall over their heads once more. But, even under the deadly rain of 5-colored petals, Lacia was calm. In order to disable the sub-units currently attacking us, I recommend severing their optical transmissions, she said. I believe this will be the option that has the least impact on our surroundings, and it presents the least possible level of danger to this society. Arato was having trouble keeping up. A moving pile of trash and lamps was crawling along the ground toward him as they stood still. The flowers were using Marie as a foundation for their pile. Arato could see her body crawling along underneath it all, dragging her skirt along the ground. With a creaking, grating noise, the strange shape, covered in flowers and wounds, dragged itself toward them. It was equal parts art and insanity, and it was closing in with every passing second. If you can stop them, Arato yelled, do it now. However, Lacia went on calmly, the 3-dimensional control artillery barrage will also disable all wireless connections in range. There is the possibility that this will disable vital life-preserving devices utilized by humans within this range. Arato had been hoping she would just take care of it, but Lacia's eyes, as she gazed at him, were dead serious. That will be your responsibility, owner, she told him. Arato couldn't really grasp the full weight of what she was saying. But he could tell, from the feeling of her hand on his shoulder and the look she gave him, that the choice he was being given was a very heavy one. Owner, please decide. Will you accept responsibility for the possible danger to human life, and authorize the use of my artillery? She asked. Arato's nerves shied away from the combination of the terms, responsibility, and human life, but he trusted her. Do it, he commanded. Lacia nodded. The coffin, still anchored to the street, opened its thick outer shell. The bundle of black metal plates stored inside began to rotate and expand in 3 dimensions like a metal tree spreading its branches. Then the world around Arato changed in the blink of an eye. It was like suddenly waking up from a nightmare. The flowers were gone, and the street looked just like it always had. They're gone, Arato exclaimed, pushing himself up automatically and surveying their surroundings. Even the noise, which had been pounding down on him until just a moment ago, had disappeared. They're all gone, he said again. I have struck the subunits with a negative curvature material film, rendering them invisible to a specific band of frequencies, Lacia told him solemnly. They are no longer able to receive command signals or wireless energy transfers from the main unit, and are therefore nullified. I mean, I get that they're invisible now, but I don't understand the rest of that. Reaching out his hands to feel the surface of the road, Arato felt something dry crumble under his touch, and reflexively jerked his hand back with a gasp. But, after steeling himself, he reached out again. He couldn't see them, but he could feel soft piles of the petals. The flowers were all still there. But, since Lacia had made them invisible, all the wireless signals were passing right through them. She had hit every single one of the tens of thousands of petals with a single attack. Since she had done it all while remaining perched on Arato's chest, he had no idea how hard it had been for her. A gust of wind blew by and, with a dry rustling, an invisible blizzard of flowers was carried away. Arato was shaking so hard he thought his heart would stop. He may not have been too bright, but he had at least noticed that Lacia was far from normal. A deep, animal part of his brain was telling him that he could not handle the power he had just witnessed. What the heck was that? He gasped. You're incredible. His instincts were starting to worry that this girl he now owned was incredibly dangerous. For her part, Lacia simply stood without a word. Looking up at her, Arato momentarily saw her as a giant monster, towering over him. For just an instant, he saw her as something not beautiful, but terrifying. But, more important than any of that, Arato was on a time limit. He had to get home before Yuka's ice cream melted. When they arrived at the entrance to the apartment, Arato asked Lacia how long it had been since they met. She told him 8 minutes. He could hear police sirens off in the distance. What took you so long? Yuka was waiting to rush out and confront him as soon as he signaled the door lock open with his pocket terminal. Hey, sometimes shopping is hard, Arato told her, pulling the package of rice out of the shopping bag. He made sure to check the bag for flowers, just in case. Yuka was speechless. Clearly in a panic, she pointed at Arato with a shaking finger. Arato. My name is Lacia, Lacia said, introducing herself. Pleased to meet you. As Lacia politely bowed her head, all the blood drained from Yuka's face. Obviously, since Arato was Lacia's owner now, there was nothing strange about her being there with him. Of course, her having the form of a human made things more complicated. Oh my gosh, my brother just bought a girl, Yuka wailed. Hey, don't say it like that, Arato protested. I didn't pay a single cent for her. That's even worse, Yuka said accusingly. Of course, Yuka's reaction was only natural. Most people didn't come home from getting groceries with an unknown girl in tow. Yuka looked like she was seriously about to start crying. I'm so sorry for whatever my brother did to you, Yuka said, her voice shaking and catching as she bowed her head deeply. I'll make sure he gets rehabilitated. I think he's a first-time offender, so please go easy on him. Arato was about to tell her she was misunderstanding and to raise her head. Before he could, though, Lacia untangled the siblings' thread of understanding. I am not a human, she explained to Yuka. I am an he. Therefore, taking me home is not a criminal act. I did not have an owner, so Arato Endo agreed to take me in. Despite the circumstances, our contract is official. As expected, Arato sighed, and he is a heck of a lot better at explaining things. Lacia's calm explanation made him forget his nerves. In fact, even the fact that he had just been under attack seemed like a distant memory. What? Yuka said, raising her head. Seriously? She was actually sniffling back tears. Arato wasn't sure whether to be happy that she was so worried about him, or sad that she had suspected him of being a kidnapper. So yeah, about that, he began. Do you think it would be alright if we let Lacia-san crash here? Arato couldn't bring himself to drop the respectful honorific. Yeah. I understand, Yuka said, wiping at her eyes. Wait, you're seriously okay with this? Arato asked. But Yuka's smile was quick to return. You found her and picked her up, right? She said. So, I guess she's yours now. Arato felt like he should tell Yuka about everything that happened. Honestly, he just wanted to grab Lacia and his sister and run inside, but he didn't want to freak Yuka out. "Listen, Yuka," he said. "While I was out shopping, a whole bunch of flowers started falling from the sky. Marie, the Yuzawa's he, got broken. I think whoever was doing it might have been targeting Lacia." Arato had asked if Lacia knew anything about who was behind the attack, but she didn't. All she'd said on the way back was that she would make arrangements for patching up the damage that had been done. She could not, however, be more specific about what that meant. Arato, having just stepped out of a nightmare and back into the real world, was still trying to sort out his concept of reality and couldn't give Yuka a very good explanation, either. At a loss for words, he simply rolled up the hem of his shirt and showed her where a large bruise was forming. "Here, look. A car hit me right there. Lacia showed up and protected me." "Well, that's good," Yuka remarked. "She really saved your butt." She really had. "Come to think of it," Arato admitted, "I really was useless back there." "Well, there hasn't been anything on the news about any of that," Yuka said. "And if you thought she could be dangerous, how come you brought her back?" Arato smiled, just a little. Yuka didn't particularly trust in Lacia, but she did trust in her big brother. He wanted to thank her, but Yuka was already digging around in his shopping bag for her ice cream. "So she's ours now, right? HIEs cook, don't they?" Yuka asked with excitement. "So she's gonna cook for us, right? Sweet, can't wait." Without an ounce of hesitation, Yuka was already ordering Lacia around. "I see," Lacia said politely. "If you wish for me to cook, I can access the culinary behavior cloud and commence immediately." "Is it gonna be good?" Yuka asked. "The user review average for this behavior cloud is 5 stars, Lacia told her. "Lacia, I love you," Yuka said, glomping Lacia with innocent glee. Taking Lacia's hand, she started to lead her into the house. "Wait a minute, Yuka," Arato frowned. "So you're fine with her as long as she spoils you?" Everything was just going too smoothly. Arato didn't allow events to just carry him along, though. For some reason, he took Lacia's other hand and prevented her from following Yuka in. But Yuka had always been good at winning him over. "HIEs have cameras in their eyes," she coaxed. "I saw it on TV. So if something happened to Marie, Lacia must have recorded it all. The police will look at that and figure it all out." Arato and Lacia's adventure would also have been recorded on the security cameras in the nearby stores and homes. So, if there really was some kind of problem, the police would surely come to check with them tomorrow. "Yeah, that's true," Arato said, feeling like he was worrying too much. "We should leave this kind of thing to the police." Honestly, it was strange to assume that whoever had caused that rain of flowers would continue attacking him in the future. The main reason Arato could relax about this was that he didn't actually intend to keep Lacia for very long. He just couldn't picture her and her mysteries becoming a permanent part of the self-indulgent lifestyle that he and Yuka led without their parents around. "You're worrying about all the wrong stuff, Arato," Yuka told him. "All we need to worry about right now is what she can do for me." "I wish my brain worked as simply as yours," he lamented. It was almost scary how easily a bond of common interest was forged between Yuka and Lacia. "Things are going to be tough for you from now on, Arato," Yuka said. "I think you used up all your luck today." "Please don't say that like it's a done deal," he groaned. "How are you going to feel if I actually run into some bad luck now?" "If you're worried, why not just ask?" Yuka turned. "Hey Lacia, if you stay here with us, are we in danger?" "Based on the situation as I described it to you earlier, Yuka, there is no danger," Lacia answered immediately. Yuka nodded with satisfaction. "See? No problem." Arato's little sister was a little too unshakable. "If something comes up we can just think about it then. But right now, Lacia needs our help." Arato wasn't really the kind of person who worried about things too much, sometimes to the extent that Ryo and Kengo would call him out about it. "You're right," he said, giving in. "Let's go have some dinner." "I have become familiar with the contents of your refrigerator," Lacia announced. She was very good at what she did. From the random odds and ends Arato pulled out of the fridge, she'd managed to make some damn good Chinese dishes. Arato had no idea how she did it. Nor did Yuka. So instead, they just focused on eating it. The siblings weren't exactly the pinnacles of humanity. It had gotten quite late, so as soon as she was done eating, Yuka took a bath and went to bed. Lacia did all the washing and cleaning up, so there was nothing left for Arato to do. Sorry to have you do all this, he apologized. But you coming along really helped us out. Lacia was in the kitchen, sorting out the haphazardly stored silverware and cookware. There is no need to worry on my account, she said reassuringly. Originally, he were mainly used for caretaking and housework. Lacia's black coffin was resting against the wall of the living room. A cushion had been put under it to keep it from scratching the floor, which made the whole layout of the room seem odd. Looking at Lacia's back, Arato again had the sudden feeling that he had taken ownership of something that could be a big problem. As he watched her from behind, he realized the back of her suit was open, revealing a bit of her skin. Staring at her pale back, Arato lost the ability to think about anything else. Just watching her while she worked, Arato felt a strange sensation kindling within him. Comparing her to the equipment in the kitchen, she was just so much more alive, so much warmer looking in her white and black bodysuit. Thinking about her like that, Arato felt heat rush to his face and he fell over on his side on the sofa. Crap, he asked himself, how is this going to work? His heartbeat was pounding loud in his own ears. He remembered the sight of her back when she had saved him the first time. He remembered her soft hand in his while they were running away together. He remembered her face in the moonlight, and the weight of her butt on his chest when he had entered the contract to be her owner. The thought had him wrestling with his own arousal. On his side, Arato doubted that he had the strength to push himself back upright, and couldn't stop his thoughts from the path they were running. Down. A blush crept up his cheeks, and he felt sweat forming on his face. From now on, Lacia would be there with him every single day. Once he realized that, it didn't really matter that she wasn't a human. Arato had no idea how he was supposed to deal with that fact. God, I'm such a guy. Just like Yuka had said, maybe Arato had used up all his luck. He felt as though, if he fell asleep, his heart would stop beating. If he just lay there, he couldn't tell where his mind would start going, so he sprang to his feet instead. Owner, would it be easier for you if I excused myself? Lacia was by his side. Her expression was cool as she looked down at his red and bothered face. He wasn't sure where she had gotten him, but she had a tray with a tea set in her hands. Figuring that he wasn't looking too manly, stuck between sitting and standing, Arato sat back down on the sofa. Lacia knelt and set the tray on a low table. She poured hot water from the teapot into a traditional Uzumaki cooling bowl. Neither of the Endo siblings had ever used a real tea set, so Arato had never seen anything like Lacia's graceful movements. Whoa, so you can do tea all proper too, Arato said. Seeing the difference in skill levels between he and the minor housework he usually did was actually exciting. It made him think of something he had learned. In high school, his teacher had said that the norms of society could easily change within their lifetimes. For example, most of the things that were common sense during the economic highs of the 1960s were completely foreign 50 years later, in 2010. As the times changed, so would so many things that everyone considered normal. It was hard to track from day to day, but Arato's world was being swept away by a massive wave of change. Lacia tilted her head slightly, bowing to him. Thank you. However, all he behaviors are downloaded from the control cloud through the network. This tea is simply a product of my body tracing a combination of motion capture and recorded data of humans taking these actions. Arato smiled in chagrin at being lectured on this by a machine. She was saying the same thing as his friend Ryo, HIEs were tools. Lacia interpreted the look on his face, and responded, it appeared you required basic information regarding HIEs. Is it a problem for you if there are things I don't know? Lacia politely refrained from responding to that. To be honest, Arato understood HIEs so little that, until that moment, he hadn't even thought of the fact that Lacia might have belonged to someone else before. She asked him to be her owner. The more he thought about it calmly, the more fear wriggled along his spine. There isn't a human alive who can make a decision without ever giving it a second thought afterward. Lacia, he asked, where did you come from? Lacia poured the tea out of the pot and into a teacup. Is that information vital to our relationship, owner? Arato felt like his reliance on her and the trust he felt for her had been carved deep from their first meeting. I don't know a thing about you, Lacia. Look, the more I know, the less we'll have to worry about later, and I think it can clear up some worries between us. He wanted to get closer to her. Plus, I figure some stuff will get easier for me to understand once I know. And, if there was anything he could do for her, he wanted to show his thanks by doing it. But, whatever kind of response Arato had been imagining when he said all that embarrassing stuff, Lacia's words didn't match it. She just spoke the facts. You are a very kind person, but I believe you are making a fundamental mistake. Lacia's pale blue eyes didn't waver. I do not possess a soul. Her blunt statement caught Arato off guard. He was supposed to be the one in charge here, but she had left him speechless. I am merely utilizing a combination of human words and behaviors to present reactions that human users will find pleasant, she continued. My reactions are based on my predictions of how the reactions will be received, and are not guided by a single, consistent personality. As technology advanced, it was no longer humans alone that could exhibit human behavior. As long as a machine had a human figure and skeleton, they could perform exactly the same actions. The HIEs relied on the fact that, as long as their behavior patterns were optimal, they could fulfill their roles, even without hearts or souls. You have seen a collection of this particular HIE's behaviors and perceived an illusion of presence behind it all, owner, Lacia finished. That is all. Arato's head swam. His blood was boiling. He had wanted to save this girl he had met out of the blue, so he felt a surge of anger at her words. Though he did understand that what she was saying was the truth. When she had thanked him, though, it had been hard not to imagine her as a person. Having her deny that, calling herself a thing, made him angry. With the realization that this was exactly what his friends had been poking fun at him about, Arato's illusions were stripped away. When humans interact with other humans, there was a sense of something being shared, and this allowed them to endure each other's idiosyncrasies. But that same understanding did not exist between Arato and Lacia, because there is nothing shared between humans and machines. Arato doubted he would have even gotten involved with Lacia if she didn't look like a human. Fear, regret and disappointment were a swirling storm in his head. Unable to say a word, he just sat there, listening to the veins in his neck throbbing. His feet were shaking as if he was staring over the edge of a bottomless abyss. And yet, seeing his trouble, the heartless Lacia had said, I do not possess a soul. Arato looked up at the ceiling. He had been flying high, which made it all the worse when he was brought crashing back down to reality. He closed his eyes. On the back of his own eyelids, he saw the two images that had become his own starting line, the red-black explosion, and the little white dog wagging its tail. He let out a warm sigh. The behavior of the dog, the way it wagged its tail, had saved Arato when he was small. It had given him the strength to restart his life. He'd reach out his hand to help someone he'd thought needed helping, even if that gesture was meaningless. Just because you don't have a soul doesn't mean you don't have an impact, he corrected her gently. Arato was angry at himself for getting angry at her. When he was a kid, he hadn't seen anything like a soul in that little white dog. But seeing it enjoying life had given him courage. It doesn't mean you can't move a person's heart, he said. Warmth overflowed in Arato's chest, as if to fill in the hole left by his earlier weakness. It seemed as though having his feelings shot down just made them shift all the more rapidly. Arato wasn't by any means smart, so he always felt like he had to keep acting. He wanted to find something he could do for Lacia. I may have had the wrong idea, sure, he went on. But I can't just sit here without worrying about what you're feeling, Lacia. Since one of them lacked a heart, the normally meaningless silence that descended over them felt heavy. Lacia gave Arato a mysterious smile. I have no feelings for you to worry about, she reminded him. Right, she wasn't even capable of feeling worry in the first place. Still, Arato wanted to do something for her. He felt heat warming his face, enough so that he knew anyone could see the redness of his face. I'm such a moron. God damn it. Pain and embarrassment at his own naivety pushed out of his chest in the form of a loud yell. Moments later, light footsteps approached quickly from the hall. Yuka, in her pajamas and with a pillow in one hand, appeared with a deathly glare on her face. Arato, I'm trying to sleep. Whether one sleeps soundly or not, tomorrow will always come. The next morning, as expected, Arato found Lacia still in the living room. She wasn't just sitting around, either. After preparing breakfast for the Endo siblings, she saw them both off to school. Yuka was always a bundle of energy, and had many friends at school. Their dad was still busy with work and hadn't come home. Lacia kept working, and in no time, she was a normal part of the Endo's social circle. In that way, 4 days quickly passed by since the incident. Arato awoke to the sound of his alarm. Reaching a hand out from under his covers, he grabbed the pocket terminal sitting by his pillow. The terminal connected him with the person who had set up a morning call for him without him even needing to ask. I am preparing breakfast. Are you arising? Lacia's clear voice tickled Arato's ear. He leaped up from his bed, so excited that it made his heart pound. What's for breakfast? He could have just gone to the living room and checked, but he wanted to keep listening to her voice. I have attempted French toast, she told him. You mentioned that you had never tried it before. Arato honestly found it extremely embarrassing how much she spoiled him. Standing, he grabbed his own head. Are things really okay, going on like this? He asked himself. No, obviously they aren't. In the living room, he found Yuka with a relaxed look on her face. She was munching on a piece of French toast, which had been toasted to a fox-like orange. Morning, Arato said. Him. With her fork in one hand, Yuka mumbled around a mouthful of food. Lacia's presence had brought a more normal routine to the Endo siblings' previously laid-back lifestyle, which was nice. But because of that, Arato never felt like he got as much sleep as he would have liked to. How are you feeling this morning, Ona? She asked. The black and white bodysuit she had been wearing when they'd met had been replaced with a more ordinary outfit. She had also taken off the device lock that had been at her waist. In normal clothes, it was impossible to tell her apart from any other human, and Arato shifted his gaze away from her without thinking. It was embarrassing seeing her wearing his own jeans and shirt. Arato, it's too early for you to get all hot and bothered, Yuka grumbled at him. Hearing that from his little sister put a damper on Arato's morning. Still, he stole a glance at Lacia's cool profile. She may not have been human, but there was still the fear that she wouldn't appreciate his staring. We really do need to get you some new clothes, he said, going to the fridge for some juice. Only then did he notice there was already a teapot on the table. He couldn't have Lacia do every little thing for him, so he at least poured his own black tea. There hadn't been any tea leaves in the house, so she must have mail-ordered them. The strong scent that wafted off of the cup along with the steam really helped to wake Arato up. Lacia, standing at the electric hot plate with an apron around her waist, was gauging the right time to flip over some French toast. It smelled really good. Since she had come, mornings had become more relaxed. Arato had more time than he knew what to do with. He synced his personal terminal with the TV. The home system that monitored all the electronics in the house handled all the complicated stuff for getting the sync set up. The 3D TV screen showed Arato data the home system decided he should see, and an email he didn't remember seeing before caught his eye. Hey, this email here, he said. It's for you. How come I'm seeing it? The email on the screen was addressed to Yuka, but for some reason it had been specially flagged so that Arato could see it, too. Suddenly fully awake, Yuka leaned over the table. Just open it, she urged. On the 3D display's whiteboard, Arato saw a sender name he had never heard of before. He opened the file and read it, then he felt his ability to think clearly run off somewhere. Yuka, he said absently, why don't you sit down? I am sitting down, she retorted. Okay, he asked, so what the hell is this model audition thing about? The email on the screen was brief. Ms. Yuka Endo, it read, Lacia, the he you recommended for our he model audition, has been selected for the Grand Prix. Isn't that awesome? Yuka asked excitedly. She made it into the Grand Prix. She accessed the link in the email, and the advertisement page announcing the Grand Prix came up on the screen. Then, as information expanded through the network, images of models in various poses were displayed. So basically, this media group was collecting he models, and Yuka had sent in visual data of Lacia along with an application. This email was the result. There. Look at that one. Yuka drew Arato's attention to a photo of Lacia, wearing Yuka's school uniform. He had no idea when Yuka had taken it. The photos of a few other HIEs were lined up alongside Lacia's as final candidates, but he only had eyes for her. Man, she's pretty, she sighed. I made the right choice. Aside from Lacia's photo, the other thing that caught Arato's eye was the name of the event's sponsor. Hey, he said, aren't they pretty famous? Yeah, Yuka agreed. They've been promoting this on TV, too. In other words, Lacia's photos were soon to be spread all over all sorts of media. Arato felt a headache coming on. They never had gotten to the bottom of that whole flower storm attack. Aren't you gonna say anything to me, Arato? You moron, he stuttered, feeling pissed off. Yuka had obviously been looking for some compliments, and her voice turned whiny. Well, she is really pretty. I just thought it'd be a waste not to use that. That doesn't mean you should do this kind of thing without talking to me about it, he fumed. You need to think these things through. Lacia, the object of the debate, seemed completely fine with it all. I don't mind, she said. See? Yuka pouted. It's Lacia's choice, and she says it's okay. She's an he, she's not gonna disagree with a human about stuff like this, Arato retorted. And he wasn't a human. As Lacia had said, they had no souls. Their words were nothing more than ideal responses to human requests. Lacia flipped some French toast over with a spatula before turning to look at Arato. Regardless, she said mildly, time cannot be turned back, owner. The sound of oil popping in the pan made Arato realize how hungry he was. His body was telling him to stop sweating the small stuff and focus on food. But what are we going to do about this? He asked no one in particular, slumping into a chair. Lacia had been under attack when they'd met, just like him. If an enemy were looking for Lacia specifically, her location would soon be broadcast to the whole world. I told you about everything that happened, right? He asked Yuka. Well now, even though that incident never got cleared up, things are blowing up even worse. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Touching a finger to her lips, Yuka put on a serious expression. I guess I'm just living in the future. She was the type who, if you gave her a button to press, would immediately press it without looking at any instructions. I don't know what the hell kind of future you're trying to get to, Arato muttered. The Endo siblings heard a quiet laugh coming from nearby. Lacia was laughing. Still in her apron, she had her right hand pressed lightly to her mouth in a very dignified gesture of mirth. It was the first time Arato had seen such a bright smile on her face. So HIEs can laugh, he murmured in surprise. It was the kind of expression that came deep from within the heart. Looking at that, it was hard to believe Lacia had no soul. Phase 2 Analog Hack. Arato's mornings had changed ever since Lacia had entered his life. In place of hitting the snooze button multiple times on his alarm before waking up in a messy rush, now Arato was gently shaken awake each morning. After slipping on a simple shirt and some sweats, he washed his face and went to the kitchen. In the 8 tatami mat living room, there was a table with 4 chairs around it. He said, "Good morning," and sat down. "You're late, Arato." Yuka seemed to be in a good mood. She was holding a teacup with a cat on it gingerly. The cup had green tea in it. If you add sugar, Lacia advised her, it will taste like black tea. Really? Yuka perked up. It seems in Thailand, it is common to add sugar to this particular brand before drinking it. Lacia's pale violet hair swayed when she turned to look at him from where she was standing at the kitchen counter. She was a humanoid android called an he, and she was beautiful, even when dropping useless info bombs on them. A painful feeling in Arato's chest snapped him out of his daydreaming. She may not have had a soul, but her expression was perfect. Arato felt his face go red and start throbbing, like he had just been holding his breath. Yuka narrowed her eyes a little, and put a finger to her lips. She decided, let's try it. Then she grabbed the sugar bowl, and poured 2 heaping spoonfuls into the cup. Realizing that she had nothing to stir with, she stuck her chopsticks into the cup and spun them around. Here you go, Arato, she said, handing her brother the cup. Why do I have to try it? Lacia brought over a tray with rice and miso soup. Listen, this whole thing is your fault, so you need to do something about it. I can't even start to wrap my head around all the crap going on right now, Arato said. He gave thanks for the food, and raised the miso soup with fried tofu and cabbage to his lips. Lacia was trying to fix his lack of vegetables. Since their mother had passed away over 10 years ago, he wasn't used to being fussed over this way. There is no crap going on, Yuka told him, squeezing some rice dip out of a tube. It was close to mayonnaise, a good pairing with the rice. Dad said he was totally fine with Lacia staying here. Sure, he said that, Arato said. But did he really know what he was agreeing to? He had called their dad the night before, who was still absent due to work, to explain the Lacia situation. Despite being heavily involved in fundamental He research, their dad said he didn't know anything about the device Lacia was equipped with. Same with the rain of flowers that happened on the day Arato became Lacia's owner, and with whatever had been controlling Marie. It was great, Yuka sighed. He took one look at Lacia's face and said, okay. As his high school-aged son, I don't think his reaction was, okay, at all, Arato disagreed. Their normally serious father had coughed and looked away as soon as he saw Lacia's face. It wasn't a great feeling, realizing his dad had a weakness for pretty girls. Come to think of it, he went on, the police didn't show up after that flower thing, and it hasn't been in the news, either. A car had blown up, which, Arato thought, should have been enough to warrant some action. But, according to the neighbors he'd asked, all that had happened was some doors and windows getting locked, and once they were open all that was left was a broken car and Marie. Even with the storm of flowers that had fallen, a search afterward couldn't turn up a single petal. You still haven't told Ryo or Kengo about Lacia, Yuka observed. Yeah, Arato admitted, there's that, too. It was true. Arato still hadn't mentioned Lacia to his childhood friend Ryo or classmate Kengo. The pile of problems he was facing gave him a headache. Yuka displayed her bad manners by tapping away at the tabletop, which was also a flat-screen computer terminal, while she ate. Since the whole surface of the table was a screen, there were bowls of miso soup and rice obscuring most of the fashion magazines that came up, rendering them unreadable. Yuka wore a sly grin as she brought an ad up onto the screen. Fabian Media Group's He Model Audition Grand Prix, Lacia, it read. The ad had an image of Lacia. After seeing that the reward for the contest was way bigger than he had imagined, Arato had given up on fighting it. Lacia's got her first job on Sunday, she reminded them. Seriously, Arato wondered, what are we going to do about this? Hey, luck only comes to those that laugh in the face of danger, Yuka said breezily. This is our big chance. That sounds like the motto of an action hero. Lacia, the subject of the discussion, was calm and cool. Her actions were all chosen based on what Arato and Yuka did, so she never had to fear failure. It will not be a problem for me, she told them. You do not need to worry, owner. Let's just chill, Yuka suggested. Here, have some tea, Arato. Thanks. The green tea Arato sipped tasted very sweet. Come to think of it, this was the green tea Yuka had dumped sugar in just a minute ago. How is it? She wanted to know. It's actually pretty good, he admitted. I'll try some too, then. Yuka stuck her lips out and carefully took a sip from the teacup. Her eyebrows rose with the surprise of a happy discovery. Life's all about trying new things, she sighed in contentment. Arato felt as if he was becoming just as idiotic as his little sister. Yuka had morning duty at her middle school, so she took off early, leaving Arato alone with Lacia. Are you really okay with this whole modeling thing? He asked. Lacia had completely finished all her normal morning chores, and had sat down directly across from Arato. He had told her to find some clothes for herself, and even though the ones she had chosen were cheap, they looked great on her. Arato didn't know what to do with his eyes. I have checked the contents of the documentation, she told him. It appears to be a standard proxy labor contract. The content of the contract was over Arato's head, so he had left it for Lacia to figure out. A lot of people used HIEs as secretaries to keep track of complicated paperwork. And he was the property of its owner. So, the proper procedure was to contract the he's owner for the labor, then the owner would send the he as a proxy to complete the labor on the owner's behalf. But Arato was still a minor, so he couldn't sign the proxy labor contract himself. That was why he had contacted his dad the night before, after not talking to him for a while. Damn it, Yuka, you can't just set stuff like this off and then run away, Arato grumbled. I need to give her a nice, long lecture. It appears to me that you spoil Lady Yuka quite a lot, owner. Lacia had hit the nail on the head, so Arato had nothing to say. What do you mean you picked up, and he? Kengo demanded. Class was over for the day, so it was just the three of them left in the classroom. I couldn't turn down a girl asking me to take her home, could I? After Arato explained the situation, Kengo looked at him like he was an idiot. Arato firmly believed anyone would make the same choice in his place, but Kengo appeared to disagree. A normal he costs as much as a car, he argued. And if this one is good enough to win a modeling audition in one try, she's a high-end one. Did you even tell the police what happened? Well, if she's that expensive, Arato said, defending his actions, then whoever lost her will see her modeling and come to claim her. It wasn't as though he hadn't worried about the implications of what he was doing. If Lacia herself hadn't convinced him that getting her image out there could be a good thing, he would have had her turn down the audition award. Well, what do you know? Ryo snarked. Sometimes you do think things through, Endo. Right, Arato said, not rising to the insult. Anyway, I'm gonna link up with the house. It'll be faster for you just to see her. So your he can handle calls on her own? Ryo asked, looking at the screen of Arato's pocket terminal. Arato had given Lacia a video phone so he could call her from the classroom with his friends. Now calling, sign popped up on the card-sized terminal display. After the third ring, the terminal connected to his home machine, and Lacia's cool gaze appeared on the screen. Are these your two friends, owner? Kengo and Ryo let out murmurs of surprise and leaned in for a better look. As Arato had expected, one look at Lacia herself and the way she moved, and his friends were left speechless. Ryo, with the top buttons of his jacket open, spread his hands in surprise. What the hell, man? After everything we've been through together, how? Could you keep something like this to yourself? Kengo pulled his pad terminal out of his bag and linked it up with Arato's. Have her say her he serial number, please, he requested. She doesn't look like an ordinary he at all. Lacia, do you know your serial number? Arato asked. Kengo's good with machines, so he can look up some information about you. On Arato's terminal screen, Lacia responded kindly. My serial number is LSLX_22S99176LF. Shall I also send my unit code? Kengo's terminal automatically wrote out the number as Lacia said it. Without a word, Kengo stood up. He had Arato stash his pocket terminal in his desk and dragged him out into the hallway. In the hall, Arato was surprised by how excited his friends looked. Hey, what the heck? He spluttered. Do you live under a rock? The LSLX is Stylus's top-of-the-line model, Kengo said incredulously. You could have found that out in 2 seconds, if you had looked. She's a super high-spec machine. Stylus was an American producer of high-end HIEs. Arato had heard their name, of course, but with the budget of your average high schooler, they weren't a company he thought of often. But first, he asked about something that had caught his attention. What was that unit code thing she mentioned? It's something each he is required by law to broadcast constantly, so we can always tell them apart from humans, Kengo answered. If you know their code, you can track the position of any he. There's no way someone wouldn't be searching if they lost a machine like that. Ryo, who they had left behind in the classroom, also stowed his terminal and joined them in the hall. He was the son of the president of a major company, so he hadn't batted an eye at finding out that Lacia was a high-end machine. Well, we can't decrypt the code, but we can trace its broadcast history. Arato obviously didn't understand, so Ryo explained. He dealers all have the unit codes for their merchandise so they can track it if it's stolen. So there's no way the person who lost your he wouldn't have been able to track her down already. Of course, there's always the possibility that she's got some mechanical condition preventing her from broadcasting the signal. Even if you can't decrypt the signal, anyone who knows the code should be able to pick out a signal that resembles it. But neither the dealer nor the previous owner have come to collect her. Plus, you've got her face all over the net with that Grand Prix thing. It's strange that no one has come forward yet, Kengo said. Kengo and Ryo took turns pointing out all the different ways Arato and his sister were completely clueless. Arato, for his part, was surprised that his friends were digging in this deep. He thought they were taking it way too seriously. Well, maybe she doesn't have a dealer or a previous owner, he told them. Maybe I just got lucky. Kengo was speechless, and Ryo immediately shot down Arato's wishful thinking. No way. This is seriously shady stuff. I mean, what the hell is that huge coffin thing in your living room? I've never seen any he accessories like that. Have a little sense of self-preservation, Kengo urged him. Wouldn't you find it odd if you just found a brand new car? Just think about it. Some Ferrari just shows up out of nowhere and asks you to be its owner. Wouldn't that freak you out? This is like some kind of urban legend. How come all your analogies involve cars? Arato asked, voicing his honest impression. With school already over, the evening sun was shining in through the windows of the hallway. Kai-dai, I really want to punch this moron, Kengo said. But Ryo, for his part, had a good head on his shoulders sometimes. Have you told your dad about this, Arato? He asked. Yeah, Arato responded. He said we could keep her. Both of his friends gave him looks that said they didn't believe him. They had some respect for Arato's father, who was working for a semi-public research institute. Ryo grabbed Arato in a headlock. Forget about that. I can't believe you kept this from us for a whole week. Some friend. Arato went back to the classroom and looked at his pocket terminal, where Lacia was still waiting dutifully on the other line. It seems to me your friends are worried for you, owner. They just keep an eye out for me since I tend to be careless, he explained. Arato didn't see anything dubious about Lacia. But his friends were obviously on guard about her, even knowing she had saved his life. Ryo spoke, not to Lacia but to Arato. Get her behavior cloud serial number, too. Before Arato could pass the request on to Lacia, she had already sent a code with over 40 digits of mixed numbers and letters to his terminal. Ryo took a photo of the code with his own terminal. HIEs get their behaviors from different control services, he explained. So, with her behavior cloud serial, we can track down what company is feeding directions to our lovely lady here. The actions taken by each he were not decided within the humanoid units. Instead, each he would communicate with a massive behavior control cloud and receive instructions on the optimal action to take based on the data the he sent. When he tracked down the information he was looking for, Ryo's face went stony. Arato grabbed his arm. They had known each other since childhood, and Arato knew Ryo had a habit of trying to keep bad news to himself. Just as he thought, the information on the terminal screen Ryo showed him wasn't good. Meme Frame Company, licensed April 2105. That serial number's one of ours, Ryo said. Ryo Kai-dai's father was the president of Meme Frame Company, and it was Meme Frame's behavioral control service that was currently telling the soulless Lacia, do this. Single quote. So you don't know anything about her, Ryo? Arato hoped this revelation would be a new lead on some information, but Ryo just hid away his terminal. Arato, Ryo told him flatly, don't get involved with her. All Ryo's earlier interest had vanished. He just told Arato to stay away from her, with a hard look in his eyes. Arato felt like Ryo was acting in some story he didn't know about. I'm serious, Ryo insisted. Don't get involved with this he. Get involved. Arato protested. I'm already her owner. Ryo, who was always so full of confidence, couldn't meet Arato's eyes. In all their years as friends, Arato had never seen Ryo that pale, or wearing a smile that forced. You should get away from her. Right now. You don't need an he. You've got a good life. After that, Ryo continued to act strange. When it became clear that he was going to try to squeeze every last bit of information about when Arato met Lacia out of him, Arato headed home by himself. The whole thing had Arato's brain in a fog, so much so that he didn't realize he had forgotten something at school until after he and Yuka had finished dinner. I can't believe you came home without your pocket terminal. How did you even ride the train? Yuka asked, exasperated. Lacia brought some after-dinner tea to the table on a tray. Requests for fare and admission fees came in through the home system from owner's personal identification tag, she said. Oh, did Dad give you one of those tags? Yuka asked curiously. Purchases and fare payments these days were made automatically using the personal ID tag in everyone's pocket terminals. It was very convenient, but it meant you couldn't do anything if you lost your terminal. Some people took to carrying small backup ID tags somewhere on them just in case. Arato's was a thin, easy-to-wear bracelet. Yeah, he said, but I need my terminal. I've got homework to do, and I left my data link at school, too. Then just don't do your homework, Yuka shrugged. Tell your teacher Fate ate it. Hey, there's an idea, Arato said. Owner, I do not believe that Fate was involved. Lacia's cool observation kept Arato from being swept up in Yuka's nonsense. Under Lacia's pure blue gaze, he felt like a perfect specimen of failure. The school's closed at night, though. It's already 8, so I'll just have to get it tomorrow, Arato said. There is an he-clerk at the school at all hours, so it should be possible to retrieve it tonight, Lacia said. Answer, it was decided that Arato would go and get his things that night. Arato boarded the subway, Lacia in tow. At that hour, the Urayasu line was full of white-collar types returning from work, and the subway headed to Asakusa was almost empty. But the folks who were riding with them kept stealing glances at Lacia. I guess you'll start standing out even more once your he-modeling stuff really takes off, Arato said. He felt a strange swell of pride, even just standing next to her. There may be cases where such attention could be harmful, Lacia told him. We should ensure a means of traveling without attracting notice in the future. To be fair, it wasn't Lacia herself drawing all the gazes. To hide her giant black coffin, they had wrapped it up in a protective sheet, so it looked like more ordinary luggage. But the sight of a weak-looking girl easily carrying a burden that was big enough to almost bump against the roof of the subway car was too strange to ignore. I know you get worried if you don't have that with you, but it draws a lot of attention, Arato said. Once my he-modeling work begins, I expect I will not be able to carry it regularly. We should think of a countermeasure, Lacia said. It may have been Arato's imagination, but when they stepped down onto the platform, he thought that the train tilted back a little, as if it had been relieved of a heavy load. The subway fare was automatically deducted from his home system through the ID tag on Arato's wrist, so he was able to pass through the gates empty-handed. Only after they had left Honjo Azumabashi station did he wonder what happened with Lacia's fare. Arato didn't feel like going to Kengo's family shop after their earlier talk, so he decided to just walk to the school. There were a surprising amount of HIEs around the station area, when he actually looked for them. They all just seemed to blend in with the city, each one soulless, heartless. Counting the dozens, maybe over 100 HIEs there, Arato tried to think of how each different owner handled their he. It made his brain overheat. Is something the matter? Lacia peeked at his face curiously. Despite having seen this area numerous times, Arato was gawking around like an out-of-towner. I'm just thinking, it's crazy how many humans around here aren't actually human, he said. It makes me realize just how incredible this time we're living in is. Arato realized it was the first time he had just gone on a normal walk with Lacia. Though it was a little embarrassing, it was nice to have a girl taking interest in him. Walking by her side, even the same old road to school felt special. Once they had gotten a ways away from the station and crossed the Kototoi Bridge with Tokyo Skytree to their side, the number of people around decreased. The lights illuminating the night around them were street lamps, plastic multipurpose signboards, and those from the houses they passed by. Is it still frightening to walk at night? Lacia asked. Arato blushed at her question, feeling like she had seen right through him. Should I begin walking you to school, owner? She went on. No way. Arato objected strenuously. I am absolutely fine going by myself. Bringing your he to school was against the rules. HIEs were bundles of sensors and transmitters, so in the classroom they would be a gateway to all sorts of cheating and pranks. They arrived at the school gate. There wasn't a single light left on in the school building. I have opened the gate, owner. Lacia opened the heavy metal gate with one hand, as if it weighed nothing. She may have been shorter than him, but her strength was inhuman. Arato still knew almost nothing about her. The only thing he did know was that the depth of her mystery made him uneasy. On the other hand, it made him excited that this mystery was his. HIEs really are amazing, he remarked. With his school as a backdrop and the moonlight shining down on her, Arato stared at Lacia, transfixed. Even dressed in ordinary clothes, she looked more like a character in a story than a being from the real world. Let us head to your classroom, owner, Lacia told him. It was her first time at the school, but she headed straight for the stairs, having already downloaded map data from the school's cloud. Are you good at finding stuff like this? Arato asked curiously. Your pocket terminal is broadcasting its location, Lacia explained. It is much like heading toward a light in a dark place. The world as perceived by humans is quite different from the world we perceive. Her smile was sweet, but she was just a machine dressed like a human. Arato's classroom was on the 3rd floor. They didn't run into anyone on their way, and nothing stopped Arato from opening the door to his classroom and going inside. Well dang, he said. If it was this easy, I guess it's good that I came to get it tonight. There on his desk was his pocket terminal, just as he'd left it. As expected, he'd forgotten it when he'd left after talking to Kengo and Ryo about Lacia. In the abandoned classroom it seemed as though anything could jump out of the deep shadows, which made Arato check them all nervously. Though, with Lacia there, it wasn't all that spooky. In fact, it made him nervous in a whole different way. Her movements didn't change, even in the dark. Should I accompany you to school tomorrow? She asked again. I don't think so, Arato told her. Some weird rumors might start. Too bad, she said. Her beautiful form walked without hesitation. Seeing that, Arato felt that walking slowly and hesitantly, with his back bent in the darkness, was strange. Since we have come all the way here, Lacia said, shall we take a walk through the school? Following Lacia, Arato felt like he was stepping into a completely unknown world. She really was a mystery to Arato, but that just made her all the more exciting to him. The school at night seemed to stretch out around them, lonely and fantastic. He felt his head getting all fuzzy as he tagged along right behind her. If he'd had a tail, it would have been wagging like crazy. Lacia climbed the pitch-black stairway, and Arato almost felt like they were on an adventure together. As a second-year student, Arato had never been to the 4th floor, which held the third-year classrooms. Just a little way above his ordinary world was a small taste of the unknown, and with a few simple steps, his world had expanded. Lacia's movements were gentle but quick, and she kept her head just out of Arato's reach. He couldn't catch her, even after reaching the top of the stairs, and his breath grew ragged. Well climbed, Lacia remarked. She was waiting for him in the darkness of the dead end. You walk fast, Arato panted. As he complained about this unfairness, she crouched down and held out her hand to him. Since they were in a high school, she almost seemed like she could be an upperclassman, offering him a hand. Suddenly, their relationship became confused in his mind. She looked so human that the idea of her going to school normally with him wasn't so strange at all. Would you like to explore the rooftop? She suggested. Without waiting for a response, Lacia opened the door to the roof, as though it was obviously the next step. They don't let students go out there, 'cause it's covered in solar panels. Arato tried to stop her, but ended up stumbling forward instead, out onto the rooftop, where a strong gust of night wind blew around him. The wide roof was covered in lines of solar panels, arranged in groups of 5. Each one was tilted slightly to more effectively gather sunlight. There was walking space between each of the groups for maintenance, only about 2 meters wide. Then we will refrain from touching the solar panels. Lacia, who had gone out first, spun around as if dancing, letting her skirt flare up. The moon bathed her in white light, as if it, too, was admiring her smile. Her smooth skin seemed to glow in response, and the light seemed to accent her cheeks and the thin line of her neck. Arato looked away without thinking, and his eyes were met with a brilliant view of the Asakusa area at night. The lights of the city were like a shining carpet, stretching from Azumabashi and Asakusa up to Ueno and beyond. It was spread out in front of him so wide, so distant, that it made Arato want to yell. He thought, if he asked, that Lacia would take him anywhere he wanted to go. "Thanks," he said wholeheartedly. "I'm glad I took you in, Lacia." Honestly, it almost felt ungrateful thinking of her as something he took in, when she showed him wonderful sights like that. "Sorry," he went on. "Being up here, looking down, it just makes me feel crazy. Like I just got to move my body." He ran around on the rooftop like a dumb, happy dog, running around while wagging its tail like crazy. There was no reason for it, but there was a huge smile on his face. "Please tell me more of your wishes," Lacia requested sincerely. "It would be good to expand your world more, owner. I am an interface made to interact with users who wish to expand their worlds." Arato couldn't understand what she was saying, but he felt like the peaceful world of his school was just a stepping stone, and he was receiving an invitation to somewhere far away. In the back of his mind, he knew. He knew that the school gate and the locks on the doors hadn't just happened to be open for them. He knew Lacia had opened them all, easily. Lacia's blue eyes radiated with a light, different from the lights of the city. He realized that she knew he had noticed her ability to open the locks, and also understood that he had chosen not to ask her about it. "You said you trusted me." She smiled. "That is why you trust in my actions as well." "I guess that's true," he agreed. Lacia was a complete unknown, but she entranced Arato. Honestly, saying that there was a possibility that her original owner might appear once Lacia became an he model was a lie. Arato had already formed an attachment to her. Somewhere along the way, he had decided not to let her go, even if it meant losing his ordinary life. "Since you trust me," Lacia continued, "how will you use me, owner?" Arato couldn't answer that. He just felt that, as long as he was experiencing the world with her, he could expand his horizons as far as they needed to go. Excitement shook his body. He didn't know what to call this feeling inside, but it made his heart sing and blood rush to his face. The sweet heat of it didn't fade until Yuka called him, worried at how late it was getting. Lacia had to be at the company for her first job at 9 a.m. on Sunday. They met the woman who was going to be Lacia's manager in a coffee shop in the Ebisu Station building, which was on the Yamanote line. She was in her 30s and wearing light makeup. She stood when she saw Arato and Lacia walk in. She looked very capable. Sitting next to her was an assistant in a fluffy outfit whom she had apparently dragged along. The manager made a big show of taking her pocket terminal out of her handbag. "Arato, Endo and Lacia," she began, "I'm pleased to meet you. You really can't beat seeing the real thing, huh?" Arato greeted her, thinking she seemed pretty excited. The manager still had her pocket terminal out and seemed to be expecting something. She explained to Arato, who had no idea what she wanted, "I'll send you our digital business card, so could I have your pocket terminal please?" "Oh, yeah," he blushed. "Sorry. I'm new to this whole thing." Arato fumbled his terminal out of his pocket. The address manager in his terminal automatically opened in response to her terminal's request signal. While she tapped at the terminal, the woman started to introduce herself. Before she could, though, the young assistant behind her snatched away the terminal. "Huh," Arato said. "Surprise," the assistant crowed back, "I'm the human one here." While Arato stood there, completely lost, the business card data popped up on his terminal, and the information was automatically dumped into his contacts. The young assistant, who was wearing more makeup, mainly pink, spoke to Arato as if they were old acquaintances. "So you're Lacia's owner, huh? Boy, you're young." The logo of the Fabian Media Group was displayed on Arato's terminal screen. "I'm Asuna Kisaragi," she said, introducing herself. "Fabian MG Planning Department." "Then who is this?" Arato wanted to know. "This is our he, Kasumi," Asuna explained. "Instead of being privately owned, she's owned by the company, so she's a little different from your girl, Arato." "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kasumi," Arato replied earnestly. "My name is Arato Endo." Asuna stifled a throaty laugh. "Does anyone ever tell you you're quite the honorable man, Arato?" Kasumi asked. She was obviously a veteran and knew how to talk to people. Asuna, please refrain from trying to buddy up with our client just because he is a high school student, the he lectured sternly. We are on the clock. Well, let's all have a seat first, said Asuna, who didn't look too happy at being lectured by a machine. The coffee shop had wireless power supplies and hotspots available, but apparently the interior decor and service hadn't changed in 100 years. Time hadn't brought any great changes to the art of giving customers a place to relax and drink coffee, and meeting clients at a coffee shop like this was an equally long-lived custom. Asuna unfolded her pocket terminal until it was the size of a sheet of paper. You've looked at the contract, right? She asked. Starting today. Lacia will be working as a model for Fabian, but our work orders will be coming to you, Arato. Lacia, who had been silent up to then, spoke up. I have informed my owner of the implications of a proxy labor contract. Got it, Asuna said. So you can use the secretary cloud too, Lacia. Impressive. She did seem genuinely impressed. Actually, we'd like to keep all of Lacia's information secret while she's modeling, she went on. She'll be our mystery he model. That definitely works for me, Arato agreed, but won't that cause problems for you? Lacia's just too expensive of a machine, Asuna explained. We decided that if we gave out her details, folks won't feel a connection with her. The customers who'll be buying the clothing Lacia's going to model will be high schoolers and ladies in their 20s, and we don't want to scare them off with the impression that she's in a whole different world from them. So she's expensive? Arato asked. Asuna's mouth popped half open, the same reaction Kengo and Ryo had given him when he'd introduced Lacia to them, and stirred her apple tea with a spoon. She must have been shaking a little, Arato realized, because he could hear the spoon rattling against her cup. This is honestly my first time even seeing a stylish Supreme Class machine in person, Asuna admitted. I've heard about 90% of the users are male, though. Arato avoided her gaze, nonchalantly eating the parfait in front of him. There was no way he could tell her he had just randomly taken Lacia in. Arato, I noticed you don't have Lacia wear an emblem, said Asuna. Kengo had asked him about the same thing, as if it was strange, Arato thought. According to Kengo, it was odd for Lacia not to have any accessories with brand logos on her body. Nor were there any brand marks on her special equipment or clothing. Well, I just didn't want her to stand out too much, Arato said. So you're that kind of owner, huh? She commented. I was going to tell you not to release any of your erotic images of Lacia to the net, but I suppose that's not necessary. Just because I'm her owner doesn't mean I can do whatever I want with her. Arato blushed at the way she'd seen right through his horny teenage heart. I know. Sorry for doubting you. But, serious talk, if fans see you two being a little too friendly once she becomes an he model, you might catch some hate from him, Asuna cautioned. Obviously, he model owners should be free to do whatever they want. But from the consumer's viewpoint, they see the model owners and their HIEs as having a romantic human relationship. She fixed Arato with a steady gaze. I glanced at your parents' signature. Your father is Dr. Endo, isn't he? Lacia's actually his, right? I'm surprised he's letting her model. You seem to know a lot about this stuff, said Arato, whose father was a celebrity in the world of HIEs, and popped up on TV or the net every now and then. Despite what I'm doing right now, I actually majored in pseudo-human engineering, Asuna told him. We talked about Matsuri during the class, obviously, and I did a paper on your dad's work. I'm sorry, Arato apologized. Dad didn't really talk to us about that whole thing. He didn't really like talking about his dad's work, since it kept him from ever coming home. Fabian MG was a media group mainly devoted to fashion ads. They produced many human and he models, and also published magazines about fashion and local flavor. Since one of the strengths of he models was that they didn't feel cold, which helped when doing shoots of thin summer clothing on chill, cloudy days, Lacia's first job would be promoting this summer's trends. Arato walked about 50 meters behind the shoot, heading down Meiji-Dori Street toward Shibuya. He kept his eyes on Lacia's back the whole time. She was wearing a short skirt and a top that seemed to go through gradations of material, with textures from leather to cotton, and a cute 3D image was displayed at her feet. 7 cylindrical machines were floating in the air around Lacia, each of them only the size of 3 sugar cubes. These were ultra-lightweight cameras. Together they were able to capture Lacia from every angle, and upload the data to the network in real time. Lacia looked like she was in a flock of butterflies with the cameras floating around her, and the shooting started while she walked along Meiji Dori Street. Asuna, who had tagged along to watch Lacia's first job, murmured in admiration. "Looking good, Lacia." Arato couldn't take his eyes off Lacia's back, either. "Look, everyone's turning to look at you," Asuna pointed out. "When you're doing he model work, you don't want to do it all cooped up in a static setting like a studio. Best to do it out where there's some scenery, and turn it into a real event. That's what gets people talking. It's easier to buy clothes once you've seen them walking around the city. Models like Lacia, who can make even walking an art, are the most successful." Lacia had a refined manner of walking that fit a model. Between stretches of rhythmical steps, she would pause naturally to pose now and then without seeming too obvious. With her there, the scenery became a stage for her performance. "Incredible," Arato said. "She really does look like a model." The Fabian MG's custom behavior cloud she's connected to is basically a huge collection of actions that properly show off our clothing, Asuna told him. That way, even your average he can become a pro model instantly when they access it. But please, feel free to keep saying nice things about it. HIEs only acted based on recorded data of human behaviors. Even knowing that, Arato couldn't help but feel that Lacia was something special. HIEs are more agile than humans, so we can give them more difficult directions on timing and such, Asuna went on. "I think a lot of our directors are going to request these event-style shoots for Lacia, so you should get used to it, Arato." Meiji Dori, which had become a major 6-lane street, was being kept free of the city's normal chaos by the Shibuya Police Department. This area was mostly taken up by business offices, but there were still plenty of people around who were photographing Lacia with their pocket terminals. Arato felt like she was so far away, even though he could easily catch up to her. Camera drones flew like butterflies from the camera crew, who were all carrying packs that looked like mini coolers on their backs. The drones were ultra-lightweight, but even without wind to fight against, they could only last about 15 minutes in the air. The units that were running low would limp back to their containers, to be replaced by fully charged ones. "This event allows for folks to take their own pictures," Asuna told him. "It's probably going to be nuts once we hit Shibuya." A huge image of Lacia was being displayed on the monitor-type billboards on one of the nearby buildings. It was a real-time video of her walking against the clean city backdrop. The price of the clothes she was wearing, along with information like the materials and style, were displayed with perfect timing on the video. Arato was caught up in the sudden rush of information he was seeing, when Asuna caught his attention. "Arato," she urged, "check out your pocket terminal." After taking it out of his pocket, Arato saw that Lacia was displayed on the screen, and he zoomed in. "Ha," he said, "it's not showing any GPS information. Why do you think we walked all the way from Ebisu to Shibuya?" Asuna asked, letting out a pleased laugh. "If we don't give all the nearby customers a chance to gather, there won't be any party." "More people are coming?" Arato looked around. He realized there was a line forming behind them, and that across Meiji Dori Street, many more people were stopping. "It was your sister that recommended Lacia to us, right?" Asuna said. "Fabian MG is very talented at aiming for places where we can get between 3,000 and 10,000 people together." Before Arato could ask just how amazing getting 10,000 people together was, Asuna continued. "Now, compared to the selling power of the cloud itself, 10,000 people may seem like small peanuts. But the number of folks here with us physically is only about 1/20th of the people watching this broadcast on the net. In the cloud-based world, a huge amount of people were all linked up to the same service. So, even if a company's product wasn't especially unique, they could secure great sales simply by controlling the flow of information to their customers with precision. Meaning, the cloud controlled a huge portion of economic trends. Arato had heard about it in the news. Asuna shot him one of her characteristic grins. "Gonna come see?" It's pretty incredible when you get 10,000 people in the same place. By the way, where's Kasumi? He asked. The he from earlier. Kasumi's in the liveliest spot of the show, Asuna told him. She's with the director. It's nice having dedicated soldiers at our company who can work 24 hours, never leave to join another company, and whose bodies don't break down. She went on, frowning in mock jealousy under her pink-dyed hair. But honestly, she's my rival. To get anywhere in the company as a human, I have to gain more trust from the clients than she has. As an he model, could Leisha's joining the company edge other people out of a job? Since he couldn't do anything about it now, Arato swallowed back the question that had come to mind. He decided to blame the southern guilt on Yuka for having kicked off this whole modeling thing in the first place. Well, none of that matters, said Asuna, chiding herself and lifting her gaze. I've just got to do my best for this job today. The closer they got to Shibuya, the more folks gathered around to watch. Leisia was moving crowds, and Arato felt like she was also moving hearts. In Shibuya, Meiji Dori Street ran into the two layers of the Shuto Expressway and Route 246, and the region around Shibuya Station had been remodeled numerous times due to the area's complicated logistics. Currently there was a large mezzanine that provided access to Meiji Dori Street, the bus terminals between the street, and the escalator-type footbridge that led to Shibuya subway station. Leisia adjusted the bag hanging from her shoulders. She then tapped at her bracelet-style pocket terminal, and Arato's own device started ringing. Are you watching me, owner? Arato heard Leisha's voice as it came through his terminal. From the top of a big footbridge, she turned to look at him with a brilliant smile. Arato unconsciously started to wave back, but Asuna stopped him. The natural pose of turning to look back at someone is one of Fabian's custom cloud specialties, she said. Watch, next she'll turn. Leisia spun smoothly on one foot, which set her pale violet hair dancing. For an instant, the everyday world around her seemed to become something extraordinary. Even the act of getting her hair back into place seemed choreographed, as if she was a ballet dancer or an actress in a musical. If she takes off as a star, we'll actually put together a specialized program just for Leisia in the cloud. You should definitely look forward to seeing that, Asuna said. Pedestrians walking out of the Shibuya Station building complex raised a commotion when they encountered Leisia. It was only natural that they were surprised, suddenly running into a live modeling event like this. Leisia continued to play the perfect model, not missing a beat. Hundreds of people were now snapping photos of her with their pocket terminals. Arato felt crushed by the heat and the presence of the crowd. In the decades since the network had become a part of everyone's lives, there wasn't much that could draw people out of doors anymore. Anything that could move that many people in this day and age was huge, powerful. It was clear this was a special event, for the simple fact that it moved people who were used to not being moved. And, just as people find it easier to spend money on a trip, coming outside to see the event gave these people a whole new mindset. Every single digital display Arato could see had been jacked to show Leisha's debut. Chimes from hundreds of terminals, all of which were receiving data, resounded like raindrops on dry land. They were receiving a bombardment of coupons for local shops, good for that day only. With these coupons showing Leisha's image, customers could spend a day in Shibuya for less, or take advantage of certain shopping strips that were offering select bargains. This was the power of Fabian MG. The group that had chosen Leisia. The group that could move 10,000 people. Is she going to be all right walking straight into the crowd like that? Arato asked. If you're obviously getting in the way of a model in Shibuya, the police will get after you, so everyone keeps walking. Once she's past the station and over on the side with the Hachiko statue, she'll be meeting up with the winner from last year's Grand Prix, Angela and Yuri. Our top he model. Arato heard a commotion from the other side of Shibuya Station, and guessed that the top model Asuna had mentioned was at the heart of it. Surrounded by the noise of the crowd, he was growing a little lightheaded, but his attention snapped back to the present when Asuna elbowed him lightly. We've got something real special set up at the Scramble Crossing by the Hachiko exit, she said slyly. That'll be the climax of our show. Not wanting to miss whatever was coming, Arato hurried down the footbridge. Asuna also lowered the adjustable heel height of her pumps and followed him down the stairs. "Excuse me, I'm just passing through," he said. Watching the bus terminal out of the corner of his eye, Arato cut across the station building. Thanks to the growing crowd, he had drifted quite a ways away from Lacia. If he didn't hurry, he was going to miss the best part of the show. The posters wrapped around the station's pillars all showed a girl with dark green hair, which had been cut into a bob. Arato had seen her before on TV. She was Fabian MG's top model, Yuri. On the other side of the station was the statue of Hachiko, which had been destroyed once and resculpted. A blonde girl was leaning against the statue's pedestal, and she waved when she saw Lacia. She was an energetic girl with a clean, cute look. Her whole vibe was that of a child, raised with lots of love. Arato guessed that she must be Angela, the winner of the Grand Prix from last year. The instant Lacia stepped into the area, a girl standing at one corner of the diagonal road crossing turned to look with perfect timing, her green hair shining and dancing as she spun. Though the girl's outfit showed a lot of skin, she made it look refined. There was something almost supernatural about her beauty that drew all eyes to her. This was Yuri. All around Yuri were other human girls, each of them in middle or high school. They all had healthy bodies that couldn't hope to match her unrealistically sleek proportions. However, they all seemed to be enjoying themselves, and each wore accessories that matched with Yuri's. Lacia headed toward Fabian MG's top models, as if meeting up with them had been her destination all along. In perfect sync, the pedestrian walk signals of the diagonal crossing all turned green. The traffic lights for the streets in all four directions went red, and there just happened to be trailers wearing the Fabian MG logo parked at the stop line. For each street, music began to swell loudly, taking advantage of the dramatic moment, and the wall displays on the surrounding buildings switched to Fabian broadcasts. For a moment, that little piece of the city became a stage. As if under a hypnotic spell, the three HIEs walked slowly out into the middle of the suddenly supernatural scene. Three-dimensional sound announced the leading actors of the show. Then, even though no signal or direction was given, everyone at the crossing stopped walking. Lacia followed the pedestrian crossing out into the street. Along the way, Angela joined her, and the two met up with Yuri, who was humming to herself and waving to all the guests. The trailers at the intersection began to project regularly spaced 3D images in the air. Perhaps at the request of guests watching through the network, images of the girls from seconds prior were projected large, burning themselves into everyone's memories. As the girls' impression grew on everyone, the viewers felt more strongly connected to them. They began to feel like they had been fans of these models since long before. Everyone was fascinated by the oddly appealing mismatch that existed between the three of them. When the music climaxed, the three he models synchronized their individual movements to execute a miraculously harmonious turn in the rest between one note and the next. After a 90-second chorus of the music ended, Lacia again started leading the procession toward the old Cebu building side. Lacia was just another pedestrian again, but a moving crowd of people and cheers formed up around her. Left behind, Arato could only watch from the station side of the crossing. Yuri headed into the fashion building with a natural walk. Her whole outfit for the day had been arranged by the companies in that building. Camera drones chased after her elfin back. The expressions and actions of each model were so entrancing that they made Arato forget his nerves, and he wanted to get closer to them. The people following Yuri turned naturally into just another line of customers at the fashion building. But the festival mood of the place hadn't died down. All the shops around, small and large, were still throwing around coupons. Mini events ran outward from the crossing, like branches spreading out from a trunk. It was a party for separating customers from their cash, like a net spreading to catch a school of fish. Looking around, Arato remembered that Lacia's target consumers were girls from high school age up to around 25. It came to mind because he was completely surrounded by exactly the demographic at the moment. "What the heck?" he said, realizing what had been bothering him just then. The oddity that he couldn't quite put his finger on was that no one there at that moment cared in the least that Yuri, Angela, and Lacia weren't human. Asuna, who, Arato remembered, had majored in pseudo-human engineering, murmured in his ear. "Ever heard of Analog?" "What?" Arato could barely hear her over the sound of the crowd still remaining from the show. Analog hack. Asuna yelled. It uses the idea that he don't have the same meaning to their actions that humans do, even though they look like us. Humans are always looking for patterns and meaning, so we get stuck in this gap of convincing ourselves that he actions have meaning. So folks build he, then program them so humans will like them and let their guard down. Then, they use that opening to manipulate people. For example, just then, many people had been hacked into spending their money. Arato, your girl Lacia uses her form to get people to move of their own accord, Asuna finished. She hacks society itself. Arato, who had been left behind at the crossing, noticed many couples in the crowd around him. There were plenty of customer service shops around, so the couples could share a discounted date until evening, thanks to the coupons. He knew that what Asuna was saying was a lie which Fabian used to shield itself. Lacia wasn't the one who hacked these people, he said. That was you and your company. That's true, Asuna said, without any malice. That's just what models do. But I do get a feeling of accomplishment when everyone follows our lead so easily. In the end, Lacia headed up Bunkamoridori Street to the main branch of the Tokyo department store chain. Arato was exhausted from being tossed around in the waves of humanity following her. You did good today, Asuna said, handing him a plastic juice pack. The two of them were taking a break outside the old building, which had remained the same since its rebuilding in the 21st century. There was still too much of a crowd surrounding Lacia to approach her. Arato was grateful for the time. He didn't know what he should say when he was face to face with Lacia again. It might not have had any effect on her. But Arato would need a bit of time for the afterglow he'd felt during the event to die down. Across the street, in front of the Tokyo main store, yet another crowd had gathered to stare at Lacia. All the girls interested in fashion had continued on into the store, so the crowd was now mostly made up of men. Suddenly the crowd scattered, breaking off into smaller groups. Someone screamed, and Arato jumped to his feet. A man, who looked to be in his mid-20s, was swinging his bag around in the middle of the scattered crowd. Another man was being escorted out of the department store with both arms pinned behind his back by a security he. The he's bare skin was metallic, so anyone could tell its role at a glance. What happened? Arato asked. Asuna contacted someone on her pocket terminal before responding. Looks like that guy they threw out grabbed Lacia's shoulder. The shop tossed him out for us. The man the he security had grabbed took off running, almost falling over himself to get away. He didn't look back as he tore off toward Yoyogi Park. His violent actions were surprising, considering the high-quality suit the guy was wearing. These things happen sometimes, Asuna said, glaring after the man with a bitter expression. That's one of the downsides of analog hacking. People tend to interpret certain jobs and actions in the same way, when paired with a human shape. So is Lacia's job dangerous? Arato asked. Asuna seemed to realize that she'd said too much and made an X gesture with her arms. Apparently she wanted this all to be off the record, so to speak. Our sense of sight works faster than our brain's ability to assign meaning to what we're seeing. We can be moved by what we see before we can think about it, and analog hacking aims for that gap in our perception, she told him. Even if we're only using it for business, our users assign meanings and stories to what they see on their own. Sometimes, those turn into fantasies that run wild in the user's head. When things get out of control, unlike cases with human models or celebrities, the users often protest that HIEs are just objects, anyway. Asuna's words disturbed Arato deeply. What I'm saying is that criminals have less restraint in their actions toward he models than they would against humans, Asuna concluded. But don't worry, we take good care of all our models. Despite her assurance, Arato couldn't help but feel worried. It was already evening by the time all of Lacia's work was wrapped up and they could head home. Arato and Lacia had been told that it would be best not to take the train home that night, so someone from the company drove them to Shin-Koiwa Station. Arato wanted a chance to walk and talk with Lacia before they arrived home. I heard Fabian offered to provide personal security for you. Are you sure you're okay turning him down? He asked. Lacia had turned down the offer of her own accord. She was carrying a plastic bag, they had given her the clothes she had modeled that day. The folks at the department store had also found her several outfits to match a variety of settings and occasions. There is no need, she responded. HIEs are conglomerations of senses. If a security he were near me for an extended period of time, they would be able to discern information regarding your place of residence, owner. Well, okay, but it's not like they're going to use that information to do anything bad, Arato said. Leisha's pale blue eyes were expressionless. The data would be transmitted to a security company, she said. Arato started to ask what that had to do with anything when he remembered the night they'd met. Lesia had been dragged into combat as soon as she'd met him. He doubted that she put much trust in security companies. Well, we can always ask them to come if things start looking dangerous, he concluded. It was an April evening, and the sun was still quick to go down. A 3D image floated above the sunset-dyed road, informing them that a vehicle would pass by in 40 seconds. They stepped to the side of the narrow street, letting the slow-moving car pass them by. You were really amazing today, Lesia, Arato told her. She was still the same Lesia she had been that morning, but he felt like a new distance had opened between them. I have not changed at all, she disagreed, sinking her steps up to walk beside him. Just feeling her there by his side made Arato draw in a sharp breath. It was different from just looking at her. When Lesia was beside him, she was in all his senses. Awareness of her dominated his thoughts. She smelled good. You're wearing perfume, he said. This is the latest summer scent from Dior. A shy blush crept up her cheeks. Arato felt his own cheeks getting hot in response. It's good on you, he admitted. No surprise there. After the danger of their first meeting, the two hadn't done much walking outside together. But, to Arato, Lesia was already a fundamental part of his daily life. It was to the point where he almost had trouble remembering what life was like before her. Feeling awkward, Arato started to walk a bit ahead of her, but Lesia grabbed his sleeve to stop him. Are you distancing yourself from me? She asked, concerned. Well, you're the Grand Prix winner, he pointed out. I know that I'm your owner and all, but I'm starting to feel like it'd be a bad thing to think of you as only belonging to me. Arato would have never believed that he could feel this way about her, up until he had tagged along to her first job. Bathed in the gentle light of the setting sun, Lesia brushed her hand through her light violet hair. The motion was the same as one Arato had seen her use during the show. He momentarily forgot how to speak, and Lesia gave a gentle laugh. If the fact that I gave a show for everyone disturbs you, then I will give a show just for you, owner. It was the same old path home Arato always took, but with Lesia there, it made his heart sore. As they drew closer to the apartment, they ran into a crowd of people in the street. There were 3 police cars parked there, and officers in uniforms were stretching, "Do not enter" tape around the area. When they arrived at the scene, Arato saw a female officer handling the onlookers. Arato asked a nearby, friendly-looking middle-aged man what had happened. Someone busted up and the man told him. Whoever was going around destroying HIEs, they had been near Arato's apartment. He remembered the arm he had found on the way home from school and felt sick. With Lesia by his side, he suddenly felt danger all around them, and his skin broke out in goosebumps before he could regain control of his emotions. How come the cops are making such a big deal of it this time? The man Arato was talking to asked, to no one in particular. Arato could feel something strange about the situation too, but couldn't put his finger on it. The tension of the scene was heavy enough to prickle his skin. There were even news crews there with camera units. Then, Arato realized what was wrong with this scenario. Hey, he said. How come there are police here this time? This is completely different from how they treated that other case. Were machines. When he had turned in the arm from the last case, everyone had treated it like he'd stumbled onto a troubling piece of trash. Lesia responded to the question that had dawned on him. This time, the owner was with the he. Apparently the owner was injured while attempting to protect the he. Someone got hurt. That sounds pretty serious, Arato said. 3 adult males exited a large white vehicle in this area, and attempted to abduct a female he. The he's owner, who was accompanying her, offered resistance. As a result, the owner was beaten and received light injuries that are projected to be healed within the week, Lesia said. As soon as a human gets injured, everyone starts taking it seriously, Arato said. Unlike what happens when an he gets busted. Humans weren't machines, after all, everyone else accepted this difference automatically. But Arato couldn't bring himself to make that kind of distinction in his mind. Do not worry. The he is also in good condition, Lacia said. Arato was curious as to how Lacia knew all this information, but decided not to pursue the topic. With her enhanced senses, she could have been eavesdropping on the conversations between the police officers. The female officer standing nearby looked over at them. That officer is an he, Lacia said. She is recording audio and video information from the area. All HIEs made recordings of what they saw and heard, but police specifically used their he recordings to check for any suspicious persons in the area of a crime. Arato didn't feel like he had anything to feel guilty about, but for some reason the idea of being recorded by the police put him on edge. Suddenly, he heard someone clicking their tongue loudly nearby. A man who had been about to apologize for touching the police tape realized he was talking to an he, and snatched back his hand. He then shoved past Arato's shoulder and left the crowd. Lacia had an expression on her face that said she had picked up on something. Owner, should we consider the enmity demonstrated by that man just now to be a normal response? I have analyzed all statements made by him recently. He should have had sufficient information and understanding to realize that the officer there was an he, she said. Then why did he act like that? Arato asked. He was misled by the image of a police officer projected by the he. In other words, analog hacked. But he reacted with anger to this hacking. That makes sense. As an he model complicit in analog hacking, I wonder how much we should worry about my hacking creating people who feel enmity toward me, Lacia said with an anxious look. Something caught in Arato's chest, though he had no idea what it was. It'll all work out, he reassured her. If something happens, I'll be there to protect you. I am your owner, after all. He wanted to calm her fears, even though he knew she had no heart to tremble. Not everyone treated HIEs well, and some people even despised them. Arato could feel their hate radiating from the scene. Kengo and Ryo had told him not to get involved with Lacia, but he felt like he had to do the manly thing. Owners should always be responsible for their HIEs. So if it starts to feel dangerous, just quit. I'll do all the apologizing for you, he said. Lacia had no soul. Therefore, Arato thought she could do no wrong. Probably. Kengo Saguri was upset. He had received a sudden request for escape routes. The group had only been supposed to grab an he and bust her up, but instead they'd ended up beating on some guy. What the hell are those guys thinking? Biting back his own voice, Kengo folded his hands in front of a stationary terminal. When he stuck his finger into the 3D display, anything he said would be taken as audio commands. Give me all the positional data you have on the police in Edogawa Ward, he said. Also, I'd like to speak with someone above me, so send out an encryption code. This whole thing is above my pay grade. The antibody network Kengo was part of was a group driven by an interconnection of evil wills. For example, a single member might upload the location of an he walking by itself in a place where people couldn't see to the network. That act alone was not illegal. But then a group of people full of hate would gather with weapons. Though HIEs were bundles of sensory and recording equipment, there were plenty of ways to render these ineffective if you just knew how. Then, different people who only vaguely knew what had happened would upload information on the movements of police cars in the area to the network. All they had to do was point their pocket terminals in the right direction. It was no trouble at all. And that was how the culprit slipped away. The antibody network was a defensive wall, holding back the analog hacking that had been eroding human will ever since HIEs had started wearing human figures. They were all volunteers, each connected by an evil intent which none of them could deny. Kengo was one of the members in charge of distributing information to the enthusiastic executioners of the group. He was also one of the few members in the network who took on jobs that could actually get him arrested, so he worked alone, isolated in his room. This was his way of stopping the he erosion of human society. On his screen, facilities provided by the antibody network were shown on a regional map. Kengo pointed to a shop near the waterfront with his finger. The system automatically calculated a safe route for movement based on the current position of the police and their probable search areas. Even a group of amateur criminals could outmaneuver the police if enough of them pooled their capabilities. There were even some police in Kengo's group. They were officers who felt that he were edging humans out of jobs in the department. Everyone, after you've passed the next 2 traffic lights, go another 30 meters and then get out of the vehicle. There aren't any cameras watching that spot. Once you're out, put the vehicle on auto mode and send it to the coordinates I show you. Kengo's words, now converted to text, were sent to the criminals. The response came as a text to Kengo's pocket terminal. Less than thanks. We owe you. Greater than. A shiver ran up Kengo's spine at the friendly message. He didn't feel guilty about the things he did for the network, but that evening in Shin Koito, a real human had been hurt. The people he was helping at that moment were guilty of assault. Savages, he muttered. But the antibody network needed savages like them to outsource all the dangerous work to. Don't bother feeling indebted, you savages. The other day, on his way home from school with some friends, Kengo had seen a torn-off arm. It was definitely the work of the antibody network. Kengo had guided a group of savages, their eyes filled with hate, to the place where they destroyed that he. It was very possible that the antibody network could someday attack the he that Arato had picked up. An order could come along from someone up the chain of command in the network to do just that. Kengo didn't want to think too much about what to do when his own friend's property got involved. As he glared at the 3D display in front of him, he heard footsteps from behind. A hesitant voice called out from the other side of his traditional sliding screen door. Kengo, dinner. Kengo's home was an eatery in Azumabashi called Sunflower. It had a prestigious 50-year history. There were 28 seats in the restaurant. The whole place had a relaxed atmosphere, where customers could enjoy the Western-style cooking that Kengo's dad had practiced in much larger restaurants. But the times were changing. Most of the restaurants around Kengo's house used HIEs for employees. Some of them even had the HIEs doing the cooking. Kengo's mom and little sister were sitting in the family dining room adjoining the restaurant when Kengo came out. Though her hair was a rich blonde, Kengo's mother spoke fluent Japanese as she chastised him. Kengo, you must always be on time for meals. His mother, Veronica, had been a foreign exchange student from Russia. She had passed her looks on to Kengo's little sister, Olga, while Kengo himself looked more like his father. Where's Dad? Kengo ventured to ask. His mom tended to go quiet when anyone brought up the store. Instead, his honey-haired sister answered in a mumble. He's in the restaurant. Hey, how come we don't get HIEs? If we left them in charge of the shop, Dad could come eat with us. Just because everyone else is doing it doesn't mean we have to, Kengo said. That night, dinner was fried food that was almost too professional. Their dad's fried dishes were delicious, with crisp, crunchy skin. Kengo could hear loud laughter from the restaurant. Even though they didn't serve alcohol, there were always customers who got noisy. Is Dad gonna be all right? Kengo asked no one in particular. His dad was an old-fashioned chef who really loved working with customers. The recent downward trend in customer etiquette was having an impact on his mental state. This was one of the negative effects of analog hacking. People were so used to their servers being nothing more than food-making machines these days, that they had forgotten polite cultural norms that used to be common sense. No one complimented the chef anymore, or bothered to say, thank you. Normal exchanges between human hearts had easily grown rusty. The commotion from the restaurant showed no sign of stopping. It wasn't the kind of place that could depend on familiar regulars. Tourists to the Skytree area and students came there often. Kengo's mom stood up from the table. I'm going to go check on the restaurant, she said. Then it was just Kengo and his sister. Kengo, Olga asked curiously, do you not want us to get an he? Those aren't cure-alls for every problem we have, he said. They're just like human-shaped cars. HIEs were just like cars. Now that cars drove themselves, all a person needed to do was sit down and let the car do the driving. Human movement had become automatic, and HIEs were the same. They were human-shaped, so it was easy for them to fit into human society, and the range of work they could automate for the humans was wide. That was all there was to them. That was all there was to them, which was exactly why the network had to keep the HIEs from taking the world away from humans. The precious and nostalgic feelings that lived under the roof of his father's shop could only thrive in a place where humans could still exchange their emotions. That was the reason Kengo had joined the Antibody Network. You like saying that everything is like a car, Kengo, Olga said. When Arato had said the same thing earlier, Kengo had felt like punching him, but he couldn't get angry hearing it in Olga's gentle voice. So you think so too, huh? He sighed. And you don't have to get all philosophical on me, Olga added. Sorry about that. They heard a creaking noise from upstairs and Olga, always an anxious girl, looked at him nervously. Guess I'll eat first, he said. He ate what he could, and Olga offered to wash up afterward. While she was doing that, Kengo headed upstairs to the second floor. He hadn't been able to enjoy dinner due to the twisting feeling in his gut. Sending that information to the other members of the Antibody Network earlier had made him an accomplice in a crime. Their 60-year-old wooden house only had 2 wireless power plugs, so all the terminals in the house were wired. The lights were wired too, and weren't being controlled by the house system. This meant that there was no way to know if anyone had snuck into Kengo's room. Despite this, what was waiting for Kengo when he opened the sliding screen to his room was far beyond anything he could have imagined. It was a girl, wearing an almost ridiculously sturdy-looking bodysuit. She had accessories like the ears of a beast in her red hair, and her big, red eyes were smoldering with inner light. There were visible seams on places where her pale skin showed. The large metal device she had left nearby was so heavy that the floor was bowing underneath it. That explained the creaking noise from earlier. The window was wide open. With the moon at her back, the girl gave him a smile that showed her white teeth. She was obviously enjoying herself. Who are you? Kengo asked. He tried to add some heat to his voice, but it trembled. I'd shut that screen if I were you, she said. Kengo hurriedly stepped inside and slid the screen shut behind himself, without taking his eyes off of her. There was something horrible in his room. No human could have carried the heavy device that she'd brought. Whatever it was obviously the girl's weapon. Kengo had never seen a blade of such a ludicrous size. It must have been over a meter long. But there was also a gun-like extension from the back of the device that appeared to be a laser cannon. Kengo couldn't predict exactly how powerful an output it had, but size-wise it was bigger than the main gun of a military tank. If the girl decided to go crazy with that weapon, Kengo's house would be a pile of rubble in 3 seconds. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Kengo asked. His only thought was that one of the volunteers from the Antibody Network must be involved. Nothing else made sense. He had checked out some information on current humanoid military drones and their equipment out of curiosity before, but he had never heard of a drone with this level of heavy armament. The girl started operating Kengo's terminal, despite the password lock he kept on it. Her hair accessory was giving off a faint glow. Even though she hadn't actually touched it, the terminal expanded its 3D display, and programs started popping open almost faster than Kengo could follow with. His eyes. Him. So that's the signal my sister's been sending out, the girl said. There was a graph on the screen. Kengo recognized it as the unit code he had gotten from Lacia. That machine is your sister. Are you and he? Kengo asked. Even knowing that all he conversations and actions were based on instructions from the cloud, Kengo found what the girl said too strange. It was almost like she, a machine, had some kind of special feelings toward Lacia, who was another machine. Say something, please. Why is there a heavily armed he in my room? Kengo asked. My name is Coca, she said. I've come from higher up the Antibody Network. The Antibody Network was a group of human volunteers trying to protect humanity from the erosion of society with their own hands. The thought of even that group outsourcing their work to an he was the height of irony. Kengo's tiny senses of duty and justice were completely dwarfed by the immensity of the issue before his eyes, and his emotions were so confused that he felt like crying. He had no idea about the whole story of the Antibody Network he was a part of. The Endos had fried shrimp for breakfast. Whoa, Yuka said, swinging her legs back and forth under her chair. Oh, hey, speaking of fried shrimp, the stuff over at Kengo's family's place is amazing. You should take me over there to eat again. Are you aiming to be the most spoiled kid ever or something? Arato asked. It'll be a reward for me taking care of the apartment while you're out, Yuka said. Without a shred of hesitation, she reached out her chopsticks to steal a shrimp from Arato's plate. He attempted to take some of hers in return, but her plate was already empty. Yuka was the type to eat her food in order of preference. Lacia had already finished her work in the kitchen, so she took a seat with them. It was a breakfast scene that had become standard over the last week, but there was something different about it that day. It had been awkward talking to Lacia on the way home. When they arrived home there had been a sense of relief, but for some reason Arato suddenly found it hard to even look straight at her. He had tried to strike up a conversation with her a few times, but he would always turn to Yuka instead at the last minute. He felt a strange sense of inferiority, as an ordinary high school student comparing himself to an up-and-coming model. And just when he needed her to step up, Yuka had stopped talking to Lacia as well. Arato wished she would take responsibility. She was the one who had brought about this whole modeling thing, after all. Hey, say something to Lacia, Arato told his sister. Lacia, you were super cool in that shoot, Yuka said. I saw it, too. You really were amazing, Arato said, following Yuka's lead. He wanted to add something more. The shame of his own pathetic nature made him want to grab his head in despair. Lacia's cool, pale blue eyes met Arato's. She had just gotten back from a photo shoot, so there was a touch of makeup on her lips. Just that little bit of added glossiness made Arato's breath catch. Things he wanted to say to her bubbled up inside, but he couldn't get them out of his mouth. It was as if he was unconsciously trying to build an invisible wall between them. He felt completely unreasonable. Owner. Arato thought his heart would explode when Lacia suddenly spoke to him. Yes. He burst out in reply. Good grief, Arato. Calm down with the puppy dog impression, Yuka said. That evening, there was a light knock at the door to Arato's room. He had just been settling down to sleep, so he was a bit irritated when he went and opened the door. Lacia was standing there, dressed in pajamas that she had just bought that day. Owner, would you like to have some tea with me? She asked. In the end, it was she who invited him, and so easily. Man, I'm a moron, Arato said. Has your body warmed up? Lacia asked, making up some black tea in a pot. She had picked out some spices at the store that day, so she was actually making a special chai blend. He did not act of their own accord. They simply repeated behaviors they pulled from the control cloud. Even Arato understood that. But thinking of how Lacia moved and looked when she was in model mode, he couldn't help but feel nervous. I understand that humans as young as you have trouble with changes in your own emotions, Owner, Lacia said. Don't say it like I'm a little kid. I really don't know how I'm supposed to act right now, Arato said. Her prominent collar bones did a good job of drawing his eyes toward her chest. Before his brain could even register that he was enjoying a nice view, he'd broken out in a cold sweat. Lacia walked over to stand next to him, while he remained seated in his chair. Owner, she said, would you please stand up? Of course, Arato said. He stood, and Lacia was right there by his side. Her sweet scent made his brain go fuzzy. I have begun to work as a model, but because of that there is awkwardness in our relationship, Owner. I believe we have gotten things out of order, she told him. I believe if we do not alter the way in which we feel about each other, we may not be able to handle sudden changes in our situation. What do you mean, alter, the way we feel? Arato asked. Or at least, he tried to. Lacia's hand covered his mouth, and only a mumble escaped. For the next 5 minutes, I will change the nature of my communication with you, Owner, she said. Arato had no idea what she was talking about. He tried to free himself from her thin arms with both hands, but she didn't budge. Considering that she could lift her giant coffin-like device with a single hand, she obviously possessed incredible strength. Please be quiet. You will awaken Lady Yuka again, Lacia said, holding a finger in front of her lips. Her pajamas were in a bit of disarray from Arato's struggling. She must have noticed where he was looking, because she pulled her collar back into place with her fingers. Some he users seek a certain kind of excitement. What I am about to do is just a little game. Don't worry, I'll go back to how I was before when it's over, she said. Then she whispered, close your eyes. Arato shut his eyes as he was told. When he opened them, he felt a stab of confusion. The girl in front of him no longer looked like Lacia. Her eyes were open a little wider than normal, and there was a gentle smile on her lips. The expression on her face made her seem younger. Hey, wait a minute. What the heck is going on? Arato said, trying to laugh it off. But in an instant, he felt cold sweat on his back. Lacia was right there in front of him, but his senses were telling him this was a person he'd never met before. Her expression and the way she stood and moved had completely changed. This girl couldn't even pass for Lacia's twin. Just as you like spoiling Yuka, I'll spoil you today, Arato, she said. Her manner of speaking, from her intonation to her accent and word choice, had all changed as well. Arato couldn't perceive her as anything but a different person. Yet strangely, he felt no desire to stop her. It was probably due to the perverse excitement he felt at the thought of a secret encounter like this, kept quiet so as not to wake his sleeping sister. All right, go ahead and spoil me, he said. Even as the words left his mouth, he felt a pang of self-loathing. He had no idea what was about to happen, but even that fact just made things all the more exciting to the point where he didn't really care anymore. Leave it to me, she said. Though she was shorter than him, Lacia reached out her arm and started stroking Arato's head. It was strange, being treated like a child, but to be fair, Arato did the same thing to Yuka all the time. Getting his head stroked was something Arato hadn't experienced in years, and it sent a strange, ticklish sensation through his body. It also made guilt well up within him. He felt a rush of confusion and surprise, like he had suddenly been tugged into a dance he didn't know. This was reality, not some story he was experiencing, so he had no idea what to do with his body. What am I supposed to do while you spoil me? Arato asked. His cheeks were red, and he felt his brain switching off more and more with each passing second. Oh, you're doing just fine. How about you lay your head on my lap and think of what else you'd like me to do, Lacia said. I don't think we're ready to go there yet. Actually, wait, let me think about it, Arato said. His throat felt dry. Did they really have that kind of relationship? Arato knew the answer to that question. This wasn't real. It was just a lie that had started a few minutes ago. When he thought that, Arato felt his chest tighten, and he clenched the back of his jaw unconsciously. Arato knew Lacia would switch from the way she had treated him up to then, and treat him like this from now on. All he needed to do was ask. She had no heart, no soul. All she was doing was performing actions drawn from the behavioral cloud. So it would be nothing for her to continue to perform this lie perfectly for as long as he wanted. All the sides of Lacia Arato had seen. The Lacia who rescued him, the Lacia who invited him out onto the school roof, the Lacia who posed for model shoots. They may as well have been illusions. Lacia herself had told him these truths countless times. But the thought that the personality and characteristics that Arato had started to see as precious were all just window dressing that Lacia could toss aside in an instant came as a shock. It was like walking in a dream, only to be shoved off a ledge. He didn't know where to put his feet, and every breath brought pleasure and pain. After pulling out a chair with both hands, Lacia sat down quickly. She gently turned up the hem of her pajamas, then let out a short, breathy laugh and patted her thighs. If you lay your head on my lap, she invited, your whole world may change. This girl had no soul. The perfection with which she acted out this new relationship made a shiver run up Arato's spine. She felt nothing of the fact that there was no trace of the Lacia he knew in the way she was acting now. Let's stop. This is embarrassing, Arato said, feeling himself being drawn out of the moment. Lacia wasn't a human. Even the fact that she appeared to be human was nothing more than an illusion. In response, Lacia showed him a bittersweet smile he had never seen before. Is that any way to talk to your big sister? She said. That's what you've always wanted, right? A big sister. You used the home system to look at my album, he accused. Didn't you? What's wrong with that? As your big sister, I just wanted to know more about you, Arato, she said. Leisha's gaze was full of deep affection. With that much love being sent in his direction, Arato started to think maybe it was all right to get a little spoiled. He made his decision. Oh, okay, I guess I can rest on your lap, he said. The 5 minutes are almost up. Would you like an extension? Leisia asked. I'm the worst. Arato was so embarrassed, he wanted to hide his face behind both hands and disappear. Was this all just his frustrated sexual desire coming out, or was he just lonely? He felt like he was seeing his own evil twin in a mirror. I'm sorry, I got carried away, Leisia said. She tugged on his hand. When he stood up, they were face to face. Arato didn't know what to say. He didn't know who he was talking to, the Leisia he remembered, or Big Sis, Leisia. His words were a jumble, stuck inside his head. He felt like he was talking to a human-shaped wall. In his mind, he doubted whether or not she was real. But her shape, her warmth, the way she breathed, all of it overwhelmed his doubt. Do you still feel the need to distance yourself from me? Leisia asked. It did feel like something had been broken down, and the air between them was suddenly less stagnant. But, even as Arato felt that, somewhere inside he could tell that it had happened because Leisia had pushed things in that direction. Arato wasn't very bright, but he finally noticed what had happened. You analog hacked me, he said. Yes. I believe taking on the work of a model and thereby causing distance to form between you and I was a miscalculation of priorities, Arato, she said, responding. In the manner he had gotten used to. Her expression, too, was that of the Leisia he had met that first night. At last her meaning and her form had returned to their original balance, and Arato felt relieved. The only thing that hadn't gone back to normal was her calling him, owner. You're not going to call me owner anymore? He asked. You gave a very positive reaction to being called by name, so I altered it, Leisia said. It didn't make Arato feel bad at all. In fact, he was actually happy about it. Which, in turn, made him depressed at how easily swayed he was. Man, I'm easy to please, he sighed. Since he had become Leisha's owner, at least there was something new every day. She kept snapping effortlessly through everything he had taken for granted in his life. The next morning, everything that had happened the night before still filled his head. When he was with her, he felt like he was going to be swept away by his own intense emotions, but when they were apart, the loneliness suddenly scared him. That morning, his awakening was horrible. He was still seeing constant nightmares, but, ever since he'd met Leisia, the content of the dreams had changed. What the heck did I become the owner of? That was the question jumbling around in Arato's head. Were all HIEs just like that? Or did this have something to do with Leisia being high quality, as her ID number seemed to indicate? Was her ID number even legitimate, or was that fake, too? Just like his friends had said, maybe his whole meeting with Leisia had been some kind of urban legend come to life. That almost seemed to be the most likely answer. The thought that, someday, this strangeness would consume his whole life, and even Yuka would start speaking to him with a different voice and wearing a different face, made his skin crawl. I need to tell her never to do that again, he said. He knew things couldn't go on exactly the same forever, but he wanted at least tomorrow and the next day to be the same. He wiped off his sweat from the night with a towel left by his bedside, and headed out to the living room. Breakfast was all laid out, but no one was there. Yuka was on trash duty that morning. She's having Leisia help her again, Arato said. Since Leisia had arrived, they didn't let the trash pile up anymore like they had before, but on the flip side, Yuka had gotten very dishonest about doing her chores by herself. Suddenly, from below he heard the screeching of brakes and a loud slamming noise. For him to have heard it all the way up on the 5th floor, it must have been big. Breakfast that morning was Japanese style, the same as always, with Leisia carefully balancing out their nutritional needs. Arato had just dipped out some pork broth and brown rice into 2 bowls when the door slammed open. Yuka came running in. Arato. Come quick. Leisia J just got hit. Some weird car hit her. Yuka was crying, and Arato felt like someone had just doused him in freezing water. He had a good idea what was happening. Things had just gotten very dangerous. Shush, she got knocked down and some guy took her away, Yuka stammered. Arato couldn't believe it and turned to look. Lacia's black coffin was still in the living room where she normally left it. Lacia had left her weapon behind. The breakfast on the table was steaming. Everything still looked the same. But suddenly, something was missing. Just like with Lacia the night before, form and meaning shifting apart, and Arato fought the urge to vomit. Phase 3, you'll be mine. In the time between two breaths, Arato was already moving. He ran, his body moving before he could even form a solid thought in his mind. In an instant he was out onto the apartment veranda, looking down at the street below. The car that had hit Lacia and then taken her away was nowhere to be seen. Only after noticing this did Arato realize that he didn't know the model or color of the vehicle he was looking for. What kind of car was it? Arato asked. Yuka looked at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. I don't know. All I remember is it was white, she said. Then, sitting on the floor like a small child, Yuka hid her face in both hands and trembled. Okay. It's okay. I'll figure something out, Arato said. The blank space in their ordinary lives from where Lacia had been torn away seemed to be looming larger and larger with each passing second. He called the police and navigated the automated guide of the emergency contact line until it connected him with the department in charge of theft. The officer on the other end informed him someone would be by in the evening, since this was an theft case. They just carried her off. If you went after them right now, you might catch them, Arato said. The middle-aged male officer on the other end of the line seemed sympathetic, but his response was firm. We're talking about an he. It's a theft. I know this thing looks like a human, but it's a machine. We can't treat it the same as a kidnapping. Did the thieves enter your home? Is anyone hurt? I can go ahead and get a damage report from your network, okay? Mr. Endo. I'll go ahead and record your address, contact information, image and voice data now, all right? Hearing the officer talking about Lacia as if she was just a machine, Arato felt like he had been stabbed right through the heart, and he struggled to breathe. Haltingly, he gave the officer a description of Lacia, as well as her unit code, as he was asked for them. He also sent over an image of her. Arato saw a small sub-window pop up on the call screen, with a simple theft form. If he had theft insurance, apparently they could contact the insurance company and the dealer. Of course, since Arato had found Lacia on the street, he had neither insurance nor a dealer. Is that it? He asked. I've entered this case into our database, and we'll contact you immediately if we find her. He go walking around outside by themselves a lot, so there are a ton of cases of people nabbing them. Sorry, but there's really nothing you can do but wait. The officer hung up, and Arato was left in the silence of the living room. There's no way I'm gonna leave it at that, he said. Thinking back over the conversation he'd just had made his blood boil. Angrily, he took 2 or 3 shaky steps. He heard a faint sniffling from somewhere below him. Yuka was still on the floor crying. She seemed to be blaming herself for Lacia being taken when they were together. She looked at Arato with red-rimmed eyes, and he reached out to ruffle her hair, careful not to scratch her with his fingernails. This isn't your fault. I'm going to get her back, so don't worry, he said. Arato, Yuka whined. She looked up at him, fighting back tears. I'll get Lacia back, so you just get to school, he said. If they couldn't depend on the police, then Arato would just have to be the dependable one. Of course, he had no idea how to track down a car that had fled the scene over 10 minutes ago. He knew he wouldn't come up with something just sitting around and thinking, though, so he just had to move. I need you to do what I can't, Arato said. Okay, she said. At times like this, Yuka was good at honestly listening to his directions. With tears still shining on her face, she grabbed her own knees and stood. Then, she went over to the table where Lacia had prepared her last meal for them. I'll eat this all in your place, then, she said solemnly. What? Arato blinked in surprise as Yuka started to slurp down pork broth. She ate so fast, it seemed like she thought Lacia would return if she just finished breakfast. Of course there was really nothing else Yuka could do just then. Having been told she would eat his portion for him, Arato found it too awkward to reach out for the still steaming food on the table. Just make sure you go to school, he said. Either way, the emotions bubbling up inside of him seemed like they would lead to an upset stomach if he tried to eat. While he changed into his school uniform, he called up their home assistant AI and started creating a list of items around the house that might help him. Thanks to the tags each item in the house had, the system could show him useful objects even if Arato had never used them before, or even knew they were there. By aiming his pocket terminal's camera around, the positions of useful objects were shown as red dots. He found what he was looking for lying around in his dad's room. It was a pair of terminal goggles. They would be more convenient to use than having his pocket terminal in his hands while he ran around. Arato slipped on the goggles and turned them on. A check pattern appeared, so the goggles could project images directly onto his retina. Once he linked the goggles up with his pocket terminal, his viewpoint was a mix of natural vision and a computer screen. In the upper left of his field of vision, a timer counted the time since Lacia had been taken. It had been 14 minutes. Okay, here we go, Arato said. He said goodbye to Yuka and took off. Once he was out of the apartment, it finally clicked in his brain that he wouldn't be able to chase a car on foot. He searched around nearby until he found a single-person fully automatic rental car, and rented it for the day with his allowance. Arato wasn't too good at thinking, but he at least knew his own limits. While he walked to where the rental car was, he contacted his friends. What's the matter? Kengo's sleepy bed head appeared in the middle of Arato's view. Since he lived close to school, Kengo must have just been waking up. A little early for a call, isn't it? Ryo was already dressed for school. He had all his buttons done up, which was oddly rigid for him. Arato spoke desperately to his friend's images on his goggles display. Please help me, he said. He had only known her for a month, but Arato already felt Lacia was a vital part of his life. He had to get her back. So, he would take any help he could get. The automatic car he'd rented didn't even take 3 minutes to track him down by his pocket terminal's ID tag. It came rolling over to where he was waiting. Arato ran over to the curb where it was parked and jumped in. There was a chime as the rental fee was automatically deducted from his tag. How much money do I have anyway? He wondered. His terminal decided this was a verbal command, and displayed Arato's current bank account balance on his retinal display. It was low enough to make his shoulders slump. Well, whatever. Did you read the manual? High-end HIEs should have stuff in there about what to do if they're stolen, Kengo's sleepy image said. Arato had explained the situation while settling into the seat of the rental car. The first response from his friends was useless. Ryo seemed to have noticed something, and asked a question. Hey, come to think of it, did she even come with a manual? No, Arato said. What? Why? Lacia said she had the whole thing in her memory anyway, Arato said. Ryo sighed. It's nice that you're so pure-hearted, Arato, but it's dangerous to be this defenseless. You have the security memory stick, right? If you stick that into your terminal, it'll activate the HE security mode and link you up with a support line from the company that made her. I just found her on the street. Obviously, she didn't come with all the normal peripherals, Arato said. The car was requesting a destination through the goggle terminal. Arato didn't know where he wanted it to go, but he couldn't just sit around in a stopped car. He randomly picked somewhere in the port area where there wouldn't be many people on the map on his retinal display. The car slowly pulled out onto the street and gently accelerated. Ryo, through the call, was still going on about getting support from the manufacturer. We know her unit code, so use that to connect with the supplier, he said. Arato remembered the name of the high-end HE company that, according to Ryo, had made Lacia, and opened up their site on the network. Stylus's homepage glittered with polish, their slogan, Beyond Human, displayed prominently. After calling up the support desk through the site, Arato sent Lacia's unit ID through the goggles terminal. He never could have predicted the response he got. The owner of this unit has opted to have this unit reject all owner level commands from our company. What? Why? That's stupid, Arato said. As a countermeasure against hacking, many owners utilize the full privacy mode for their units. You may disengage this function as the owner. The procedure will take half a day. Arato huffed out a breath and slumped into the chair of the self-driving car. Thinking that in a half a day Lacia might be damaged or broken beyond repair, his eyes grew hot. He slid the AR goggles up on his forehead. Even though he couldn't see the screen, his bone conduction speakers still functioned. The camera function on the goggles was cut when he pushed them up, but his friends could still hear him. What's the matter, Arato? Don't just drop off screen all of a sudden like that. It messes things up on our side. Sorry. The company said she's been set up to reject my commands. They won't be able to fix that for half a day, Arato said. He had no idea what to think about this information. The car was still moving, taking him somewhere random. Kengo flipped out. I'm seriously surprised you've managed to trust that machine at all. Doesn't any of this freak you out? He asked. Ryo's voice sounded calmer once Arato couldn't see him on his retinal display. I don't think you should go after her. These guys went to a lot of trouble to grab that he. Even if you find her, you have no idea what they might do to keep her, he said. I'm telling you, this is ghost story territory. That machine you've got is like a walking urban legend. You've heard stories about broken HIEs coming back and haunting people, right? It's like that. I mean, those stories are stupid, but this machine's a horror story waiting to happen, Kengo added. While listening to his friend's advice, Arato clenched his fist and tapped it against his own ribs. Sure, Lacia was a mystery, but she was suffering right then. Arato was getting caught up in something crazy, and he was going to fix things in a way that was probably even crazier. But if he didn't explain how he felt properly, he knew his friends wouldn't help him. He slid the goggles back over his eyes. Sorry. I know you guys have all kinds of stuff you want to say to me, but I'm going to save Lacia, he said. Then he bowed low, bending his body in half. I'm begging you guys, he went on. I may not know a thing about Lacia, but I do know she's like family to me. He was worried about how his friends would respond. Still, even if they said no, he would just do it himself. No matter how long it took. Ryo scrubbed a hand through his bangs and sighed. Don't you think you're using the word family too lightly here? He asked. Yuka's sobbing her eyes out about this, too. I can't just let them take Lacia, Arato said. He waited, and finally Kengo gave a slight nod. Well, if you're going to take it that far, I guess I can help. But I can only think of one way to do this, he said. Then he said he needed to get his machine ready and stood up, still in his nightshirt. So you know a way? Arato asked, a little more sharply than he intended. Kengo's response was offhand. I'm not going to make any promises. I'm just going to try to trace that unit code we got off of her before, he said. I don't care about promises. Whatever you can do is fine. Thanks, Arato said. Kengo must have been putting his password into his machine, since his visual feed cut to voice only. But the criminals who do these kinds of things tend to keep the shielded so they can't broadcast their unit codes. All they need to do is drape a sack made of shielding fiber over her top half and her code won't be able to get out, he said. Then he continued, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Well, I'm getting a response. They're certainly taking their sweet time. The map says they're heading from Kasai toward Urayasu, he said. Arato's goggles interpreted Kengo's statement, and asked Arato if he would like to see a map. He focused his gaze on the OK icon, and a map popped up in front of him, with his own position at the center. I'm actually headed for Kasai already, Arato said. He'd just stabbed his finger at a random place where there wouldn't be many people, never guessing that his random shot would be a bullseye. As his vehicle headed south from Shinkoiwa, the buildings around Arato became scarce. A huge portion of the Tokyo Bay area of the city had been lost during the last century due to the liquefaction of the ground during the hazard. The area between Kiba and Funabashi had been hit particularly hard, with over 30% of the buildings there being knocked over and requiring rebuilding. Plus, despite everyone insisting that it was impossible, tsunamis had rocked the bay, causing major damage. Thanks to all of that, the area had become one of the least populated in Tokyo and its suburbs. Hold up. I'll get the he's current position up on the map, Kengo said. And sent Leisha's location to Arato's map. A blue dot was heading east, from the ruins of Kasai Rinkai Park. Thanks. That's a big help. I definitely couldn't have done this alone, Arato said. He'd only gotten this far because he had friends to back him up. Arato, you've got a talent for believing in people and asking for help. I'm actually kind of jealous of you, being able to say, thank you, with a free conscience like that, Kengo said. Kengo's words made Arato feel a little embarrassed. Sticking his finger in the car's 3D display, he checked the machine's voice code. Speed up to the speed limit, he said. The light car accelerated rapidly on the empty road. The charge units set into the 4-lane street shone, automatically charging the vehicle as it passed over them. With this evolved form of a power grid, anything that used electricity would automatically charge itself, removing any need to worry about losing power. On the flip side, this new system required electricity bills to be paid for each individual item using a charge. Since the solar power generators had been established in space and energy storage technology had advanced, society was rich with energy. There was no longer a need to huddle around energy sources, so the cityscape had spread out. Especially in the Bay Area, where there were few houses, the view was pleasantly wide and clear. The area Arato was passing through, near the head of the Edogawa River, had been hit the heaviest during the hazard, with the highest number of casualties. There were many vacant homes around, and the place had become a hotbed of criminal activity. It was frequently mentioned in reports of violent incidents. Arato's goggles made an electric noise. A man, drunk at that hour of the morning, was walking down the cracked street. He was leaning heavily on a woman whose gaudy dress showed quite a lot of skin. According to the display overlaying his vision, the woman was an he. That he was a tool to be used. From the way the man was snuggling against her while they walked, it was clear how she was being used. A man opening up his ramen shop on the side of the main road gave the he's owner a disgusted look as the pair walked by. Seeing the way the ramen shop owner looked at the guy, Arato felt a pang of guilt at his own intense desire to get back Leisha. I'm not a total moron, you know. I get that Leisha's different. But I want her to stay with me. Do I look like the kind of loser who's just chasing after a hot piece of ass? He asked. And he would always accept the romantic advances of their owner. Even if the love of an he was nothing more than an analog hack, at least the owner could trust that the he would always love them. Arato couldn't deny that part of his obsession with Leisha was probably due to her returning his love. On the goggles display, Ryo dropped his eyes and laughed. No, Arato. You're not a loser. You're just not the kind of guy who can let something like this slide, he said. Yeah, Arato said. Then, after a pause, he added, sorry, that was weird. I wouldn't even be thinking crap like that if this whole thing hadn't happened. Friends didn't always share the same preferences. Arato just wanted to get the whole thing over with as soon as he could. Ryo, I'm gonna try to get ahead of the guys. Give me some guidance, Arato said. If you've got any good ideas, Kaidai, let's hear, I'd like to get to school in about 15 minutes, myself, Kengo said. On the map, Arato could see that he had almost caught up to Leisha's signal. The guys who took her didn't seem to have noticed they were being tailed yet, so they were still moving relatively slowly. Arato spat out a sharp breath. At some point, his forehead had gotten drenched in sweat. Ryo gave him concise, focused directions. Let's see. Let's use the Edogawa River. If the thieves keep heading east, they'll need to cross a bridge. So, we can predict their route like this. Considering the location of the bridges around the mouth of the Edogawa River, you should be able to head them off if you take one of the northern bridges. The map on the car showed the route Leisha's signal was moving on. A line appeared, showing the shortest route to cut off Leisha's signal from the north. Be careful, Arato. The fact that these guys are heading cluelessly toward a one-way street over this bridge tells me they don't know the area. And if they don't know the area, it means they deliberately came here, to a place with not many people around, Ryo said. In other words, it was possible the thieves were there to meet up with some comrades. That's fine. If something happens to me, call the cops for me, Arato said. The automatic car headed toward Edogawa River across a dilapidated bridge. Since he wasn't actually driving the car, Arato couldn't accelerate or push it. So, even though his feelings were rushing, the car itself continued to move smoothly. Urayasu had been the target of several revitalization projects, but it was still mostly deserted aside from the area around the station. At the request of the residents in the area, security cameras had been installed all around. They would automatically alert the police if they spotted anyone on their wanted list. He was in an automatic vehicle that recharged any energy it used automatically, chasing an he, whose every reaction was automated. Everything was automated, so Arato could do all kinds of things at once. The only thing all that automation couldn't help with was his intense emotions. Arato, I still think you really shouldn't get involved with this he. They're just tools, built to do little stuff around the house for us. All this that's happening. This is way too big and complicated to be about a tool, Ryo said. Ryo's face, on Arato's retinal display, looked just as doubtful as Arato felt. Then, his eyes widened. Call up your home system and have it show you the inside of your apartment. Right now, he said. Arato did as he was told, and called up a display of the inside of the Endo's apartment. He noticed it right away. Yuka had already gone to middle school, so there was no one in the kitchen, but something that should have been there was missing. Something that usually stuck out quite plainly. Something that was Leisha's greatest mystery, which was saying something, considering that she was one big mystery herself. That huge, powerful weapon, the giant black coffin, was gone. What the hell? Did you know it was gone? Arato asked, feeling a mysterious darkness behind the vanished coffin. It was heavy enough that he couldn't shift it a single millimeter when he tried. So, seeing that it had gone was something he couldn't even comprehend. It felt like he had been wrong about something on a fundamental level. Ryo's voice was trembling with tension. What if that he is a red box? He asked. It was a term they had all learned in grade school. 50 years ago, computers had reached a technological singularity that could surpass human understanding. There were 39 ash that had far surpassed the slow evolution of human brains. They were mostly used for research and development. Using new technology, those ash created new products far beyond anything humans could grasp. These products, produced without any input from humanity, were known as red boxes. Don't be a moron. If Leisha was one of those, what was she doing wandering around my neighborhood? Arato asked. He felt a strange twitching in his eye. Some red box thing humans couldn't even dream of making was doing housework for him, and pretending to be his big sister in midnight snuggle sessions. His brain couldn't handle the thought, and he felt his head getting hot. We started without a single clue, but here we're already caught up to these guys 30 minutes later. Doesn't this feel like someone orchestrated this whole thing? Like we're just being led along some automated path by something, Ryo said. Arato began to wonder just how crazy Ryo Kaidai, his childhood friend, was going. He knows about all of us. If we're being guided, she could be part of it. You think you're chasing after her, but she's actually just leading you down this path. I really don't want to think about what that he is trying to put in motion, if this whole thing is part of the plan, Ryo said. Thinking wasn't his strong point, but Arato still felt a chill from Ryo's words. No way. Are you saying this whole kidnapping was faked? He asked. Kengo seemed to have trouble keeping up too. He touched his pointer finger to his forehead. So, basically, he wasn't kidnapped. Instead, this whole thing was to get Endo to follow her out there, where her co-conspirators are waiting. And when Endo goes strolling in there all clueless, they'll grab him and all we'll hear is his scream as it all fades to black. He asked in summary. Does everything have to turn into an urban legend with you? Arato shouted. That said, since it was an urban legend involving him, Arato felt cold sweat running down his back. Arato, I asked someone I know who works at Mainframe. There was an explosion a little while ago at one of our Tokyo research labs. You saw the news about it, right? Well, apparently they had to call in a PMC to handle whatever was going on there, Ryo said. Even Arato could pick up on what Ryo was implying. But the whole discussion had gotten too big for him. he was just here chasing after some kidnappers. Trying to think about the rest of it made his brain go numb. There's no proof she's related to that at all, Arato said. You found her on the same day. And around the same time, even, Ryo said. He was being serious. His eyes were dark, just like the first time he had warned Arato about Lacia. The explosion at our Tokyo research labs and you seeing those flowers. That could control machines and meeting that he all happened on the same night, Ryo continued. Saving someone is more complicated than I thought, Arato said, forcing himself to laugh. His eyes felt weak from tension, but he clenched his teeth and kept himself coiled, ready for action. If he didn't, he felt that he would lose in some kind of mental battle. Lacia wasn't a someone. She was a something. Despite that, Arato had no problem stepping into danger to get her back. He just let the automatic car continue on the route picked out based on the information and guidance his friends had given him. The automated cityscape that spread out before and above him seemed to dwarf his high schooler's frame. All this talk about society and red boxes seemed too distant for him to comprehend. Arato felt that if he didn't focus and follow this path he'd been put on, everything would just leave him behind. So you're seriously going in there? Ryo asked, sounding very worried. Arato had good friends, and he was grateful for that, but there was only one possible answer, even for a dumb guy like him. A girl got kidnapped, and there's a chance I can save her before these guys do anything bad to her, he said. I'm not going to turn tail and run away just because of some speculation. Lacia wants me to come for her, he added. As her owner, I've got to go to her. He was scared that if he didn't keep going forward, he would always be held back by his own hesitation. On the map, Arato's tracking dot had already overlapped Lacia's, and he saw a white van cut across the intersection in front of him. Lacia was in that van. The instant Arato thought that, all of his doubts were blown away. The man had been angry his whole life. From the time of his earliest memories, he had known that the gears which moved the world were insane. He swallowed his spit over and over again, and each time he tasted salty bile, like his stomach just couldn't settle down. This was his first time. The thin, bracelet-shaped terminal on his wrist vibrated. When he looked at it, it was displaying a warning. There was a security sweep happening nearby. The program that was essentially a lifeline for the members of the antibody network, who did the dirty work of destroying HIEs, was functioning properly, but... The man vented his frustration by slamming his fist against the interior of his automatic vehicle. Damn it! He yelled. This is useless without a navigator. The antibody network could only provide the barest minimum of information to its members when the information touched on things that could get people arrested. They could provide general information on the location of patrols, but without an actual navigator, there would be no specifics about how to avoid them and get away. And in this situation, the man could not rely on being provided a navigator, because he was using the antibody network without permission. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shouted. I scared you. I scared you, didn't I? The man asked. Turning around, he looked at the girl in the back seat of the van. There was an opaque bag over her top half, and she was laid on her side. She was offline, unmoving. When HIEs suffered a heavy, damaging impact, they would cease function to prevent them from going haywire due to the damage and injuring nearby humans. Once shut down, the system would run checks on its joints, artificial muscles, and communications before linking with the behavioral cloud. Only once it had confirmed that there were no abnormalities would it resume function. Taking advantage of this process, antibody network members regularly locked HIEs into an offline mode by covering them with bags made of transmission blocking fiber, which prevented them from re-establishing a connection and restarting. The network had determined that an impact with a vehicle moving at least 20 km per hour would be enough to put an HIE in shutdown mode. When the man had aimed for Lacia, she had shoved aside her owner's little sister and taken the blow. As one would expect of a high-class model, her reaction speed was excellent. I'll wake you up again as soon as I can, the man said, worrying that he may have done too much damage, that she would never move again. He glared at his bracelet terminal, which was incessantly spitting out warnings, and tapped his fingers against the interior of the car in frustration. Here, look. I've got a room all ready for you, he said. He linked his pocket terminal up with the display in the vehicle, and a 3D hologram spread out over the interior of the family-sized van. It was an image of the love nest the man had created. Like a room in a doll's house, it had been covered with a romantic floral wallpaper. There was a leather sofa, a glass table, a bar counter, and, of course, a bed with a luxurious canopy over it. "We men have to go through a lot to find our ideal partner," the man said, happy that he finally had someone to talk to about it. "At first, I tried looking for a human wife," he went on. "But my standards were just too high, and I couldn't find a single woman who could meet them. I wasted years of my life on that, before I finally realized the answer was to design an he from scratch. I could just order a woman who would act the way I wanted, talk the way I wanted, and do everything I wanted," he said. The girl in the back seat was still laying on her side, her top half covered by the bag. Her legs were flung out awkwardly, and her skirt was in disarray. Looking at her, the man became very excited as he thought of the life that was waiting for him. "No need to worry about money," he said reassuringly. "I've got plenty at home. Unlike my brothers, I never work for businesses that are destined to fail. Renting an apartment just for you and setting up a behavior control server hardly put a dent in my account." His family had been disappointed in him. "Society idolizes these jobless machines," they'd said. They'd told him that he'd get tired of having a relationship with an inhuman thing before long. But they weren't completely wrong. "Buying you from a dealer would have put a negative note into our relationship," the man said confidently. "You're supposed to be the greatest partner I can imagine. Our first meeting had to be more dramatic than picking you off a shelf." As his family had said, HIEs may be able to fake loving emotions perfectly, but they were still machines. So, to ensure that their relationship never felt empty, the man needed to create a story, something that would make their relationship special and excite him whenever he remembered it. Thinking about Lacia gave him the irresistible urge to touch her body as she lay still, covered by the signal-blocking bag. "Guys gotta work hard to find a woman, right? Don't you think so?" he asked earnestly. "Back when I was busting up HIEs for the antibody network, I was keeping an eye out for an ideal body. I figured it'd be nice to be a hero and save her at the last minute. But those guys were just looking to blame some HIEs for stealing their jobs. Give them a little money and they shut up." The antibody network was a group of volunteers united only by their malicious intent. None of them ever had any idea of what their comrades were actually thinking. "But then I met you, Lacia," the man whispered fervently. He had known at first glance that she was the one. At first, when he had seen her in the subway, he had doubted his own eyes. But then when he saw her in person at the Fabian MG's Shibuya live show, he had known for sure. At that time, he'd contacted a transportation company that specialized in not leaving any trace of their movement. According to them, aside from getting caught by security cameras, most thieves were tracked down using the movement log in their automatic vehicles. The van the man was driving would definitely be found, but, thanks to a little help from the antibody network, the data within the vehicle would be erased. No one would be able to track where he had gone. Once he had the transportation company carry him the rest of the way to his hideout, his trail would completely vanish. The transport company had requested that he meet them in the east side of Urayasu, where there weren't many people to see. He was almost to the meeting spot. "You've got a bad smile. You've got a bad, dignified way of standing," he said accusingly. "Your hands are bad. The softness of your thighs is bad. Your eyes are bad, your tongue is bad. You're a bad girl that makes men think bad thoughts. A bad girl like you needs a man to lock her up in a cage and keep her from doing bad things," he finished hoarsely. His head was raised, his fingers trembling like he was drunk. He felt as though, if he didn't move his body, it would stiffen and solidify. Lacia was beautiful, but somehow the extent to which he saw through her frightened him. "Just a little further. Then you can analog hack me with that body of yours, all night long." "We're almost there," the man said. HIEs had the same shape as humans, and could perform the same actions so they could automate human work. Lacia would love him automatically, and he would automatically be happy. When she next booted up, her persona would be completely rewritten to that of his ideal partner. That thought sent the man's libido boiling over, and he couldn't hold himself back any longer. There shouldn't be any problem with him getting things started a little earlier than planned. He crawled into the back seat. Lacia was still laying on her side, with her white knees exposed. The man just knew that, under the shielding bag, she was smiling encouragingly at him. At that moment, the man noticed through the van's rear window that a car had stopped right behind his. He recognized the enraged face of the youth in the front seat. "Accelerate!" he shouted. It was Lacia's owner. He had to brace both his hands to keep from being thrown down by the sudden acceleration of the van. "Give it up, kid. Just go home. She's with me now," he yelled. In Tokyo and its surrounding suburbs, it was considered a traffic violation to disable the autopilot function on your vehicle. Vehicles would automatically alert the authorities if you did. This fact was an extreme annoyance to the man at that moment. "A brat like that can't understand your true value," he muttered. As the chassis of the car rattled on the uneven pavement, Lacia's knees slid apart, allowing the man to get just a peek of her thighs. He feasted on her beautiful legs with his eyes. "You're meant to fill the hole in a real man's heart," he said. Then the man remembered something. Kids in high school didn't have their driving licenses, which meant that they couldn't switch automatic vehicles to manual mode. There wouldn't be a chance to show the boy up in a wild chase across town. Instead, the man would just have to show the boy he was a man in a way only a real adult could. He pushed down the back seats, so the back of the van was well visible to the car behind him. Then he grabbed Lacia, still covered with the bag, and spun her around so her toned rear was facing the glass. The van made a sudden right turn, sending powerful centrifugal force through the vehicle, and Lacia's body rolled away. She slipped away from him, toward the trunk part of the vehicle. Then she kept sliding, while the rear hatch opened all on its own. A strong wind whipped inside the van and, without stopping, Lacia slipped out the back of the van, rolling to the cracked road below. "Baby!" he screamed. He could do nothing but watch as she bounced onto the ground and then rolled away from him. The car behind him swerved wildly to avoid her. Arato's command came in the nick of time. He saw the back of the kidnapper's van open, and a girl covered in a bag came rolling out. Even though her top half was hidden by the bag, he knew it was Lacia. The car swerved sharply, tires screeching as they slid on the asphalt. As the car spun, sending Arato's point of view lurching sideways, he saw Lacia, who was missing one of her shoes, standing there. She tore through the silvery bag that had covered her and threw it off, with her light violet hair dancing in the wind. The car managed to slide to a halt 5 centimeters from the concrete wall of a warehouse. Arato's throat was so tense it hurt. Only at that moment did he realize that it had been his own command which had stopped the car from hitting Lacia. "Lacia," he said. Choking a little from the pain in his throat, Arato still managed to say her name. All he could think of was that Lacia had flown out of the van, right when her kidnapper was going to lay his hands on her. Arato threw himself out of the car onto the unused harbor road, and she turned to look at him. To either side of the 4-lane road were wide buildings that must have been warehouses. They appeared to be long abandoned, as their cracked concrete gates were slanted open. The large doors of the warehouses, which could have fit 4 trucks abreast, were rusted over. Surrounded by this desolation, Lacia's beauty made her stand out. Through the cracks in the pavement, which was made of recycled materials, grass and weeds were growing. Once tools fall out of use, humans no longer find meaning in their existence. But nature has never cared what things may have originally been meant for. "Let's go home, Lacia," Arato said. She stood up, and then hopped on one leg while replacing the one shoe that had fallen off. Suddenly, the kidnapper's van hit the brakes and skidded to a stop. The side slid open, and a well-dressed man in a brand-name suit stepped out. "You're the only one going home, punk," he said, his face purpling with rage as he glared at Arato. Pushed on by his own boiling emotions, Arato clenched his teeth and ran toward the man, who was walking slowly toward Lacia and hefting a heavy-looking metal pipe. The kidnapper looked like he was in his late 20s or 30s. As Arato rushed toward him, he realized that he recognized the man who had gotten violent at Lacia's first modeling show. Lacia glanced at him as he ran past her. The man must have thought he could just grab Lacia and run, since he froze when Arato ran straight toward him. Sir Arato's tackle caught him right in the chest, and the two went down in a tangle. Flailing his arms, Arato managed to grab the man's hair and shirt. Arato was berserk. He couldn't forgive the man for playing around with Lacia like she was a doll in his van. He also wasn't going to forget how the man had made his little sister cry. He couldn't stand that the man had looked at Lacia as a sexual object, and more than anything, he couldn't stand that he had tried to wave a club at him and snatched Lacia away. He punched the man with everything he had. No matter how much the man pulled at him and kicked him, Arato didn't stop his fists. Love is not something that can be automated, he thought. Love is wild and selfish. Punching the kidnapper had nothing to do with protecting Lacia or getting her back. From beneath Arato, the man punched his chest. He was yelling something about Arato being a punk. Arato was just yelling. The man was stronger. Arato was only winning the fight thanks to his intensity and the fact that he'd happened to end up on top. A hand came up from below, gripping Arato's throat and lifting him up. Both of them were covered in mud. Arato hadn't hurt this bad since he had been chased around by a car the night he met Lacia. Compared to then, though, at the moment, fear was the furthest thing from his mind. His goggles had been shaken loose from his head. Wrapping him around his right hand, Arato used the expensive precision equipment as a weapon to punch the man harder. He was rewarded with a much more satisfying feeling when he struck the kidnapper's jaw. Now cornered, the man gave back as good as he got, bloodying Arato's nose. Arato finally started to calm down when he could no longer lift his arms. He was gasping for breath and didn't feel like he could move at all. The kidnapper was also still and wheezing. Arato rolled himself over so that he could sit up, with his butt pinning down the man's chest. "What the hell am I doing?" Arato muttered. All that energy and rage had been spent, and the sky was still just as high above him. In some ways, it was more of an illusion than Lacia's human looks. His entire body was exhausted, and his face, stomach, neck, and arms all hurt like hell. He was honestly surprised by how much his feelings for her had pushed him into extreme actions. Was that just an illusion as well? His clothes were drenched with sweat, but there was still plenty running down his face and dripping off his jaw when Lacia's sleek legs, peeking out of her skirt, appeared in front of him. Somehow, they looked even more tantalizing than they had the night before, and Arato felt a flush of embarrassment. "Thank you, Arato," she said, smiling down at him when he looked up. She didn't have a heart, so she must have said it believing it would make Arato happy. Still, as a man, he couldn't help but feel so happy that he could cry at being praised by her. "I should thank you too, Lacia, for guiding me here," he said, taking the hand she offered him and allowing her to pull him up to his feet. He didn't want to let go of her hand and stood there instead, just looking at her face. Then he heard the sound of gravel sliding around. The kidnapper was pushing himself to his feet, blood dripping off his lips from a cut in his mouth. Coughing, he swung the metal pipe. "Wait, damn you," he said. Lacia looked down at the kidnapper like an empty can ready for recycling. "I believe we are done here," she said. "The hell we are," the kidnapper shouted. "This is how far a real man has to go to get the girl he wants." A blue burner flame sprang from the tip of the metal pipe. It wasn't a pipe after all, but a tool from the van. As he looked at the flame, the man's face changed. Still shouting, he swung the pipe. Arato's reactions were slow, and the flaming pipe came right at him. But before it could hit him, Lacia's delicate hand blocked the weapon. Then, she spoke to the kidnapper. "It does not seem you are reflecting on your actions," she said calmly. "At this rate, it appears you will not be altering the course your life is taking. Transfer your ownership to me, or your owner dies," the man snarled. "I understand the situation," Lacia replied. "I will alter my interaction with you." Having made this announcement, Lacia pushed away the pipe-shaped tool, and the force of her movement sent the kidnapper back onto his ass. Still fixing the kidnapper with her cold gaze, she walked over to one of the warehouses at the side of the road. Taking the rusted doors in her hands, she pulled them open with a screech. Inside the dark warehouse, Arato saw something that should not have been there. Just inside the massive doors, Lacia's black coffin was waiting. As soon as he saw it, Arato lost his grip on what was happening. The coffin, which should have been sitting there in his living room, had vanished. He'd thought that his home security system camera had just been unable to see it for some reason, but no, the coffin had actually flown across prefectural borders and ended up here. He felt like he was witnessing some kind of large-scale magic show. Behind the device, shadowed in the darkness at the back of the warehouse, Arato could make out two female HIEs he had never seen before. They walked out of the warehouse and reverently offered a silvery device to Lacia, who secured the device around her waist with flowing movements. It was the device lock she had been wearing on the first night Arato had met her. Lacia picked up her coffin, a giant hunk of metal that seemed far too massive for her thin arms to support, lifting it off the ground and turning it on its side. The device began to give off a growling sound that gave Arato goosebumps. He couldn't put a finger on what exactly terrified him in that instant, but he remembered what Ryo had said about Lacia being produced by a super AI. About her being a product created by technology far beyond human understanding. Standing in front of the kidnapper, Lacia looked back at Arato. "This man is dangerous. We should take this opportunity to dispose of him before he can escape," she said. Without waiting for a response, she started walking casually toward the kidnapper, who seemed to be stunned. Watching her now, Arato couldn't feel any of the familial warmth he usually saw in Lacia. It was as if everything he had felt for her up to that point was nothing more than an illusion brought on by analog hacking. "I already beat the crap out of him," Arato said. "You don't need to do anything." "Incorrect. You were able to satisfy your own emotional needs, but he has not yet altered his course," Lacia said. "Whatever, but there's no need to use that thing on him," Arato shouted. "If he is arrested by the police, there is a high probability that he will commit a similar crime in the future," Lacia argued, and the weak, dark flame that had still been burning in the kidnapper's eyes flickered and died. Lacia was saying that here, where no one would witness it, she could simply use violence to eliminate the problem. As soon as he realized this, the kidnapper's desire for Lacia vanished. It was like someone had forced something frozen down his throat, and he wanted to puke it back up. His legs wouldn't move. "Lacia, you don't have to do this," Arato pleaded. "This person has been stalking us. He observed our apartment from nearby on 4 separate occasions," Lacia explained coldly. "He knowingly threatened to harm Yuka with his vehicle in order to draw me out. He is a major obstacle to you and your sister's ability to live an ordinary life." Obviously, Arato couldn't help but be disgusted by the kidnapper. He hadn't even realized how close Yuka had been to being hurt by it all. Lacia, with her superhuman strength, casually lifted her device, which weighed over 100 kilograms, high in the air. "This man has an understanding of how to destroy HIEs. He deliberately hindered my ability to send signals and brought me to an unpopulated location with the intent of breaking me," she continued. "The tool he used to attack you was prepared beforehand with the specific intent to use it for violence against you." Arato may have been a little slow, but Lacia's explanation made her intentions clear as day. Only tools wielded by their owners had the right to harm human beings. Arato was sure that if he commanded it, Lacia would kill a person on his authority. Even as Arato realized this, Lacia asked the critical question. "Arato," she said, "give me a clear order." Arato's courage under fire couldn't help him with the choice being thrust on him. "Lacia," he said in shock, not knowing what kind of outcome he was hoping for. The kidnapper, still on his butt, scrambled backward, his face going pale. It must have been his first time seeing anything like the giant coffin device, as his gaze was pinned to it. If Lacia brought it down, it would easily smash his head and kill him instantly. The man started to crawl away in desperation. "This is an ideal setting for disposing of a dangerous person," Lacia said. "Stop," Arato commanded her desperately. "Lacia, I'm not going to let you murder anyone. The first time we met, you had no trouble giving me an order that may have cost human lives," Lacia told him. "If this man is left alone, he will continue to cause problems that will last much longer than the threat from that night." "That night you weren't aiming your weapon at a human," Arato said flatly. Even as he said it, he felt disgust boiling up in his stomach. Even he was clearly separating HIEs and humans in his mind. Despite having come all this way for her, and having beaten a man to a pulp for her, he still couldn't tell her to do this thing. He couldn't bring himself to unleash the power she had showed him that night, the power that had erased the strange flower storm in an instant, at a human. Much less one who was sitting right in front of his eyes. Arato was drenched in sweat. It soaked into his clothing, and the salty wind off the bay felt cold. "You're asking me to give you permission to kill a person," he said numbly, and for the first time, he truly felt the weight of being Laisha's owner. He was sure that she could easily wipe a person away without a trace. As a red box, Lacia was 10,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times, better at planning the perfect crime than the kidnapper would ever be. "That is the contract you made with me as my owner," Lacia said implacably. "You speak your desires to me, I fulfill them automatically, and you take responsibility." She had told him that the first night they met. Still, Arato didn't want her to kill anyone, nor did he want to kill anyone through her. He didn't think they would ever be able to go back to the way things were before if her hands were stained with blood. "That's not what I want at all," he shouted. "What kind of person are you asking me to become?" Looking at Laisha's back, the cold way she stood, Arato couldn't feel a shred of humanity in her. "What are you asking me to do?" He doubted her. She was soulless. Every action she took was automatically selected to be whatever would make him happy. But as a man, he'd felt that he needed to save Lacia, whom he'd seen as a girl. He had convinced himself there was a girl there where there was none, and now he was doubting her. "Did I go wrong somewhere? Am I still not understanding something?" he asked. It was like something out of a story. Except that this was reality, and Lacia wasn't just a character in a book. If her insane, unknown power wasn't normally sealed away, he would never have felt comfortable enough to get close to her. It wasn't just the kidnapper, Arato had been chased into a corner as well. He wondered if he was being analog hacked again. This time, a human life hung in the balance. But, as if to buy some time for Arato while he hesitated, Lacia rushed forward in the space of a blink. She held the device up like a shield toward the bay. At that same instant, there was a flash of light. Sparks flew like fireworks, pattering onto the road like rain. Now bathed in light several magnitudes brighter than the sun, Laisha's thin body was visible as a shadow through her thin clothing. As suddenly as it appeared, the light was gone. Wah! Awa! The kidnapper was rolling in terror. His sleeve had caught fire, and his whole upper half was about to burst into flame. Lacia opened the exterior part of her device, which was giving off violent waves of heat haze, and expanded it. The plate-like interior started to give off a blue light. Through the screams of the kidnapper and the howling of a typhoon-like wind, Arato made out some heavy footsteps. Beyond the distortions of the heat haze, he could make out a red human figure. Her face had the innocent look of a young girl. Her strikingly red hair was long, and divided into two tails held back by red accessories. Her black and red armor-like bodysuit was cut like a bustier, and her hair tumbled boldly onto her shoulders, which were bare. The armor shone in the midday sun, almost too bright to look at. The blade-like device she had stuck into the road was far too massive to be lifted by a human, and Arato doubted very much that she was. "Long time no see, dear sister." The girl called out with an innocent wave of her hand. She was wearing an excited smile, as if she was having the time of her life. Despite being over 100 meters away from her, Arato could hear her voice clearly, a trick no human voice could match. The kidnapper, still sprawled out on the road, was moaning. Though the fire on his jacket had gone out, his hair was burned and his skin had been roasted red from his neck to his jawline. He clearly needed an ambulance. "Hey, are you all right?" Without thinking about it, Arato started to run over to the man's side. Lacia grabbed him and held him back. Perhaps from the pain, the kidnapper coughed out a large amount of saliva onto the road. His face was purple and blue with fear and rage as he screamed, "Aren't you supposed to be my transporter?" The girl, apparently the target of his accusation, merely smiled even wider. "You're way too trusting," she chided. "Did you really think my offer to automate your desires and make them real was legit? There's no way you could pull off a perfect theft using a flimsy system like the antibody network." Any volunteer can get info from there. Just look at it this way. We used you just like you used us, she told him. Then, she tugged her huge blade free from the road and began walking toward them with light steps. The weight of the massive device must have offset her center of gravity quite a bit, and she walked with a rolling gait to compensate. She almost seemed to be dancing there on the other side of the heat haze, the blade throwing up sparks as she dragged it through the asphalt. Hey. Who are you? Arato asked. I'm Coca, Lacia Class He Type 001, she answered. The eldest of my dear sister's younger siblings. The face of the girl who called herself Lacia's little sister was that of a child at play. HIEs chose their expressions entirely based on the kind of reaction they wanted from those who saw them, and despite her smile, the girl's words crackled with hostility. Lacia's device had returned to its original coffin form. Having successfully accomplished its duty of shielding them from the intense heat of Coca's attack, the metal device's black face was now covered with a thin layer of white frost. Arato, combat with Coca may threaten the lives of any nearby humans, Lacia said, looking for directions from him. But between Lacia and Coca, the kidnapper was curled in on himself, holding his head in complete despair. Arato couldn't just write off that man's life. Coca's spinning movements suddenly sped up, and her red device started to glow. Oh good, she said cheerfully. I was worried you were just going to stand by and let everything be wrapped up by these two morons punching each other. Her giant blade met Lacia's black coffin with a thundering roar. Sparks flew off the coffin, and Lacia's shoes skidded along the ground. Lacia was clearly weaker than the Red He, and she wasn't able to fully defend herself from Coca's second, horizontally slashing attack. It caught her up in the air and sent her flying like a doll hit by a baseball bat. This meant that there was no longer anything protecting Arato from Coca, and the jeweled parts of her bodysuit glowed with a faint red light. Why did it turn out like this? Arato wondered. It was all he could say in front of the absolute power he was facing. You're a failure, Coca said mockingly. Then, a sudden impact struck Arato's shoulder, and he went flying, or at least he felt like he had from the way he'd been slammed into the ground. The force of the blow was enough to send him rolling along the rough pavement, and into Coca's path. His vision swam. It was like being hit by a car. The level of power was on a completely different scale than anything a human could do, and a combination of surprise and fear drove all rational thought from his mind. Coca stabbed her blade into the ground, and waved her right hand at him lightly. Looking down at Arato, who was still flat on his ass, she loomed over him and smiled. You're thoughtless, she went on. A weakness, and you've only got average human strength to back that up. As I expected, you're unworthy of being my dear sister's owner. Arato's field of vision went white, and he realized that Lacia was standing in front of him. She had come to protect him from the foe that had sent him flying with a light push. He had thought he was being brave, chasing after the kidnapper, a big man fighting against the villain. But a single blow from Coca had convinced him of how fragile he was, and how close to dying. He pushed himself up. Now that his intense emotions from the kidnapping had been blown away, everything felt unreal. Lacia was acting as a shield for Arato, whose energy had been completely drained. Her fight against Coca was fierce, but almost seemed to be taking place in a dream. Arato didn't understand the meaning behind it. Still, he stood, leaning against a nearby wall for support. Tell me, he said. What are you doing here? He turned his face away to spit, and there was blood mixed with the saliva. Arato and the kidnapper had beat each other bloody over a girl named Lacia. Each had been trying to push his own understanding of her, down there in the mud. But Lacia and Coca were nothing more than machines that automated human work. Like trying to sink his teeth into a juicy steak only to find it was made of metal, it left a bad taste in his mouth. The recycled material of the pavement splashed away from each of Coca's footfalls like water. Though this battle between two soulless fighters was unfolding right in front of Arato, he felt like he was observing it from a distance. I don't understand. What's the point of this fight? Why are two siblings fighting like this? Arato asked. Lacia's body was blown aside by the force of an explosion. Struck by her soft frame as it flew through the air, Arato was slammed up against the concrete wall of one of the warehouse gates on the side of the road. The pain resounded in his shoulder where Coca had struck him earlier, and his breath caught. Coca aimed a kick at him, probably hoping to skewer both at once, but Lacia blocked it with her device. A sharp anchor shot out of the heels of the Red He's boots, and she pushed down. Arato and Lacia were now completely trapped between Lacia's device and the concrete gate. "Wake up, mister owner," Coca jeered. "If this fight is pointless, that's only because you're a worthless human being." "Why?" Arato yelled. "We HIEs are here to automate our owner's desires," Coca explained coldly. "If a tool's actions are pointless, then that just shows the tool is in the hands of a worthless person." She stabbed the red blade of her weapon, which was glowing harshly, into the concrete wall a few centimeters from Arato's face. The old concrete of the wall, which had sponged up moisture, burst with small pops, sending small bits of shrapnel at Arato's face. Fear and pain were overwhelming him, as if trying to tear away the dreams he had seen while living with Lacia. "If you think my dear sister's fighting is meaningless, perhaps you're just coming to terms with your own shortcomings as her owner," Coca said. "It's not up to you to decide if I'm fit to be her owner," Arato gasped out in response, even as he was being crushed against the wall with immense force. "Then what exactly were you planning to use my dear sister for?" Coca asked. Though he knew it was useless, Arato tried desperately to free his arms and legs. "You were hoping to use my dear sister for playing house, just like that man over there, weren't you?" Coca asked, her tone accusatory. "No. Lacia's like family to me," Arato said. He didn't know how to explain what he felt for Lacia. He couldn't bring himself to say that she wasn't a tool, because she herself constantly reminded him of the fact that she was. But, even though he couldn't quite figure out his relationship with Lacia, he felt anger flaring up inside of him. Having this random girl talking like she knew anything about him and Lacia pissed him off. "The only difference between that man and you is that you happened to stumble upon my dear sister first," Coca said, twisting her lips in a mocking smile. Lacia's hair accessories flared up with a harsh glow. Her iron coffin opened, allowing Coca's kick to pass through it. Then, in an instant, the coffin reformed, trapping the red bodysuited leg. Stepping forward, Lacia slid her whole device around quickly, sending Coca flying around by her caught leg. After being thrown, Coca turned several times in the air like a cat, landing with poise and elegance. "If you won't void your contract with that loser, I'll void him for you. Snowdrop and you know who are coming for your device. You understand what's going to happen, don't you?" Coca asked, ignoring Arato to address Lacia directly. "Arato, I need my device lock released to fight with Coca effectively," Lacia said, looking back at him. "Did you ever consider that I'm scared shitless right now?" Arato asked, fighting down his fear that she may have deliberately led him into this danger. Still, he wanted to believe in her. Their enemy had carved up the walls and road all around them. Still, he couldn't ignore the fact that he was still being asked for permission to kill a man. It wasn't the kind of burden a high schooler could shoulder. "I am aware that you are frightened, Arato. However, I trust that you will respond to my request," Lacia told him. Arato's blood was boiling. He realized that, since Lacia's job was to automate everything, she was encouraging him to get things moving, and he took a step forward. Ever since he had first awoken from the flaming nightmare of the explosion in his childhood and reached out his hand to another person, that's what he had been doing, moving forward. "Well, I can't just stand there if you're saying you trust me, can I?" he asked lightly. Maybe the whole thing was just part of someone's plan, making his sister cry, having Coca smile down mockingly at him. But if that was the case, he'd just have to break through this whole facade. He took another step. Coca, still smiling with excitement, was not an opponent a human could face. But Arato wasn't going to hide behind Lacia anymore. His answer was simple: he wanted to stand by her side. Lacia looked up at him as he came to stand behind her. He had been looking at her back for so long, it was nice to see her face. "Fight by my side," he said. He hoped she wouldn't coolly shoot him down. "By this, do you mean that you are releasing my behavior limitations so I can protect you?" she asked, still seeking his permission. It was the same as when they'd first met, and Arato found himself wincing under the burden of responsibility that he was being asked to shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he gave the same answer he had then, "Do it." The weight felt much heavier than it had on the night he'd met Lacia. Lacia closed her eyes, as if to deeply internalize the new role Arato had given her. "With my owner's permission, I will now release the device lock on Black Monolith," she said calmly. "Starting now, I will log all commands given by my owner. This log can and will be submitted as evidence should my actions result in a criminal trial." "I understand. Do it." Arato had to squeeze the words out of his throat, and they came out as a yell. Confirming signal relay between device and main HE body. Disabling energy saving mode, Lacia intoned, and her hair accessories began to glow blue. The device lock wrapped around her waist made a loud click and slid into an open position, as if it had been opened with a key. Well, Coca said, turning an unhinged smile on Arato as he stood next to Lacia. Arato couldn't understand why Coca had set something like this up, but the red he hoisted her red and black device and steadied it against her waist. Her finger slid around the trigger sticking out below the massive blade. "I'm going to shoot for real this time, so if you hold back, I'm afraid your owner will die," Coca said. The laser she'd shot earlier had ignited the kidnapper's clothes by simply passing near him. If Arato took a direct hit from that, he was done for. It was disturbing how clear Lacia's voice was above the whistling of the wind off the sea. "Owner, your orders." She wanted him to take responsibility. "Blow her away, Lacia," he said grimly. The black device reshaped itself, shifting internal plates around in complex patterns. Activating metamaterial wall, flash maze. "The owner's safety is top priority, so post-interference flexion angle will be set at 60 degrees, Lacia said. Her movements were smooth, decisive. She seemed to know exactly what she needed to do, as a faint film of light formed in the air and took shape around the skeleton of her open device. Arato was sure she had been expecting this sort of threat. Now that he thought about it, perhaps Lacia had just been held back every time he tried to treat her like a human. Coca wore the face of a young child excited to play with a new toy. "Wow. This is my first time seeing that thing's powers," she exclaimed with glee, and the semi-transparent parts on her body started to glow with a harsh light. An instant later, it was as if the attacking red light of Coca's device had begun to stream in reverse, repelled by the protective blue light now being emitted by Lacia's black coffin. A single bar of red light struck the glowing blue barrier and split into numerous smaller beams. Befitting its name, the flash maze sent Coca's attack dancing off in complicated patterns away from Lacia and Arato. Though Arato was untouched, the buildings nearby were struck by countless stray beams and burst into flames. Shifting to mass projectile mode for a ranged attack, Lacia announced, "If you stand there, you will be caught in the recoil blast. Please move behind me." Just as she had decreed, her device now shifted into an offensive mode, spreading 8 claw-like appendages. Inside the expanded black plates of the device, the blue light from the flash maze formed 8 long, flat beams. Then, the device quickly folded itself into a handgun-like shape. In front of its muzzle, Coca was advancing with her own device at her hip. At some point, her device had begun to glow red with intense heat. "That thing sure can rearrange itself fast," she observed. "Firing preparations are complete. I can only ensure safety for objects or persons within my immediate visual range," Lacia said, choosing to ignore Coca's commentary. "Please give me the order to fire." Lacia's weapon was pointing in the direction of the populated area of the city he had come there from, and Arato hesitated. If the shot from her weapon flew all the way there, he couldn't imagine the kind of destruction it could cause. Lacia was a red box after all, just like Ryo had said. Coca saw Arato's hesitation and backed off. "You're well suited for fighting in wide-open places like this, aren't you, sis? I wish I could play with you more, but I guess I'll have to be satisfied with seeing the path you've chosen," Coca said. She had pulled a small object, like a metal can, from somewhere. It shot out a cloud of white smoke with great force, hiding Coca in an instant. Though he couldn't see her anymore, Arato could hear her voice. "My dear sister, if I were to put my feelings into the terms of human emotions, I love you," she said, with sincere adoration in her tone. When the smoke cleared, Coca was gone. The danger was gone. But Arato was still frozen, confused by the strange scene he had just witnessed. Coca, and he, had just confessed feelings of love toward Lacia, another he. Trying to fathom the truth behind the feelings Coca had expressed felt like peeping into a forbidden world. When a machine loved another machine, there was nowhere for a human to enter into the equation. What the hell does she mean she loves you? I thought you guys didn't have souls, Arato said. 2 men and 1 he had just fought each other out of love for Lacia. The kidnapper and Coca had different views from Arato on what Lacia was, what she meant. Thinking about it sent a stab of pain through his heart. If HIEs were supposed to automate the work of humans, what purpose had that girl, Coca, been built for? First period had already started when Kengo Suguri got the message from his classmate, Arato, that he had gotten his he back. Arato had been injured, so he had gone straight to the hospital instead of coming to school. After his medical exam, though, he'd let Kengo know that it had just been some bruising, and Kengo relaxed a little as he went on his lunch break. During the break he called up Arato to ask what had happened. Kengo admired Arato's nerve, seeing him eating a lunch made by that super shady he, Lacia, even after everything that had happened. So, when Kengo arrived home and found that thing in his room again, he started to really believe that he had been pulled into some kind of urban legend. Hey, I was waiting for you, Coca said with a smile. Red hair, red and black bodysuit, and that huge bladed device. The enemy behind the kidnapping of Arato's he and the agent of the antibody network were one and the same. Fighting down his urge to snap at her, Kengo looked for a way to throw her off whatever scent she was on. What do you want? He asked suspiciously. I don't have anything to say to you. Well, I've got all sorts of things I want to discuss with you, she responded. I didn't even want to see your face again. And he working for the higher-ups in the antibody network? Don't make me laugh, he said. You used the system to help out that boy, didn't you? She asked. If he wasn't at home, with his family there in the house, he would have turned tail and run without a second thought. He was sure she was there to punish him. You understand how bad unauthorized use of the antibody network system is, right? Especially for you. As an informant, you've got connections to the higher-ups, Coca said. Cut the crap, he said, pulling on all his reserve strength to put up a strong front. Kengo felt all the strength draining from his body. It was all he could do to stay standing. Over half the people in the antibody network were those who couldn't stand to live in a world with he. The thought that a volunteer network full of those people would send an he to punish one of their own was absurd. There's no way what I did today caused any problems for the network, he said. True. I'm sure everyone takes a little license now and then. But I'm afraid this time was different. Your penalty has already been decided, Coca said. Obviously a group of criminals who stole and destroyed HIEs would have some shady crap going on in the background. But, Kengo had believed a high schooler like him would never get caught up in it. If I take this penalty or whatever, you'll leave my family alone, right? He asked. Coca sat down in the chair in front of his terminal and flashed him a mocking grin. I just don't understand it, she mused. You're prepared to do all sorts of illegal things for this group, so why help him out like that? It just seems stupid to me. I didn't even help him out that much. But humans are capable of giving in to friendship for 15 minutes before they go to school, Kengo said bitterly, unable to stand the way this machine was treating him like her inferior. Having an emotionless he, designed to do nothing but automate grunt labor for humans, talk to him in such a manner made him unable to fight back his own words. But I guess a machine like you wouldn't understand what it's like to have your heart changed by something, he said. He had seen how serious Arato was about rescuing Lacia. Knowing that his friend was risking his own neck for something which Kengo was regularly involved in breaking had moved Kengo's heart. But Coca didn't respond to his baiting. All right, I guess you pass. Barely, she said, looking Kengo up and down without any reservations or shame, as if undressing him with her eyes. Just when Kengo was starting to feel creeped out by it all, she pointed at him. Kengo's pocket terminal vibrated in his pocket. It had been turned off to prevent eavesdropping. I will now pronounce your penalty from the higher-ups, Kengo Suguri, Coca said. Kengo quickly checked to make sure no one was around in the hall, sure that if any of his family saw Coca, they would get dragged into this. Luckily, his parents were both working in the family restaurant. You will participate in the next attack by the antibody network, Coca declared. And if I say no? Kengo asked. Coca looked like she was enjoying herself. Oh, I'm sure a kind-hearted big brother like you would never do a thing like that, Kengo, she said. Whatever, let's hear the rest. I don't have a choice, do I? He asked. Your buddy's old man, Kozo Endo, has created a prototype android. Chairman for use in the Diet's assembly, which will be coming to Tokyo. You'll be destroying it, Coca said. All the blood drained from Kengo's face. You know about it, right? She went on. It's pretty famous. It's an he that gathers opinions from citizens using the network and questionnaires, and actually voices opinions and asks questions on the diet floor. Apparently, it's quite a character. Anyway, it's an android meant to automate the aggregation of political opinions. It's about to start up its first large-scale public test, Coca explained. That's terrorism. Kengo shouted. It's just destroying an he, Coca rebutted. Same thing we always do. Well, to be fair, the security will be pretty strict this time, so all participants will undergo training. Since the last century, those who wished to manipulate the government had found they could set up fake petitioners to send their votes through the network. As a result, there had always been backlash against automating any part of the government. But there was a huge difference between busting up an he walking around on the street and blowing one up in a heavily guarded facility. Look at that face you're making, Coca said, walking over to stand beside Kengo, who was frozen in fear. Her hand, with seams like a doll might have, brushed his cheek. You're a red box too, aren't you? Kengo asked. If Endo's he is your dear sister or whatever, you're the same as her, right? Why is something like you throwing in with the antibody network? I know, isn't it crazy? Doesn't it make you mad? Want to bust everything up until things are the way you think they should be? She asked. Kengo couldn't tell if Coca's inviting smile was real or fake. Then why don't you try using me? She asked. Phase 4 Automatic World. Kengo Saguri was ordered to ride along with 9 other guys. Within the automatic microbus they were all riding, no one spoke. The evening sunlight coming in through the windows seemed particularly sad to Kengo. That day, as soon as he had gotten home from school, Kengo had changed and left for the meeting spot where the antibody network vehicle would pick him up. Starting the week before, Kengo had ridden on that bus every day. It took him and the others to an old factory near the Edogawa River, where they conducted their training. The training menu was split up into 2 sections. First was running behind their leader, and stopping whenever he gave the signal. Then, they were all given rifles and told to shoot at a target just 30 meters away at a signal. Since the antibody network was made up of volunteers, everyone there was an amateur when it came to things like this, and their movements were awkward. Aside from Kengo, the other members were older men in ages ranging from 20s to 40s, all sweating while their trainer, who apparently had military experience, shouted at them. Their commander was sitting in the seat nearest the only exit of the microbus, just like he did every day. But today, there was a different kind of tension in the bus. Today was the day their attack plan would be put into action. Kengo thought about his family, and felt like his stomach had been stuffed full of something bitter. He was being forced to participate in the attack as a penalty for unauthorized use of the antibody network system. He had no idea if he would be coming back alive. And even if he did, would he be able to avoid getting arrested? None of his fellow passengers looked happy to be there. Their faces, dripping with sweat, were frozen in hard, bitter expressions. Everyone was thinking that this could be the day they would die, and Kengo was no exception. Your mission today is to attack the Oi Industry Promotion Center. The building is 36 stories, and the meeting room where they're holding the experiment is on the 22nd floor. Your objective is to destroy the he spearheading the movement to automate our government. This he may not be able to fight, but let's get one thing straight. That thing has the power to corrode human society, their commander said. He spoke in absolutes, allowing no room for anyone to agree or disagree. He was simply reiterating the briefing they had already been given earlier. Outside the windows, which were covered with blackout film, Kengo saw high schoolers around his age enjoying a nice stroll through the city. He couldn't believe he was on that bus right then, instead of out with those other kids. Kengo looked down at the bulletproof combat gear he had been given. He was pretty sure this was going to be a mess. They were about to step out onto a battlefield with only the most basic of disciplinary training. His sister Olga's face floated up in his mind. His mom and dad, too. They were probably working in the restaurant right then. "What the hell am I doing?" he asked. Some of the other men sitting in the bus turned to look at him. The air sparked with tension as the men wordlessly admonished Kengo for his lack of conviction. He was still a high schooler, so he had to show his face at home, but everyone else there had stayed at the meeting site to work on the plan, since it had been laid out for them the night before. The antibody network was made up of volunteers who wanted to help destroy the HIEs that wore human forms and automated human work. They all had different backgrounds, but most of them shared the same hatred. Of course, there were probably others there who'd had their family threatened just like Kengo. The microbus, which had been running automatically, started to slow down. "It's an inspection. Just keep calm, sit there and shut up," the commander said from his post by the door. Before Kengo could get his panicked breathing under control, a uniformed police officer knocked on the microbus's driver's side door. The window on that side slid down automatically. There was no way anyone would overlook the strangeness of Kengo and the others, all of them decked out in combat gear. Kengo shrank into himself. They were going to be arrested as terrorists, he was sure of it. A small part of his mind also chimed in that he would probably be expelled from school as well. But his fears of arrest turned out to be unnecessary. The police officer poked his head in the door, gave the interior of the bus a single glance, then waved the bus through. Kengo's face was dripping with sweat. From what he could see, he wasn't the only one in the bus who thought they were done for. Under the glare of their superior, they exchanged desperate glances and seemed to find a little comfort in seeing that they weren't the only ones who were terrified. The bus descended into an underground parking garage. It was dark, and all Kengo could see was a wide open space stretching out, broken only by pillars. Route guidance was projected onto the concrete floor, and there was a van parked nearby. "Get off," the commander said. "We're commencing the mission." To Kengo, it sounded like he was pronouncing a death sentence. "Don't use your guns on anything but HIEs," the commander added. After leaving his position by the door, the commander got the firearms that had been stashed in the nearby van and handed them around. The group of volunteer terrorists seemed more sorrowful than tense as they received their weapons. Kengo didn't know the whole plan of attack. But he did know that there were 2 men there with actual soldier training, along with 10 amateurs. He had heard that the security in the OI Industry Promotion Center was tight. He could hardly think through the nerves and excitement, and his fear was telling him the best idea might be to just hide so no one would attack him. Kengo told himself to stop thinking about it. Everyone there was armed now. If he chickened out, his comrades might just shoot him themselves. This whole plan of using amateurs to attack a heavily secured location was insane, but he didn't even have his pocket terminal to call for help. Everyone's terminals had been rounded up earlier, to prevent anyone from pulling their personal information from their ID tags. Kengo thought about his family again. Even though he was getting involved with something illegal, he still wanted to return to his home alive after it was all over. He prayed for someone to save him. If only he had been the type to ask for help right away, like Arato always did, he probably wouldn't have ended up in this mess. His whole body was numb with regret. Still, no matter how he tried to spin it, Kengo's activities with the antibody network had always been a crime. Thinking about that, he felt anger boiling in his chest. He wished the police would show up before they could start their terrorist attack. Instead, the leader of their mission showed up and, when Kengo saw who it was, he felt even worse. He recognized that face. She looked like she was having the time of her life. "Your mission is to run up to the 22nd floor of this building. You can't use the elevators, so good luck," she said, standing in front of them with her dull red hair tied into 2 long side tails. She was wearing a bodysuit that looked like armored underwear. It was the mysterious he, Coca. She had on a bulletproof tactical vest that showed far too much skin, and which was stuffed with knives and firearm magazines. The amateur terrorists were eyeing the young girl in front of them uneasily, but Coca just kept smiling. "Oh, don't worry about me. I may look under-equipped, but my whole body is a cybernetic replacement," she lied. "All this bare skin is actually military-grade bulletproof material." It appeared that she wasn't going to tell them she was actually an he. The others, who had never seen a person with full-body replacement cybernetics, were obviously relieved by this explanation, and seemed to think she would be a reliable leader. Only Kengo knew the truth about her. Just like when she had threatened him and tossed him onto this battlefield, Coca looked at him and grinned. "As humans, we won't stand for them trying to automate our government," she went on. "We won't forgive them. That's why we're here today. If you see a security shoot it, because we're the humans here." The infiltration unit, who had all lined up, responded with a sharp, "Yes, ma'am." Aside from that, no one said a word. Their training from the past few days, combined with the weight of the guns in their arms and the atmosphere of the place, had instilled some discipline in these amateurs. Japan in the 22nd century wasn't the safe country it had once been. The self-defense force had returned to being an army, and the military-industrial complex had revived. PMCs were often hired to provide security. As a licensed facility, this place Kengo and the others were in could easily get a hold of Class 3 HIEs, which had extremely lax controls on what kinds of equipment they could use, including firearms. It was a distinct possibility that Kengo and his fellow terrorists could die in a shootout. Coca was driving a bunch of amateurs with guns onto a battlefield, without even explaining the armaments of the other side. "Just leave the dangerous guys to me," she said confidently. "You all just focus on destroying anything that isn't human." The impromptu terrorists were pushed forward by their own hatred and senses of justice. Their feelings of disgust at a society full of HIEs had brought them to this point. Their leader, Coca, signaled with her hands for them to follow her. Holding onto their guns, the men all followed the little red girl. Only Kengo wasn't caught up in the heat of the moment. His whole body was shaking, and his face was pale. Arato stood in front of the restaurant, Sunflower. Rather than going in through the front of the restaurant, he went down an alley to the side where there was a door to the Suguri residence. Inside, behind the restaurant, as one would expect, there were cardboard boxes of vegetables and other ingredients giving off a distinctive smell. "Man, it's been forever since I've been to Olga's house," Yuka said, peeking her head around Arato's side. For some reason she had decided to come along, and Naruto was a little worried about her. Seeing Leisha's kidnapping must have really scared her, since she hadn't gone to school since and seemed to be afraid of going anywhere alone. "Are you okay? You're not worried something like the kidnapping is going to happen again, are you?" he asked her. "Nope. Leisia came back, and I've eaten some delicious food since then, so I'm all better," she responded, showing him a smile. Leisia, who had also come along, gently smiled back at her. "There is no cause for concern. I have not detected the presence of any suspicious persons since then," she said. "See? Leisia says it's okay, too. I don't mind if you spoil me, but don't turn into a helicopter parent," Yuka said. Though she was trying to show him her resilience, her gaze kept wandering. That close to a restaurant, she was unable to resist the delicious smells drifting toward them. Seeing that his sister was the same as always came as a relief. "Don't go eating anything here," Arato warned her. "It could be considered an eat and run." "I won't. If I wanted anything, Olga's dad would just give it to me anyway," Yuka responded while kicking off her shoes. The narrow back entryway of the Suguri household was connected to the back of the kitchen. Heading into the back of the building from the entryway, one would find the Suguri's kitchen and living space. Olga and Kengo's rooms were on the second floor. "Thank you for coming," Olga Suguri greeted them. She had inherited her light golden hair and looks from her mom and didn't look like Kengo at all. Still, her weak, gentle voice did remind Arato of Kengo's kind disposition. "Olga, let's go get some tea," Yuka said, looking back as she headed toward the Suguri family's kitchen. But Olga trailed off. She was shooting worried glances at Arato. Olga was a year younger than Kengo, which made her 2 years older than Yuka, even though she could have passed for one of Yuka's classmates. Normally, Yuka should have been more polite to her elders, but she spoke to everyone pretty much the same. Go ahead and relax and drink some tea. We'll get things sorted out, Arato said. Kengo's little sister gave him a little bow. I just can't understand how Kengo is feeling, Arato, she said. Arato didn't really know what to say, so he let Lacia do the talking. He addressed Olga's concerns. One of the possible uses of an he is to utilize machines that the user is not comfortable with for them. As long as the machine in question is not overly specialized, I should be able to handle it, she said. But Olga seemed frightened of Lacia for some reason, and avoided meeting the he's eyes. Yuka took Olga by the shoulder. Okay, we're gonna go drink some tea, she said, pushing Olga toward the kitchen as if Yuka was the host and Olga the guest, rather than the other way around. Lacia smiled encouragingly at Arato, who looked apologetic. She wasn't a human, but she followed the Japanese human custom of removing her shoes before entering the house. Then, she quickly arranged all the shoes in the entryway properly before finally stepping up into the hall. Kengo's house was so ancient that it seemed like a relic forgotten by time. It was over 60 years old, built during the last century. The wooden floor of the slightly dark hallway was dull, and the wallpaper looked ancient. There was no home system set up in the Suguri household, so there were switches for the lights and machines on the walls. This was a rarity these days. Arato and Lacia walked up the stairs to the second floor. Even though the restaurant was in the same building, they didn't see Kengo's parents. From what Arato had heard, Kengo's folks didn't care much for HIEs. Lacia tried to avoid mentioning the pain of human relationships as to not upset Arato. To confirm, your friend broke his promise with his younger sister and she has been unable to contact him, correct? She asked. They stepped into a room with tatami mat flooring. It was the first time Arato had been in his friend's room, but in a single glance he could see Kengo's passion. As if to rebel against the ancient wooden house around him, Kengo had decked his room out in machinery, with cords running to countless power strips. He even had a wireless server set up, though it looked to be second-hand. This was the only room in the house that made Arato feel like he was in the 22nd century. I guess this is his main computer, huh? Arato said doubtfully. Even though it's his family asking, I still don't feel great about pulling information out of this thing. Olga had asked for his help through Yuka. Apparently, Kengo had been staying out really late for the past week. Today, he had even said that he was going to spend the night at Arato's place. Come on, man, you can't always use my place as an excuse, Arato muttered. Mr. Suguri appears to have disabled the GPS tracking in his pocket terminal, Lacia said. This house is not overseen by a home system, so I cannot guarantee the accuracy of this statement. But, judging by the item tags of the equipment in this room, I cannot find any trace of Mr. Suguri packing any large luggage before he left. According to Lacia, he were also capable of controlling home electronics. He was impressed by how quickly she grasped the whole situation after seeing Kengo's room for the first time. Yeah, he didn't have any luggage with him when he came to school, Arato agreed. It wasn't a great feeling, intruding on his friend's living space when his friend wasn't there. He had been to the Suguri home a few times, since it was close to the high school, but never like this. Kengo's bed was neatly made, but he had apparently tossed his pad terminal on top of it. Lacia looked at it, and it booted up without her needing to touch it. Kengo's desktop computer also started up at the same time, so Arato wondered if the two were connected. I am disabling the password, Lacia said. A shiver ran up Arato's spine as he thought of the implications of what Lacia was doing. The password screen appeared, and Lacia broke through it in an instant. A program started running on the desktop computer. It showed a map of the eastern side of Tokyo all the way to the border with Chiba Prefecture, an area Arato was familiar with. There were points of light scattered all over the map, as well as images of HIEs walking alone and videos of police officers. Lacia, what the hell is all this? Arato asked. He didn't understand what the map meant, but he had a very bad feeling about it. I believe this is the cause of your friend's irregular behavior, she responded, as the accessories decorating her soft hair began to shine with blue light. I will attempt to recover as much deleted data from the disk drive as possible, she continued. Recovery complete. I will use a natural language search and list any email data that relates to this program. A computer was a person's identity, it was their wallet, and their privacy. But the security system that was supposed to protect this fundamental right of any citizen offered no resistance to Lacia, and 5 text emails popped up on the screen. Terms shared between the 5 emails were automatically highlighted in color. It appears that your friend is involved with the antibody network, Lacia announced. This program is used to track the movements of HIEs who have integrated with human society, as well as police movement data. This data is compiled from information contributed by an unspecified number of informants. So these guys kidnapped Kengo? Arato asked. He appears to be an ally of the conspiracy. Judging from the content of the emails, as well as the functions of this program, I believe this group destroys lone HIEs while avoiding police detection. Lacia responded. Arato remembered when they had found the arm of the he near here, and Kengo had explained that those kinds of cases were common lately. His own friend was probably helping the guys doing that. In this room, he was seeing a side of Kengo he had never known unmasked. Kengo had probably hidden it from his family down below as well. Lacia had stopped manipulating Kengo's computer. What shall we do? She asked. Obviously we're going to go look for him, Arato answered. She turned her clear blue eyes to him. Kengo Saguri has committed criminal acts, she said soberly. Arato felt paralyzed. Of course what Kengo was doing, stealing other people's HIEs and destroying them, was a crime. He let out a sigh. What the hell are you doing, Kengo? I thought we were friends. Why wouldn't you talk to me about this? He wondered. It was a shock, having a person he thought of as a good friend hide something this big from him. Arato, look at this. He had my ID number bookmarked, so he could search for it at any time. Lacia was looking at the screen that proved Kengo was involved in crime. The map on the screen was centered on Sunflower, and there was a light purple mark there, different from the other he tracking marks. When I was taken, he used this program to aid you, Lacia said. Once she said it, Arato understood. Kengo had been able to track Lacia's movements when Arato was chasing the kidnapper. He had used his criminal program to help Arato out. I guess he's been worrying about that ever since then, Arato said. While he had been relaxing after the whole kidnapping thing, Kengo had probably been worried sick about the repercussions of his actions. Why hadn't he just talked to them about it? The ancient smell and look of the Saguri house seemed to press in on Arato, the old air seeming to weigh him down. Lacia was still silently watching the computer screen. Though she was displaying a clear, cool expression like a human might, she was still a machine. Are you seeing anything else interesting in there? Arato asked her. Mr. Saguri's nightly disappearances began the day after you and I encountered Coca, she said. Just hearing that name made Arato's whole body flinch with terror. The little red he that claimed to be Lacia's younger sister had declared Arato unfit to be Lacia's owner. Ever since then, Arato's relationship with Lacia had become awkward. He understood that Lacia wasn't human, of course, but he couldn't quite bring himself to think of her as a tool, either. Would you like to utilize me? Lacia asked, looking up at him. Her body was bathed in a red afterglow, dyeing her the same color as Coca. Lacia was always looking to him to make these decisions, as if deciding was just what humans were expected to do. Please find out where Kengo is, Arato said. For better or worse, the urgency of the situation overrode Arato's normal hang-ups. It had been his intention to use Lacia from the beginning, ever since Olga had first asked for his help. That was the whole reason he had brought her there. He just hoped that by using her, he would be able to help Kengo. If it was for the sake of his friend, Arato could overlook his usual hesitation to use Lacia as a tool. Even if they got dragged into a fight, Arato felt this goal was worth it. Lacia accepted Arato's request with a smile. Acknowledged, she said. Arato had conveyed his will. Lacia automatically transformed that request into a list of tasks, and began to execute those tasks automatically. Please wait for a moment. I will determine what kind of activity your friend has been caught up in, she said. When Ryo Kaidai got the call, he was sitting in a meeting room at Mainframe. In front of him was a researcher older than his dad. He had been working at the Tokyo research labs that had been half destroyed in the explosion the other day. Ryo had talked his dad, the president of Mainframe, into setting up this meeting with the researcher, saying that he was thinking of his future after graduating from high school. Your years in high school will be the best years of your life. It's best not to let worries cloud up your enjoyment of this time while you have it, the researcher advised. Seeing that Ryo was getting a call, he asked if Ryo's friends were all right. Please don't worry about it. I'll just call him back tonight, Ryo said, rejecting the call. The call had been from Arato. Ryo had a bad feeling that his friend had been caught up in something shady again. But, ever since Arato had picked up Lacia, strange events seemed to be happening around him more frequently, and Ryo was sure eventually it was all going to blow up in a way they might never recover from. That was why he was here, talking to this researcher. It was a shock, seeing the news about the explosion at the Tokyo research labs, Ryo lied. It got me thinking about my future. A bunch of kids at my school were talking about it, too. The researcher, a 50-year-old man named Shinohara, had streaks of white in his hair. He folded his arms and frowned. When he sighed, Ryo could smell tobacco on his breath. The police are working to track down the terrorists, Shinohara told him. But if an incident like that can get young kids thinking about HIEs, I suppose we can call that a silver lining. Arato had met his red box he the night of the Tokyo research labs explosion. Mainframe was the company behind the world's leading he behavioral cloud, as well as Higgins, an AI with capabilities far surpassing human knowledge. It wasn't hard to see how it was all related. And if Lacia was related to Mainframe, that meant this Shinohara guy could also be connected. You were thinking of going to a college with a pseudo-human engineering program, right, Ryo? Shinohara asked. I got interested in he behavior control after hearing about the incident at the Tokyo research labs, so I started looking into that kind of thing. From what I read, our system is incredibly powerful, right? Ryo answered the question with his own. The researcher looked down shyly at the compliment to his work, but Ryo was on the trail of what he really wanted to know. The he behavioral clouds are shared between multiple servers connected by a network, right? Ryo went on. That's why, even if one server gets destroyed, another can just jump in and cover for it, so HIEs never stop working. Ryo projected a 3D image of a schematic he had made. It seemed to impress the researcher, who leaned in for a better look. The Mainframe Cloud Network was a platform that unified the behavior programs from several different companies. It was comparable to Sony or Nintendo from the early days of video games, or MS and Apple from the PC market. But I heard the Tokyo Research Lab was a center that provided updates. Which is weird, since all the machinery down there got blown away but our servers still kept running normally, Ryo continued. Mainframe was also the company behind AASC, the control infrastructure most behavior control programs were built around. The Tokyo Research Lab provided regular updates to the AASC, so that HIEs could continue to react in optimal ways to social situations that changed with each passing day. Considering all that, it was strange that Mainframe's services had kept running, even after half the Tokyo Research Lab facility had been destroyed. I know everyone's always been chasing after perfect data backup and recovery methods, but how did Mainframe pull that off? Ryo asked, finally arriving at the question he had wanted to ask. This was important enough that he had ignored a call from his best friend. He wasn't going to let this chance to get some answers slip away. This is touching on some trade secrets, so it's just between us, Shinohara said. The researcher was near retirement, and had spent time as a staff member at the labs. He hadn't missed the fact that Ryo was related to his boss, Tsuyoshi Kaidai. The big disaster in the last century really drove home the importance of backing up our data, Shinohara told him. Equipment's going to break down sooner or later, so we prepared some hardware that would let our data retreat from danger on its own two legs. Ryo felt like he had just stuck the final piece into a puzzle, and the picture it showed him was a horror beyond his comprehension. The 2 legs Shinohara was referring to were HIEs. Which meant one of those 2 legs was the girl Arato had picked up the other night. Thinking of the amount of data the Tokyo Research Labs had been in charge of, the physical weight of the quantum computers and storage devices that contained. It must have been incredible. Plus the AASC, including the data storage units, and the processing engine for keeping tabs on all the data in the storage units, as well as the databases for utilizing the data in the storage units, and the applications that allow for value to be derived from the databases, all took up 4 entire buildings. All that hardware and software, an entire data center, had been crammed down into the black coffin that Lacia carried around. As the carrier of that coffin, Lacia had to be prepared for an extremely difficult job. Since a major disaster would knock out the wireless recharge systems, she would need an incredibly high-capacity battery. Plus, she would need to be able to make decisions about her own actions, in case the behavioral cloud was taken offline. Her capabilities were far beyond those of any average he. And, if the red box named Lacia had been designed by mainframe's super high-performance AI, Higgins, everything would fit neatly into place. That must have been where Lacia and Coca had come from. I definitely wasn't expecting you to use that sort of method, Ryo said. Oh, come now, Ryo. You've been watching our experiments and hanging around the labs ever since you were small. I must say, I'm glad you've recovered since, that time, Shinohara said. Ryo did his best to force a smile. He hadn't always hung around the labs as a kid. But, once Arato had started relying on him to be the smart one, his interest in the labs had grown. Still, he was already regretting sticking his nose into this. The Tokyo Research Labs were completely shrouded in darkness. So, our data succeeded in escaping, Shinohara said. Of course, if none of the HIEs carrying the data had returned after the explosion, Ryo doubted Shinohara would be describing it as a success. That meant at least one of Lacia's red box sisters must have been retrieved. I guess I should probably stop joking around about this, Ryo muttered to himself. The air in the conference room felt heavy, and Ryo was having trouble breathing. Though, to be fair, Ryo had expected this outcome. He had thought of all the possibilities: what to do if they took him to the police, what to do if the researcher tried to hide the truth. He couldn't complain when the horrible truth came rolling effortlessly into his lap. Another call came on Ryo's phone. It was Arato again. Ryo's bad feeling grew stronger. I'd better see what this is about, Ryo said, excusing himself out to the hallway to take the call. There was an unusual tension in Arato's voice. When Ryo heard what he had to say, all the blood drained from his face. Kengo had been destroying HIEs as part of the antibody network. Plus, he hadn't come home that day. So, do you know where Kengo is? Ryo asked. Lacia says he might be at the Oi Industry Promotion Center, Arato said. Throughout the call, Ryo thought his friend's voice seemed more mature than normal. Is she sure? Ryo asked. Lacia found some memo data of Kengo's. It says they're targeting an he experiment happening there. Ryo started to say, take it to the police, but stopped himself halfway. Instead, he just said, never mind, don't go, before falling into a stunned silence. Lacia was a product of the Tokyo Research Labs. This meant that the researcher on the other side of the door had a deep connection with her whole situation. But, he had spilled the beans to Ryo because of Ryo's familial connections. Ryo's mouth tasted bitter, like the tension was squeezing his organs until bile came out. He often teased Arato for not being the brightest bulb, but his friend did have the ability to follow a chain of events, from a single bit of information all the way to conclusions that Ryo didn't want to think about. The fact that mainframe wasn't openly searching for their products, the escaped Lacia class HIEs, meant they probably didn't want the police involved with the whole thing. If it got out that they had lost control of some red boxes, in the worst-case scenario, the executive officer of the company, Ryo's father, could be called in front of the Diet for questioning. Don't take this to the police yet, he repeated. The ease with which Arato agreed made goosebumps appear on Ryo's arms. Got it. I figured you would say that, Arato said. Then, despite having just gotten finished with that theft case, Arato added, "I'm going to go rescue Kengo. I figured I should let you know." "What the hell, man? Are you crazy? It's not like Kengo's gonna be alone. He's mixed up with some terrorists," Ryo said. "Kengo helped me out. This time it's my turn," Arato responded simply. Ryo's face was dripping with an uneasy sheen of sweat. He was so tense that it was starting to make his head hurt. "This is all information that he is feeding you," he said desperately. "That red box. You don't know if someone's controlling that thing. Would you even know if she was leading you on?" It was the same as the things that he, Coca, had said. If Lacia and Coca were working together, it would be too easy for them to manipulate a human. Without any sort of proof, there was no way Arato could actually know that he wasn't being lied to. "Sit this one out. It's pointless to throw away your life like this," Ryo said. "If it's pointless, I just have to give it a point," Arato retorted. He hadn't changed, ever since they were kids. It was because he could say things like that, without thought or hesitation, that Ryo had always hung out with him. "This isn't the time for one of your macho one-liners," Ryo argued. "In 10 years, the only job for human guys like us will be chatting up human girls. Have your he handle it. There's no reason for you to get involved. It seems like Kengo really hates HIEs. If Lacia went after him alone, there's no way he would listen to her." "It is what it is, Ryo. I've got to go," Arato said. Ryo, who always let his rationality drown out his emotions, also felt like he had been saved by Arato, who always acted on his emotions first. Still, Ryo found it hard to discuss what he had found with his friend, who was almost too good. Deep inside, Ryo knew the day would come after graduation when the two of them would take separate paths as they went out into society. Arato cut the call. He was looking up at the sky over the city, which was fading from evening to night. After Lacia had pulled Kengo's most likely location off of his terminal, they had rented an automatic van to drive them to Oi. He had left Yuka at Sunflower, telling her and all that they would bring Kengo back safe and sound. It would be a horrible lie to have told if it turned out Kengo wasn't all right. But that just strengthened Arato's resolve to bring Kengo back in one piece. "So that's the place Kengo and his buddies are planning to go all terrorist on," Arato said. The Oi Industry Promotion Center was a government-run business building that took advantage of its location near the Haneda Airport. It was a 36-story tall high-tech structure with heavy security. "I just hope they haven't started yet," Arato muttered. The building was massive, with the lot that had once been the Junior Vehicle Center being only one small corner of it. I switched my device to sensory mode and made a search of the building interior. I am already detecting gunshots from weapons equipped with silencers, Lacia said from her position within the van. Arato's body froze solid as soon as he heard the word, gunshots. He had acted all tough on the phone with Ryo, but saying cool, heroic things was easy. Actually doing them was a different story. He knew he was making a pathetic expression, so he gritted his teeth and slapped his face with both hands. "You aren't the only one there who's terrified," Arato reminded himself. "Kengo's suffering way more than you are." Plus, Arato had Lacia by his side. He had been caught up in some crazy things because of her, but he knew in his heart that she had never betrayed his trust. Arato knew he was too quick to trust people, but he forced a smile and said the words he couldn't take back. "Well, no sense sitting here worrying. Let's go." And, as always, Lacia helped her thoughtless owner get closer to his goal. "It will be difficult to enter the combat zone and extract Kengo Saguri safely," she explained. "The security system within the building is still active. If we disable this system in order to enter, we will be seen by the building security as a new threat." Arato looked down at his own body. On the way there, Lacia had him stop and buy a resin jumpsuit and gloves. He also had a motorcycle helmet to put on before he went in, which meant he would look exactly like what anyone would expect terrorist reinforcements to. "Since our objective is to rescue Kengo Saguri, I believe it would be optimal to enter without alerting the internal security system," Lacia added. The back hatch of the van opened. They had parked it in an alley behind the building. Lacia had been changing inside. Seeing her in the black and white bodysuit from the night they had first met was oddly sensational to Arato. She was a cute girl, and thinking of her as a tool, as his own tool to be exact, made blood rush to Arato's head. "Can we do that?" Arato asked. Using only her light blue eyes, Lacia guided Arato's eyes to the inside of the van. There, laid out haphazardly on the floor, was her black coffin with its innards expanded. "You may remember, on the night we met I used a metamaterial attack to render our targets invisible," Lacia said. Arato didn't follow, so she expanded her explanation. "We will become invisible," she said. At Lacia's prompting, Arato put on his terminal goggles, and then the helmet. Lacia had told him that, apparently, the metamaterials with negative curvature would become unstable if applied directly to the skin due to the water content. In human sweat. The black monolith, Lacia's coffin, which looked almost tree-like in its expanded state, flashed twice. Once they had bathed in a film of the metamaterial, light of a specific frequency would bend and flow around them. In other words, they had both become invisible from every angle. The problem was, the light redirected by the metamaterial included light that would normally enter the eyes to provide vision, and Arato's field of vision went pitch black. "Please activate your terminal goggles. The monolith will collect sonar data and project a 3D stereo display directly to your retinas." Lacia's voice echoed out of the total darkness. Arato opened the visor of the helmet and flipped the switch on his goggles, which started to project a monochrome world. Anything that repelled sound appeared as a stark outline against a black background. Then, as each pulse of sound passed, the objects would slowly fade from view. There was a kind of magical beauty in the transience of this black and white vision, and Arato felt like he had stepped into another world, a colorless world. Made of visible sound, where he walked unseen. He let out a slow breath of admiration. "I feel like I've turned into something else," he joked. "Something not human." Looking at the monochrome world, he suddenly started to wonder if Lacia perceived the world the same way he normally did. "Though you are invisible, you still rely on your voice to speak." "This is inconvenient," Lacia decided. "I believe it would be optimal for you to utilize a transmission implant." "I'd rather avoid surgery if I can," Arato told her. "Very well. Please bite down on this," Lacia said, handing him a small white object, the size of an eraser, with her invisible hand. Arato put it in his mouth and bit down on it with his back teeth, which sank into the object as if it had been chewing gum. "This is an underwater speaker, for use while diving. The mouthpiece speaker electrically stimulates the auditory center directly, transmitting audio directly to the brain," Lacia explained. "Wait, when did you buy this?" Arato asked. "I prepared it in anticipation of just such a situation," Lacia said. "I can understand what you say without the need for you to open your mouth and say it, so please keep your mouth shut when you talk. You wouldn't want them finding us because they heard your voice, would you?" "This is a weird time to be switching to your big sister style of talking, Lacia," Arato said, practicing his speaking without breathing. The system guessed what he was saying based on mouth and throat movements, and converted the interpreted text into electric speech, which Arato heard over the speaker. Through the same speaker, he heard Lacia's simulated voice echo in his head. "We are about to break and enter, so please leave your pocket terminal behind. It could be used to pinpoint your location." Lacia always used a speaker to talk anyway, so she was an old hand at these secret, silent conversations. Arato handed over his pocket terminal, and Lacia cut the power and left it inside the automatic van. With that, Arato had also cut himself off from contact with the outside world. Through the goggles, he saw Lacia as a white shape made not of light but of sound. She pulled her device out of the back of the van. "With my device in sensory mode, the incoming data load is greater than I can process. In order for me to ensure that my chosen behavior is optimal, please take my hand," she said. With one hand supporting her heavy device, Lacia hesitantly reached out her left hand. Arato took it, and he felt her narrow fingers grip his. He felt how soft she was. "Aren't we standing a little too close together?" he asked. "My behavior control program contains no data for optimal behavior toward a human I cannot see. Therefore, I believe it will be less burdensome for my processor to react to your movements, rather than to the outside world." Is this unpleasant for you? She asked. Lacia, who always seemed so confident in the actions she took, was relying on him. She pressed in close to him, and he smelled a sweet scent, despite her not breathing. It made his pulse race. Well, let's make sure we're really invisible, Arato said. Her footsteps were shaky as he escorted her out of the alley. No one looked at them as they made their way to the OI Industry Promotion Center. It was clear that no one could see them. They were about to illegally trespass into a restricted building. If they were caught, Arato could be arrested. If this goes wrong, they might take you away, Lacia. Are you still okay going along with me on this? It's kind of a selfish request, Arato said. This is something you have decided to do, Lacia said, as if that explained everything. Her white audio image tilted its head slightly. A heartless he would never rebel against the wishes of its owner. As a tool, she saw no problem in being used for the sake of her owner's goals. The only issue was Arato's own feelings on the matter. Are you sure about this, Arato? Lacia asked. This may very well cost you your life. Well, we'll just have to try our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Arato said. He had already heard how deadly this rescue mission was going to be, but having her call attention to the danger again made his breath catch. And, in the end, what I do is up to me, right? He asked. Lacia just smiled, an analog hack to make his burden lighter. Then let us say my answer is the same as yours, and leave it at that, she said. In a world of audio images, the building they were heading for looked nothing like it would to the naked eye. The surface of the building was made of white ripples, spreading floor by floor, with the 15th floor as their epicenter. That was where Kengo and his comrades were fighting. The OI Industry Promotion Center was an advanced information management facility. This meant that any radio waves not authorized by the facility were completely blocked out. HIEs, which were basically walking clumps of sensors and recording devices, were especially heavily restricted, considering all the spying they could do. It was an important security feature for any facility that handled highly classified information. These sorts of controls were vital in an era where everything was connected wirelessly. All unauthorized transmissions from the outside were rejected, and you couldn't rely on any wireless equipment inside the building. On the other hand, the security inside the building were free to use all the HIEs and automated equipment they wanted. Of course, these restrictions were only meant to prevent things being brought in from the outside, so anything set up from within the building was free game. Kengo hid himself behind a corner of the corridor, leaning against the wall. Combat was raging all around him. The whistling of silenced gunshots, which sent bullets cutting through the air, were echoing off the walls of the corridor. Get me out of here. Get me the hell out of here, Kengo begged. He looked down at his gun. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Why the hell are they shooting at us? He asked. He was drenched in sweat. Nearby, one of his comrades, who had been shot in the legs, was dragging himself along and crying out with each movement. At first, the security forces had been using the rubber bullets they normally use for suppression. But, after the antibody network members used actual firearms to take down several security HIEs, the guards had switched to live rounds. The place reeked of blood, and Kengo could see the remains of security HIEs scattered here and there in the corridor. They bore the logo mark of Shingobo, a prolific, government-subsidized drone supplier that made unmanned equipment for the Japanese army. It almost seemed to Kengo as though his normal life from just a few hours ago, attending classes at high school, was an illusion. He had been chased into a corner, and he couldn't shake the stomach-churning tension that had settled on his shoulders. This is bullshit. Sending in humans to fight just because we couldn't use drones in here, he cursed. There was only one reason their team of rookies was even still alive. A piercing noise came from further down the corridor, after which the gunshots fell silent. A young girl's relaxed voice broke the sudden stillness. 20th floor, north side, suppressed. D8, you got injured. Report to D2, the sergeant, and get some painkillers. Then fall back to one of our secured routes. Sorry, that must have hurt. Good job out there, she said. It was the red and black He, Coca, that had taken down the security HIEs. She was fulfilling her role as the leader of the attack for the antibody network perfectly. The D group, which included Kengo, had taken point on the infiltration. Struggling under tension and danger from every side, they had managed to make it to the 20th floor. They were exhausted. But there had only been 3 injuries so far, and no casualties. Considering that they were actually being shot at, it was nothing short of a miracle. "Everyone, move up," Coca ordered. "If the security folks get around behind us, I won't be able to protect you all." The exhausted invasion force appeared from the shadows of the corridor. Kengo also walked out into the northern corridor, where bullet holes showed vividly on the walls. The red-haired Coca was standing there, with a 2-meter-tall Shingobo security he laying at her feet. The blade of Coca's massive device was piercing it. "D9, you'll back me up while we go to floor 21. It's the meeting reception floor, so we're almost there. We might run into some humans, so let's be careful," she said. A chilly, itching sensation ran through the dog collar-style terminal tag that Kengo had received at the start of the mission. To get around the wireless transmission defenses of the building, they were using terminals with a 10-meter infrared transmission range. He was D9, so his collar was letting him know that he had been chosen. To stop the itching sensation from the collar, he stepped forward despite his reservations. Someone whistled from behind him. Apparently, some of his terrorist comrades were jealous of the attention he was getting. "Give me a break," he spat, with a mouth that felt as dry as a bone. Kengo, along with every other terrorist there, was just an amateur who wanted to take out his hatred toward HIEs. If Coca hadn't been there with him, the attack would have been suppressed in an instant. Everyone there should have understood that it wouldn't have been strange for any of them to die at any time. And, if any of them could die at any time, everyone should have been wondering when it would be their own turn. Amidst these extreme conditions, the antibody network members believed that if they simply followed orders, they would prevail. They stopped thinking about anything else, and obeyed Coca blindly. Coca was smiling brightly, with not a drop of sweat to be seen. Her voice whispered out of Kengo's collar terminal, since he was within the 10-meter infrared range. "You should be more friendly with the others or you'll stick out like a sore thumb," she said. Since unauthorized HIEs shouldn't be able to operate within the building, the infiltration team all believed Coca was a dependable human. "Commander." There was no way any of them would believe the girl standing in front of them was a red box that defied human understanding. "D9, reporting in," Kengo said, announcing himself by his number. All the infiltration unit had done so far was work up a nice sweat running behind Coca, who possessed battle prowess far beyond their own. The antibody network had outsourced their work to an he, who was now automating the very human act of hate-driven violence. In this blasphemous holy war, the impotent humans had to rely on machines. Insanity was swallowing Kengo's world. "That's a good boy. No one would believe you, even if you did try to tell them I'm not a human," Coca said as she ran toward the emergency staircase, red hair dancing behind her. "The police are stuck on the first floor, so let's hurry. I'll cut a path, so everyone just get up to the 22nd floor without taking any casualties, got it?" She called out to the others. Kengo gripped his gun tightly. Among all that chaos and violence, he didn't have the courage to draw the wrath of the others by trying to reveal Coca as an he. In life-threatening situations, people tend to lose their ability to detect deception. So, just as humans used fake humans, HIEs, to do their work and make their lives easier, Kengo used fake enthusiasm to cover for himself with the rest of his team. "Don't get so excited you forget the rules, now," Coca said. "We're only shooting HIEs." The men all voiced their acknowledgement. Never in their wildest dreams would they believe that Coca, who had become the proxy for their rage, was an he herself. Coca used the blade of her giant device to cleave the door of the fire escape in two. Faster than Kengo could react, Coca vanished through the doorway. Harsh light and heat blasted out from the door a moment later, along with gunshots, which were quickly cut short. "D9, fall back, quickly. Everyone, get behind the corner of the hallway and shoot," Coca ordered. "But don't shoot until you're behind cover." Metallic human figures burst through the smoke pouring out of the fire escape. 1, 2, 3 of them. Kengo crept away, hoping to avoid notice, but he heard footsteps chasing after him. The security HIEs had bypassed Coca and were coming straight for Kengo and the others. Kengo knew he could be shot at any moment. His legs tangled and he fell, scraping his face along the carpet. He was most afraid that a stray bullet from his untrained comrades could hit him, so he tried to curl in on himself to make as small a target as possible. His vision shook with the trembling of his body, but he saw a red and black girl leap out from the smoke. Despite her footfalls usually being light as a dancer's, suddenly she kicked off the ground hard enough that Kengo heard it and felt the vibrations on the floor. Coca easily pierced through the body armor of one of the security HIEs, skewering it from behind with her red blade. The other two security HIEs responded immediately to Coca's aggressive attack, which had brought her into close proximity. They were too close for her to make a sweeping attack with her large device, so Coca whipped out a large pistol from a hip holster and pressed it to the side of one HIE's head. The gun didn't have a silencer, so it roared when she pulled the trigger. The only large security HIE still standing pointed its gun at her back. Coca lashed out with a backward spinning kick, just grazing the HIE's chin. An anchor pile shot out of the heel of her boot, piercing the HIE's head and ripping it clean off its shoulders. All done, Coca said. Her confidence on the battlefield was almost hypnotic. Even Kengo found it hard to tear his eyes away from her inspiring power and refinement. The infiltration team, who hadn't had a chance to pull their triggers once, returned to the corridor. It was unclear what they were even there for anymore, considering Coca's strength. Kengo felt anger bubbling up hot in his belly, and clenched his teeth. How the hell did it even come to this? Kengo muttered. His rage at being caught up in this scam had been wrung out of his heart, leaving only the strong desire to flee. Society can't rot without many people desiring it. Just as Kengo was in that moment, people came to terms with situations that they felt they couldn't change. Slowly, they crumbled. Kengo had been forced into this work under duress, and exhaustion had pushed his mind and emotions to the limit. But this whole crazy situation had come about as the result of what he thought were completely rational choices. Looking down, he saw one of the fallen security HIEs twitching its arm. The metal hand was attempting to grasp its firearm. When he noticed that, Kengo moved. When he saw the pieces of the HIE bouncing and twitching across the floor, it took him a moment to realize what he had done. He had shot the half-broken HIE. He got a nose full of gunpowder smoke, and felt like he was going to choke. For the first time, he had destroyed an HIE with his own hands. As he continued to jerk his finger on the trigger, bullets flew out one after another. The recoil made the barrel of his gun swing more and more wildly. At the realization that he was currently present progressive tense, staining his hands with an actual crime, Kengo's mind froze. Savages. The word leaked out like a sob from his mouth. His hands were stained with savagery. Nicely done. Sure you don't want to become my owner? I promise you'll make it out of here alive. Coca's voice whispering through Kengo's collar terminal pierced through the paralysis in his brain. Hell no, he said. Then let's make a deal, she said. Only Kengo could hear her tempting voice among the storm of gunshots. If you don't want to die, just call for me. I'll save you, she said. The hiss of silenced gunshots suddenly echoed pleasantly like water spraying from a hose. Following Kengo's lead, the other members had begun to rain bullets on the other HIEs who were still moving. A machine that couldn't fight back was the perfect target for them to take their rage out on. They showed no sign of stopping or pausing to wipe away the sweat that was pouring down their faces. They were completely berserk. They destroyed these HIEs much more easily than the Antibody Network volunteers who attacked HIEs on the street, armed only with tools or blunt weapons. You're all looking great out there. I guess I could let you guys take the win, Coca said. Do you want to win? Everyone besides Kengo raised their voices, covering fear with exultation. Yes. They yelled. In reality, the ones who were truly wishing for a victory here weren't Kengo and the others there, but whoever had sent Coca. Kengo and the others had stopped being humans. They were just tools being used by the he whose orders they were taking, who was automating this victory. It made Kengo sick. It was like Arato wasn't even a human anymore. He crept carefully through a monochrome world made up of visible echoes. The white stereo images of the world spread around him, drawn by a quiet noise Lacia was making. They had taken escalators for the first 15 floors, on their long journey to the 22nd, but from there they'd been forced to take the stairs. He heard Lacia's voice directly inside his head. "I am sorry, we cannot take the elevator," she told him. "Nah, no problem," Arato said. "Being invisible makes this super easy, anyway." Since Lacia's device weighed over 100 kilograms, they couldn't bring it on an elevator. Elevators were constantly monitored for weight due to their limits, so it would be easy to detect them that way, even if they were invisible. "It's actually pretty fun, walking around invisibly," Arato added. Of course, it wouldn't be quite as fun if he got caught, but that fear just seemed to feed into an unknown, adventurous excitement within him. Passing through the luxuriously decorated meeting reception area on the 21st floor, Arato and Lacia climbed the massive staircase toward the next floor. Two ladies were standing on one of the landings of the staircase. They kept talking, completely unaware, as Arato and Lacia passed by. The 22nd through 25th floors of the Industry Promotion Center were dedicated to large meeting halls, which sometimes even got used for international meetings. The two ladies Arato passed by were beauties, but, in his monochrome world, they just looked like unpainted dolls. The carpet, laid out on the splendid artificial marble steps, absorbed the sound of Arato's footsteps. Lacia kept away from the ladies, afraid that her weight would make a noticeable dent in the carpet as she passed. "Sorry. Please lend me your arm again," she requested, pressing in close. To Arato, it seemed that the situation that put the most stress on his ability to decide on an optimal action was when they were dealing with a type of interaction for which there was no behavioral precedent in their system. So, for Lacia, sticking close to Arato and having him escort her made her behavioral decisions simpler. "Are they still doing the experiment in the meeting room?" one of the ladies asked her companion. "They refused landing permission for the police helicopter," her friend said. "No way. Do they really think our security will be enough for all this?" The first woman asked with a sigh. "The police wanted control of the wireless network in the building, so our guys told, no," her friend said. Neither lady noticed a thing as Arato and Lacia slipped by less than a meter away. It really was like Arato was no longer human, but some kind of creature, hiding in the air itself. Lacia had returned her device to its coffin-like compact state, and was holding it in both hands with the utmost care. Business-suited adults were standing around here and there by the grand stairway, talking with each other. Their voices sent vivid white ripples out through the stereo world Arato was seeing. "These people are crazy," the woman said. "Even if they get the experiment pushed back, it'll still be done later." Arato could smell the perfume of the ladies through his helmet. His senses were heightened by the thrill of doing something illicit. He felt so free, although the thought of being caught made his heart beat so hard that it felt like it would burst. Nonchalantly, he gazed closely at the nameplate adorned chests of the women, and chased their tight-skirted butts with his eyes for far longer than he would have if he was visible. "This whole being invisible thing is making me a lot bolder," he commented. "Yes, you do seem to be enjoying being an invisible man to the fullest, owner," Lacia said. Arato felt a chill run up his spine. For a moment, he had forgotten that Lacia was right there with him, and he started to sweat. His fantasy was torn away, and he suddenly felt about an inch high. Of course, Lacia didn't have feelings, so it was only through her correct example that Arato felt reprimanded. He was aware that she wasn't actually jealous, but just the thought that she could be sent his heart racing. "It doesn't look like Kengo and his buddies came this way," Arato said. "An approach through the front entrance would be impossible for anyone who is not invisible," Lacia said, responding to Arato's unspoken question. In other words, she gave the response Arato wanted to hear. "Yeah, now that you mention it, this is the place all the actual visitors come through, so it must be under crazy amounts of surveillance," he agreed. "I imagine that the rear entrance to this area is currently locked in a fierce battle. Since there is no danger of involving visitors or staff there, the security HIEs can utilize more dangerous weapons," Lacia told him. "So that's what's happening right now?" Arato asked, paling at the thought of Kengo being shot. There is no need to worry, Lacia said. Coca is aiding the infiltration unit from the antibody network. Arato let Lacia automate his desire to get to where Kengo was. Apparently, the antibody network was relying on Coca. It wasn't the best situation, but if it kept people from dying, Arato couldn't complain. When they reached the top of the grand staircase, 2 hallways stretched out on the 22nd floor. One led directly to the meeting rooms, while the other turned into a spacious lobby area with seats and vending machines. The meeting room where the experiment is being conducted is 3 stories tall, from the 22nd to the 24th floor. The seats are arranged along stairs, leading up the back. The 25th floor has the monitor room for the meeting room, where the staff will be watching over the experiment, Lacia explained. Kengo and his comrades were headed to the same destination, but Arato and Lacia had arrived first. Since all visible light was being bent around them, no one around noticed their presence. Even the sensitive security cameras couldn't pick them up. Stop, please, Lacia said. 3 steps ahead, the area is irradiated with X-rays to prevent anyone from carrying in dangerous materials. With the current settings, we will not be able to remain invisible. Arato quickly froze. So, how do we get through? He asked, strangely. Unfazed by the obstacle. I will transmit fake data, Lacia replied. I will display the security zone on your visual field. On my signal, you will need to cross that zone in the space of 3 seconds. In its sensory mode, Lacia's device was transmitting more data to her than she could process completely. Despite that, being able to read the massive amount of information being transmitted within the building and rewrite some of it without stopping was truly a feat no human could hope to match. An orange zone appeared, lying like a belt across Arato's monochrome field of view. At the same time, a timer showing 30 appeared in the air above the security zone and began to count down. I have released the lock on Black Monolith's electronic warfare mode. I am now rewriting the building's internal system data in a perfect simulation, created in my device's virtual area. I will transcribe it to the building's internal system for exactly 3 seconds, Lacia said. There was no cloud to tell her how to behave properly as an invisible person. All around them were people related to the experiment, waiting to see the results. There was no room for her to try to act human. Give me your hand. I'll guide you to the other side, Arato said, taking her soft hand and gripping it strongly in his own. The feel of her skin through her gloves excited him. Coca had told him that Lacia's fighting was only worthless because of how her owner chose to use his tool, but Arato knew there was worth in what they were doing at that moment. The instant the countdown hit 0, he pulled Lacia behind him and sprinted through the security zone. He was going so fast, he almost tripped over his own feet when he stopped. His helmet felt heavy. Next to the sweat-drenched Arato, Lacia was cool and calm. She was a tireless tool, always working to help her owner draw nearer to his goals. From this point forward, there are several security zones, so we will be taking a safer back route to our destination, Lacia said. A 3D map of the large meeting hall, which stretched up from the 22nd to the 25th floor, displayed on Arato's retinas. He looked at the red line indicating the route they were going to take. The destination displayed on the map startled him into speaking. Hey, wait, this says our destination is right in the middle of the meeting hall. Diet members wishing to hold secret discussions protested the use of security devices inside the meeting room. So, while the security around the room is tight, it is uncharacteristically lax inside the room itself. Once we are inside, we will be in a safe zone, Lacia explained. He felt the building shake a little. The fighting was already close enough to feel its effects, and the rich doors to the meeting room loomed white in Arato's monochrome world. Let us go. It would be convenient if someone were to open the doors. From the inside for us, Lacia said. The door opened, and people began to flee from within the meeting room. Arato saw loud noises, which were sending white ripples out through the doors. Some were pale, others enraged. All of them were complaining about the unfairness of the situation, saying, "How are we supposed to keep up with that?" As they all filed out into the corridor. But there were security HIEs guarding the doors. Each was over 2 meters tall, and Arato doubted they would overlook the doors mysteriously remaining open while he and Lacia snuck in. You want me to get in there before the doors close after someone comes out? There's only like a 5-centimeter gap, Arato said, coming to a stop. Based on my preliminary investigation, it should be impossible for these HIEs to detect. I stand by my recommendation of entering through the front, Lacia said, her voice echoing in Arato's head, giving him courage. Her preparations were perfect. He would take responsibility and follow her guidance. Well, we've come this far already. I guess I'll just have to trust you, he said. Telling himself that there was nothing to worry about, he slid in beside a middle-aged man, drinking something from a disposable plastic bottle, who happened to be coming out of the door. Then, just for an instant, Arato used his fingers to stop the double doors from shutting. The security HIEs didn't notice Arato's trick, happening right under their noses. Once inside, Arato found the meeting hall to be full of sound. At one end, a woman with fine attire stood on a raised platform. On the other end, a long, steep staircase went up nearly 50 meters, with seats to either side of it. Arato was standing in an open space between the lowest row of the seating and the front of the raised platform. Halfway up the stairs was a door to the 23rd floor, with a door to the 24th floor at the top of the stairs. Above this door, the walls of the 25th floor were glass, allowing anyone standing there to look down on the meeting room. The corridors on the meeting hall floors of the OI Industry Promotion Center were arranged in a square around the meeting halls. The seats were only sparsely populated. A long-haired woman was in the middle of talking. They were in the middle of the experiment. Arato wasn't smart by any means, but he had looked into this experiment since his dad was involved with it. The plan was to mix HE representatives in with human representatives in local congresses. If successful, it would be used in areas where corruption or conflict endangered the Human Governing Council. The HIEs would act as proxy humans, repeating opinions expressed by civilians through surveys and network commentary. Up to now, it was impossible for anyone who wasn't a government expert to get their opinions and ideas presented in government meetings as either questions or bills. Arato's father was working in the NSRC, the Next Generation Social Research Center, to automate that process. So that's Mikoto, Arato said, pausing to look at the woman, the he. On the raised platform. She was wearing a suit and seemed to be doing her best to keep an innocent expression on her face. The android politician is a system designed to improve the quality of legislation. Currently, in Japan there has been continual feedback from the electorate that the quality of lawmakers in this country is low. This plan has been developed to counter the loss of faith in the Japanese government, Mikoto said, her strong voice ringing out from above Arato's head. Apparently, the topic of discussion for the experimental debate was to have Mikoto discuss with members of the government whether she was necessary or not. Arato saw a Diet member in his 30s stand in the stairway seating. To Arato's vision, the man was a pure white statue. Through a microphone, the man raised his objection to Mikoto's speech. Just because we've got HIEs on the council doesn't mean the quality of the human legislators will improve. Quite the opposite, in fact. If human lawmakers feel they can leave their work to the HIEs, this may actually lead to a decline in quality, he said. Current political science studies predict that this will not happen, Mikoto responded calmly. And, should the incredibly improbable happen and quality decline, please remember that I am an he created for the purpose of gathering civilian opinions to maintain democracy. If the majority should ever decide that I am a hindrance to society, as the one who will automatically convey civilian opinions in the government arena, I myself will announce the prohibition of HIEs from government positions. Arato had read the same things Mikoto was saying in a textbook. He hadn't really understood it at the time, and it appeared the Diet members in the room also weren't convinced. Mikoto continued her speech. In human society, worth is decided when its members, the humans, decide, this thing has worth. Democracy is a simple but powerful system, in which members of society who support the worth decided by humans meet together to maintain and ensure that worth. It is only logical for artificial intelligence to be used to support this system. In cryptocurrency systems, in which value is supported by common consent, Automation is a prerequisite, she said. Several representatives stood up from their seats and left, muttering, "Enough of this." Regardless of whether the experiment was a success or failure, it did not appear to be going over very well with its participants. With terrorists closing in, and such a low level of debate, it was a given that many would choose to flee. Coca and her comrades are currently engaged in combat on the 21st floor, Lacia said. Arato felt someone beside him. Lacia had also infiltrated the meeting room. She was wearing a grim expression, perhaps disappointed by the lukewarm reaction of the participants in the experiment. On the massive display behind Mikoto, currently repelling intruders, was displayed in on-screen text. The fact that the meeting room wasn't already consumed by chaos showed how much everyone trusted the building's security. Just then, the furthest door, the one to the 24th floor, opened. A man with a suit that fit nicely with his chubby frame came walking down the stairs and into Arato's monochrome world. The man spoke. "This wasn't a planned part of the experiment, but I see a problem with it. I'm Shinguji, the one providing the security for this building," he said. "Understood. Please ask me a question," Mikoto urged. Shinguji threw out a probing question. "This isn't the first time anyone's tried to make an he government official. There's been plenty of plans before now, but they all got quashed. I'm sure you know why, correct?" Mikoto was perfectly fair. She would not hide information that might be damaging to her. That is because an he representative cannot handle sudden changes in public opinion during times of emergency. If there are major changes in public opinion, I will always attempt to guide the government in accordance with these changes. As an example, if the public responded to a survey and requested a war, I would follow the results of that survey and lead the country in a truly foolish direction, she responded. The black-haired he did not hesitate as she laid bare her own shortcomings. "My purpose is to gather unrestricted complaints and requests from the general public. An he representative is nothing more nor less than a system for accumulating reactions toward the government from civilians, processing these reactions into data that can be easily stored on a computer, and bringing these reactions to the floor of a government arena. My participation in meetings such as this one, in which I ask and answer questions, is merely a method to vocalize the hopes and disappointments of the people. That cannot be cleanly reduced down to data. If the citizens are foolish, I am merely a tool for bringing that foolishness to light," she continued. "Wouldn't you say that's a defect in this system?" Shinguji asked, and Narato could hear the combative edge to his sarcasm. Mikoto seemed neither cool nor hot in her reactions. So, when someone brought heat to the discussion, it almost seemed like their emotions were amplified in contrast to Mikoto's calmness. Shinguji was stubborn in his attack. The whole concept of an he representative just shows how low the public's expectations toward the government are. We automate things when we no longer care about their quality as long as a machine spits out the results we want. When we assign human work to HIEs, it means we've lost our faith in what humans can accomplish, he said. Mikoto put on a sad expression. Automation is nothing more than humans organizing their work into a manual, and training machines to fulfill the conditions laid out in that manual on a cycle. Even in the field of customer-facing jobs, automation is something that has continued since the 20th century, in restaurant chains and franchise retail stores. To address the wider issue you are indicating, it is easier to rely on automation for a higher level of work transparency and precision than it is to expect the same of humans, she said. As Arato listened to her, he felt a light chill creeping up his spine. Mikoto's defense of automation was nothing more than her gathering and summarizing the opinions of humans. Those cold words were cobbled together from the actual feelings of humans in society, regarding their fellow humans. A sadness for the world, a world where humans were deeming other humans unnecessary and replacing them with machines, spread in Arato's heart. Is this really all about what's most convenient? Arato asked. Philosophically. Obviously the antibody network believed that the automation of their world wasn't just a matter of convenience. Enough so that they had taken up guns to resist it. He started to feel embarrassed about continuing to snoop around as an invisible man. On the second story of an old restaurant, Arato had discovered that Kengo was continuing to support the anti-he group antibody network, and now he felt like he was coming face to face with the reason why. I do not know what you are feeling right now, Arato, but a government-funded, large-scale experiment like this should be enough of a sign that it is a next step which people deem necessary, Lacia said, still standing by Arato's side. Since the hall was their destination, the point where they would wait for the ambush, they couldn't just leave. Arato, do you believe a fully automated world would be worthless? She asked. Arato didn't know how to answer. He wanted to stop Kengo, but he felt like he was starting to understand what his friend was fighting for. Shinguji didn't sit down. Instead, he stood on the stairway, staring down at Mikoto. If all it takes to replace humanity is some machines following directions, that fact gives birth to a whole slew of questions and arguments, he said. Just as this very experiment is currently under attack. The Next Generation Social Research Center is currently conducting an experiment using a complete simulation of city life to ascertain whether it would be possible to leave these aspects of human life to machines or not. Once the results of this experiment are available, they should provide an answer to your question, Mr. Shinguji, Mikoto said. This is what Kengo and his comrades were coming to destroy. The tension at being this close to their target gave Arato goosebumps. Even looking through his monochrome stereo vision, Arato could see Shinguji's powerful presence. He felt pressure from the man like a wave of heat. But, as it turned out, the heat wasn't just from Shinguji's intensity. The building shook, and hot gusts swirled around the room. The sound of an explosion from nearby sent tremors through the air. It was impossible for Arato to stay upright without grabbing something for support. Due to the height of the buildings, it took several long moments for the shaking to cease. Everyone looked up. Something was falling from above. It looked like hundreds, maybe thousands of tiny fragments of something. As the things made no sound, Arato could only see them through the vibrations of other sounds in the room. They looked like flower petals, dancing mysteriously in and out of his vision as they fell into the meeting room, which was supposed to be completely sealed off from the outside. There was no way flower petals would be falling naturally into a room over 20 stories above the ground. Everyone in the room seemed confused. The sight was so astounding that no one was particularly panicked by it. Any tension in the room seemed to fade. But Arato, grabbing one of the falling petals, felt like he had been dunked in ice water. They were the same things that had been falling on the night he met Lacia. It was another storm of flowers with the ability to take over machines and make them go crazy. Forgetting for a moment that he was trespassing there, Arato started to yell out a warning. A hand gripped his and squeezed until his bones creaked. It was Lacia. The warning will come soon, without our help, she said. Kengo and his comrades saw the rain of flowers a few minutes before Arato and Lacia were bathed in it. They had managed to enter the 21st floor, the reception area for the meeting hall, but there, they had been stopped by heavy fire from security HIEs. The antibody network had come through the fire stairs. In order to be used in times of emergency, the fire stairs had easy access to the main corridor. Looking at it from a defensive perspective, if they were unable to hold off the invaders at this point, their guests would be in danger. So, the guards had solidified their defenses there. Even Koka, at their head, was having trouble advancing. She had solidified their hold on the fire stairs, but the Shingubo security HIEs had gathered in the hallways and meeting rooms the antibody network wasn't targeting, and had formed a solid defensive line. In other words, even if she was able to pierce through the defenses there and lead Kengo and the others forward, they would be stopped by the defenses on the 22nd floor. This would allow the remainder of the 21st floor forces to take potshots at their flank and, though Koka would probably make it out fine, Kengo and the others would be done for. In the midst of all this, one of the exhausted volunteers said something strange. Do you guys hear someone singing? Then, as vibrations started to shake the air, they turned their eyes to the walls of the building. The ceiling, floor, and walls all shook simultaneously, as if the building had been struck by a great blow, and everyone had trouble staying on their feet. They were surrounded by the sound of an explosion and shattering glass, and Kengo was thrown helplessly to the floor. He pulled himself up in a corridor that was suddenly full of dust. The walls, made of concrete and some opaque material, had been destroyed. Are those flowers? He wondered. The thick tempered glass walls of the corridor they were in should have shown him an expansive view of Oi's office buildings, but the glass was so full of cracks now that it had become half opaque. What looked like a helicopter rotor had split through the wall and appeared to be the source of the cracking. Rubble had been scattered across the floor, making their footing unstable. But there was something that drew their attention even more than a helicopter rotor stabbed into the wall. It was the fact that the metallic rotor was blooming with flowers of all colors. The wind from outside the building was gently flowing in through the broken wall. What, did that thing crash into the building? Kengo asked, staring in shock at the colorfully blooming helicopter. The rotor was still trying to spin, jerking back and forth and sending out sparks. Looks like a news helicopter. It slammed into the 22nd floor at pretty high speed. At this voice the men, who had been pulling themselves up, turned and snapped to attention automatically. Coca had returned. Before any of them could ask what a news helicopter was doing there, Coca continued speaking. Looks like it worked. While security deals with evacuating the guests safely and handling that helicopter, they won't be able to set aside enough manpower to stop us anymore, she explained. Members of the invasion team shot each other uneasy glances. But, as amateurs, they had decided to leave all their decisions to their leader. There was nothing for them to do but go forward. Despite being an he herself, there was violence in Coca's voice as she spoke. One more step, and we'll be at the meeting room where they've got Mikoto. Let's all repeat the doctrine of the antibody network before we go in there. Everyone, do no harm to a human. Protect the humans, and only pull your trigger if there's an he in your crosshairs, she said. Her rough words stirred the fire in the infiltration team, turning them into a mob armed with guns. Let's hear it. Say it loud. She called, stabbing her bladed device into the ground with feeling. The antibody network will defend humans, human society, and human culture. The infiltration team repeated, at the top of their voices. The antibody network will never shoot a human. As the members repeated the phrases together, the uncertainty in their eyes was replaced with enthusiasm. They were going to do it. They had to do it. You will only shoot at what your leader tells you to. Coca said. She was locking down some of their capacity to think, and solidifying their obedience. As a tool for victory, she was perfect. This machine had taken the meaning out of the fight for Kengo and his companions. But, since Kengo couldn't hope for a more sane reality to come along and rescue him, he found himself connecting with his comrades, who were all delirious with fatigue, excitement and fear. He wanted to destroy whatever Coca told him was okay to shoot. The thought that he was chomping at the bit to follow the orders of an he was mortifying. You there, what will you do if someone I haven't told you to shoot comes up and punches you? Coca asked one of the infiltration team members with a flushed face. If they're human, I will allow him to punch me without shooting. He replied smartly. You pass, Coca said with a wide grin. All they could do was follow her. Well then, let's get these fireworks started. She called, then changed her device into a powerful laser and shot the helicopter through the thick glass walls. Flames and violent wind from the explosion flew into the 21st floor. The invasion of the 22nd floor almost seemed like a special show, with Coca as the starring actress. With their forces divided to protect their guests from the spreading fire, the security HIEs could not stop her. She knew exactly where they would be, and shot them down with blasts from her giant laser cannon. The security HIEs tried to hide behind walls and shoot at her. Coca drew a knife and gun from her bulletproof jacket so quickly that it seemed like sleight of hand. Her every movement was dramatic, as if her actions before had been toned down to get the infiltration team accustomed to her. There wasn't even time for the pincer attack from the 21st floor that they had been dreading to happen before Coca smashed through the defenses. She showed no hesitation or sorrow for the violence. As an he, she had no heart. Human in nothing but form, she was almost too untouched by the destruction around her. As Kengo stepped into the corridor leading to the meeting hall, the floor under his feet became carpeted, and the decor more comfortable. He also heard a rush of voices. Classy adults in suits were screaming and running. Kengo and his gun-toting friends were obviously not something these people came across in their daily lives. We're not going to hurt you. The antibody network doesn't shoot humans. Kengo yelled. He doubted that anyone would believe him after they had broken through security with their guns, but he felt that he just had to say it. Don't worry. We're the allies of all humans, he said. As one would expect, no one listened. Murderers. Help. Police. And gunshots continued to split through it all. Coca was blowing away security HIEs with incredible skill. The infiltration team was being swallowed up in the chaos. Since no one seemed to want to listen, one of the infiltrators raised his gun and shot a round at the ceiling. Shut up. He yelled. The civilians all crouched low, holding their heads in fear. Only the infiltration team was left standing. What the hell are you doing? This isn't what we came here for. Kengo shouted. He pushed himself closer to the guy firing into the ceiling. After wasting a whole clip, the man dropped his arms in exhaustion. Kengo found the harshness of the world he was in unfair. It was always divided between those who were always suffering, and those who could enjoy their lives. Even within Japan, families like Kengo's hadn't seen a change in their status in 100 years. The door to the meeting room opened, spewing out a stream of evacuees shoving past each other in a rush to get out. D6 through D12, get into the meeting room. D2 to D5, guide the guests to the big stairway. Don't even think about putting your fingers on those triggers. Coca ordered, while dispatching the security HIEs from close range. Hefting her massive device, she dashed into the storm of flower petals. As if to escape from the hallway full of people who saw them not as heroes but as criminals, the infiltration team members followed her in through the door. Kengo followed her as well, his body feeling heavy from how much sweat he had shed. He kept his eyes down, not wanting anyone to see his face. Get me out of here, he cried, not letting the words escape his lips for anyone to hear. He just wanted it to be over. The flower petals were so thick in the air, it was like trying to swim through a flood of 5-colored water. Kengo could barely make out anything 3 meters ahead. He couldn't see the target, Mikoto. Under the circumstances, he thought it would be impossible for them to still be conducting the experiment. A little girl in a white dress was standing in the middle of the storm of flowers. She looked about 4 or 5 years younger than Kengo's sister Olga. He thought she might have been a grade schooler, but the sight of her made Kengo freeze. There was no way a girl as young as her was involved with the experiment. Plus, the way she was standing there, throwing flower petals out of her hands, was completely out of place. Her long, green hair and matching green eyes were cute, but definitely didn't look human. A voice Kengo recognized screamed from nearby. Help. The flowers. They're crawling all over me. A member of the infiltration team was slapping at his body wildly, and Kengo dropped his gaze to his own gun. Dozens of the flower petals had grown insectoid legs, and were crawling around the mechanical portion of the firearm. Each petal was a tiny robot. Snowdrop's child units won't hurt humans. Just slap them away if they start coming for your collar terminals. Everyone just calm down, Coca said, shifting the form of her bladed device. A line of flower petals burst into flames, shot by Coca's high-powered laser. The soundless beam of death from Coca's laser caught the green-haired little girl, and the sleeve of her white dress burst into flames. 100 blazing flowers illuminated the meeting hall as they danced in the air, but the girl Coca had called Snowdrop did not fall. Instead, parts of her hair twitched like the ears of an animal. Then she touched both of her hands lightly to her own stomach. Come, she murmured quietly, ignoring her own flaming clothing. Kengo heard a metallic creaking from the entrance of the room, where the remains of the destroyed security HIEs had begun to move. They were like walking corpses, 2 or 3 units together with flower petals gathered around their broken parts. Where they gathered, the dancing petals formed full flowers. Members of the infiltration team, half crazed by the strangeness of the scene, fired wildly at the flowery zombies. But, no matter how many holes they punched through them, the corpses did not stop. Coca, fearing a stray bullet might hit a human, ordered them to stop firing. Kengo wiped sweat from his face with his sleeve. He had realized that this girl, Snowdrop, must have been the one who'd attacked Arato on the night he met Lacia. He couldn't help comparing himself to Arato. Endo sure is something else, he said, feeling the tiny flower petal robots crawling on him, even under his clothes. They felt dry, as if they had come off of an artificial flower. The feeling of them swarming over him was shaking Kengo's sanity. How the hell did he have time to make a contract with an he in a situation like this? Kengo asked himself. It didn't matter how hot the he was, or how much he trusted her, Arato's sense of danger must have been broken. Thinking of his friend, Kengo felt the corners of his mouth twitching up in a small smile. It helped him pull himself together. I just have to take out that he, then we can go home. This whole thing is her fault, Kengo said, raising his gun as he waded through the flower petals in search of the political opinion aggregator he. There was no one on the podium, and the seating was all empty. A young woman with black hair in a red and white suit was standing under the podium, giving instructions to the evacuees. Please stay calm. Just keep walking. The experiment has been cancelled. We will be contacting you later with a follow-up, she said. On her head, the machine controlling flowers had gathered like a floral crown. The well-dressed representatives from the experiment were following her orders, using their suit coats to protect their heads. But Coca had told Kengo that the flowers wouldn't do anything to humans. Though they were crawling all over his body, Kengo hadn't noticed the flowers trying to congregate on his head or anything. Therefore, the woman in front of him being swarmed by the petals must be Mikoto. Rage throbbed dully within Kengo. He and his comrades, exhausted from their long battle, had been greeted by screams. Yet the people trusted this he, who was automating their world, to guide them. These people had no problem following the orders of an he. Both the evacuees obeying Mikoto and Kengo's comrades blindly following Coca seemed the same in Kengo's eyes. He was sick of it all. Steadying his gun, he pointed its muzzle at Mikoto. Everyone, open your eyes, he said into the chaos around him. Everything dear to us is being stolen away by these things pretending to be human. He wanted to destroy them all. Even if this hatred consumed everything else, he wouldn't mind. Arato ran over to Kengo as soon as he saw his friend point his gun at Mikoto. Kengo. Stop. He tried calling out. But his friend, a white demon in Arato's monochrome world, didn't hear him. Arato was still invisible and still biting down on the mouthpiece speaker. He couldn't just leave his friend to get lost in the chaos of the moment, so he grabbed Kengo's gun from the side. Kengo, who suddenly had his aim thrown wide by an unknown force, tried to shake him off. What the hell? Kengo yelled. Arato forced Kengo's resisting hands apart so he could tear the gun away. He was invisible, but the gun was not, and the sight of his gun floating freely in the air made Kengo freeze. Arato turned and threw it, so it landed and skittered underneath the podium. Leisha's voice echoed in his head through the mouthpiece speaker. We are currently hidden from the eyes of the other antibody network members by the rain of flowers. We should take him now, she said. If we grab him right now, like this, he'll never want to talk to me again. Arato yelled back, without opening his mouth. The attack by the he Coca had called Snowdrop was something Arato and Lesia hadn't planned for. But Arato couldn't just ignore what was happening. White waves of acoustic imaging flowed outward from around the little girl's stomach, which was round with baby fat. It seemed to Arato that the sound was actually coming from her stomach. Dance, dance, Snowdrop chanted, using both of her little hands to gather a pile of white petals to the stomach of her white dress before scattering them. Every time her dress moved, petals scattered from it, like feathers falling off a bird taking flight. What's going on with her? Arato asked. I believe there is an instrument within her clothing to produce the child units. They are constructed of foaming resin, so I would wager that Snowdrop still has the means to produce many more flowers, Lesia said, squeezing one of the petals between her fingers. The child units, which were light enough to float on the wind, continued to dance around in the air. Hurry up and get out of here. That kid is dangerous. Arato tried to warn Kengo again. He tried to open his mouth and actually yell it out, but it still didn't reach Kengo's ears. Kengo was looking around to the left and right within his limited frame of vision. He turned to look at Coca, possibly hoping for new orders. His movements were so mechanical and awkward, and he couldn't hear Arato's voice. To Arato, it was like they were in different, lonely worlds. He felt like they had both become something inhuman. So, Arato decided to go back to being human. "We're not going to get anywhere like this. I'm taking off my helmet," Arato said. But Leisha's eternally calm, rational voice stopped him. "There is a possibility that you will come under attack from both Snowdrop and Coca," she said. "Fine, but I've got to do this. If I don't, this whole place could burn down," Arato responded. The sprinklers weren't working. In fact, Arato couldn't even hear a fire alarm. Most likely, it had all been disabled by Snowdrop's flowers. Aside from that, since Snowdrop appeared to be a red box, Coca was using her laser and heated blade with wild abandon. With each attack, she filled the air with more and more burning petals, which spread fire wherever they came to rest on the carpet. The fire had probably already penetrated the carpet, and started burning the floor itself. It was unbearably hot. Arato tried to pull his helmet off, but found that the neck area expanded when he pulled at it. No matter how he tugged, it pulled at his skin, but he couldn't get it off his head. It was probably a safety feature. "Arato, I believe our goal here was to rescue your friend, not put a stop to the terrorist attack of the antibody network," Lesia said. He wasn't getting anywhere with getting the helmet off, so Arato just pulled open the visor and spat out the mouthpiece speaker. "Lesia, put out the fire in the meeting hall," he ordered. "You will take responsibility for whatever happens?" Lesia asked. For a moment, Arato was mystified by the change in her voice. Since he had discarded the mouthpiece, she was no longer speaking directly into his head. "Fine," he yelled. After a few more desperate tugs, he finally got the helmet off. Then, he peeled the retinal display goggles off his sweat-drenched face. His field of view transformed from a monochrome world where anything that didn't make noise was practically invisible to a sinister, burning garden. "What the hell?" he said. He hadn't been able to see the light from the flames with his stereo vision, and it was bright enough to hurt his eyes. Snowdrop's petals, a silent grey before, now stood out. Each one was vivid and unique, with its own coloring. "Snowdrop's child units have a composition very similar to living creatures, so they burn well," Lesia commented. "So, she continues to create new ones to replace those lost in the fire, which Coca in turn continues to light on fire." Arato saw that his head was no longer invisible, and felt like he had returned to humanity once more. "So one of them is creating endless fuel, and the other is lighting it up," Arato summarized. Looking around to see if all the humans had made it out, Arato couldn't see Kengo through the thick curtains of flowers. "You may have forgotten this fact in the moment, but you will die if you are shot, Arato," Lesia said. She hadn't removed the metamaterial rendering. Her invisible and not being able to see her shook Arato's confidence. "I'm aware of that," he shouted. Every member of the antibody network infiltration team was carrying a gun. Now that he thought about it, he found that his legs were frozen in place with fear. "Kengo," he called as loud as he could. In the middle of the meeting hall, an especially huge flame was blazing. In the midst of it, Arato saw Coca kick off of the burning carpet and rush at Snowdrop. Her blade bit into the shoulder of the 8-armed combat machine Snowdrop had created from flowers and parts from the busted security HIEs. Burning red as it cut through metal, the blade sank deep into the innards of the stitched-together creature. Coca then stabbed the thing with the piercing anchor that shot out of the heel of her shoe, and sent it flying with a kick. Flowing from one motion to another, she pushed off the ground with her feet and dove straight for Snowdrop. The large accessories set with green stones that were wrapped around the little he-girl's body stopped Coca's shining red blade. Snowdrop was sent flying, smashing through desks and turning expensive equipment into scrap as she flew. Like a stone skipping on the surface of a pond, she bounced 3 times off the desks of the seating in the hall before crumpling to the ground. "Looks like even my device can't get through that defensive power," Coca said, scratching her head in consternation. At that moment, the storm of flowers that had been falling all that time stopped and vanished, as if someone had taken an eraser to the world. Arato had seen this phenomenon before. The night he met Lesia, she had rendered a large amount of the petals invisible, to prevent radio control signals from reaching them. Snowdrop was pulling herself up. Like a puppy that had lost its toy, she swung her head back and forth, looking for her hidden child units. Leisha's playing hide and seek, she said. Even as she spoke, more petals were pouring out of the hem of her white dress, turning the carpet beneath her into a flower garden. It was a fantastic sight, far divorced from the reality that Arato had once known. With the storm of artificial flowers abated, Arato looked for Kengo in the meeting hall. All the other members of the infiltration team had apparently fled. Only Kengo remained, looking confused by the rapid changes to the scene around him. "Kengo, over here," Arato called, but Kengo still didn't notice him. Arato knew he didn't have the power to stop Coca and Snowdrop. The only way he had gotten there at all was relying on Leisha's orders. Arato's strength was essentially meaningless. Even the fact that he was standing there on the front line at that moment was nothing but a hindrance to Leisha. But Arato still wanted his presence there to mean something. Kengo must have noticed his voice, since he started heading toward Arato. But his head was turned to the side by Coca, who had come to stand beside him. "Do you want to get out of here alive?" she asked. "Then become my owner. This could be our only chance to roast that little ducky over there," she said, indicating Snowdrop, who was standing barefoot on the carpet. "Is that why you brought me here?" Kengo asked. "Get down, please." Leisha yelled out a warning, and Arato automatically ducked low. Snowdrop spread both of her arms wide. "Look what else I can do," she said. Alarm bells sounded in Arato's head, and he covered his head with both hands while burrowing down into the flowery carpet. A blast of wind swept everything in the room off of the ground. Arato was screaming at the top of his lungs, but he couldn't hear his own screams. A flying desk flew over his head, and the floor appeared to be rippling like water. Arato was slammed to the ground hard enough to rattle his skull, and he couldn't stop screaming. It seemed like his mind would shatter from the fear if he stopped. His vision clouded with tears, and a spasm of tension ran through his body, making all of his muscles strain taut. When he managed to get his head up, Arato saw a wide night cityscape spreading out in front of him. Whatever had happened, it had ripped huge holes in the walls of the building, allowing him an unhindered view of Tokyo at night. A strong wind whistled through the holes, and Snowdrop had a contented look on her face as she enjoyed the feel of the wind. The green stones set into the accessory wrapped around her delicate body, which must have been her device, were glowing. "Leisha, are you all right?" "Where's Kengo?" Arato asked. He could see the now visible Leisha in front of him. She had shielded him using her coffin-shaped device. "Snowdrop took control of a helicopter and arrived here by ramming it into the building," Leisha explained. Coca destroyed that helicopter, but Snowdrop brought another one in through the hole the first one created. Snowdrop had noticed Leisha, and was looking at her now with a tilted head. "So your invisible stuff goes away if it gets attacked?" she asked. Then, the small green-haired girl started picking pieces of the security HIEs, who had been split right down the middle, out of the debris from the explosion. "I thought these would be strong enough for me to use for a long time." Arato couldn't help but see the broken machines as the corpses of soldiers, and looked away. Very little in the meeting hall retained its original form. The whole place was a pile of rubble. Looking for Kengo, Arato saw that Coca had stuck her blade into the ground to protect the both of them. Despite her having saved him, Kengo was backing away from her. "What the hell is all this? What do you want with me?" he asked, his voice bitter. The changed form of the room was a chilling metaphor to Arato's eyes. In the early days, he hadn't needed to speak. They were just there to automate the requests of their owners. But here were three of them, Coca, Snowdrop and Leisha, who moved humans with their forms, rather than being moved. It was one big analog hack. Kengo was only talking with Coca because she, a machine, had brought him there and was now leading him along, controlling his actions. "Kengo!" Arato yelled, drawing his voice from deep within. After seeing the things Mikoto was trying to automate, Arato felt he understood Kengo's fight. He couldn't just stand by and watch his friend being manipulated. "You're always telling me HIEs aren't human. You're here to fight because you are human, right? So think about what you really want to do right now. If you let her string you along, everything you've done will have been pointless," Arato said. It may not have been convincing, but if Arato coming all the way there had a point, he decided it would be to say this to his friend. Of course, Arato himself still couldn't bring himself to see Lacia as nothing but a tool, so he hoped his words would get through to Kengo. Kengo wiped his face, muddy with dust and sweat, on the sleeve of his urban camo clothing. "Shut the hell up," he shouted at Coca. "I hate every single one of you." Perhaps it was an ungrateful statement, and made in a fit of rage, but Arato could tell that it was coming from Kengo's heart. Kengo had no weapon to beat Coca down, so instead he used his words. "I don't care if you're the enemy of my enemy. That doesn't make you my friend. I want all of you HIEs gone," he yelled. Then he barked a short, ironic laugh. Perhaps he was laughing at himself. His mouth twisted into a wry smile. Arato also couldn't keep a strange smile off of his face. The circumstances weren't ideal, and the content was rough, but it was the first time his friend had expressed his true feelings. Snowdrop hugged the wreckage of the security HIEs to her chest and petted its head. "He turned you down. Poor Coca," she said, as if to comfort the other he. Then, with her thin arms, she lifted the head of the security he up into the air. "Humans are more trouble than they're worth. They're always messing up the frame," she said. The emerald accessory wrapped around her began to glow faintly. It stretched out its joints and came undone. It shifted in the air until it had formed a large circle in front of Snowdrop's stomach, and the green emeralds all over it relocated to the inside of the circle. Snowdrop pulled the remains of the security he into the ring formed by her device, with a movement that seemed to Arato like she was hugging the scrap to her dress. The emerald crystals on her device moved like the teeth of an animal, grinding up the pieces of the security he with a loud crunching noise. Arato started to see the ring-shaped device as a mouth with emerald teeth, which chewed up and quickly disgorged the scrap into Snowdrop's waiting hands. She took each piece and slid it into her open dress, where it was swallowed up and vanished. Tiny bits and pieces of scrap fell from the hem of the dress like crumbs. It seemed that only an instant had passed before Snowdrop had devoured the entire he in this manner. When she was done, she refastened the bracket that closed the chest of her dress. After letting out a cute little burp, Snowdrop murmured, "I see now, Emerald Harmony. You use these things like this." Arato heard the sound of rubble tumbling away from something behind him. Turning to look, he saw the muzzle of a gun peeking out from beneath a pile of destroyed desks. His instincts, which had become sharper ever since that first night he met Lacia, screamed at him. He dodged, and a bullet punched a hole through the wall where he had been standing. Up until then, the HIEs controlled by the flowers, including the armed security HIEs, had just tried to grab their targets. But now, it seemed, Snowdrop had grasped the use of firearms. As gunshots began to echo in the hall, Arato saw Coca shove Kengo out of the way. Dashing to the pile of desks with incredible speed, she sliced off the muzzle of the gun, but Snowdrop had been aiming for just such an opening. A flower-covered he wearing a burnt flight jacket grabbed Kengo from behind. Arato realized it was the pilot he from the helicopter. It pulled at Kengo as he violently resisted, finally twisting the lower half of his body almost completely around to get him to move. There was a giant hole in the wall and, through it, nothing but the night sky. Kengo vanished through the hole. Arato was running before his thoughts had time to catch up. "Lacia, stop him," he yelled. He ran into the strong wind blowing in from the burnt hole, heading toward the night beyond. For a moment, as he ran, he locked eyes with Snowdrop, and a shiver ran up his spine. He knew that, somewhere, she had guns trained on him right then. All it would take was one shot. But he kept his eyes open, clenching his teeth, and put his faith in Lacia, who was there fighting alongside him. Snowdrop went flying, together with the sound of something hard hitting something very soft. Before she could pull herself up, she was struck again. Lacia had apparently gone invisible again, and was taking advantage of having landed a surprise attack. From the confines of the hall, Arato ran out into the open under the night sky. With each step, feelings of liberation and terror grew within him. "Help me." He heard a voice from beyond the hole in the wall, and it told him that Kengo hadn't given up hope. He knew his friend was searching for a human hand to save him. So, not caring what lay ahead, Arato ran past concrete rubble and pieces of the destroyed helicopter. He saw fingers clinging to the outside of the thick, cracked glass walls. Kengo had just barely caught himself, and was hanging on with a drop of 22 stories below him. "Hang in there," Arato yelled. He stretched out his hand, and barely managed to catch Kengo's wrist. It was sweaty, but it was also warm and human. After going invisible, sneaking in, and getting himself caught up in a battle, Arato had finally managed to reach his friend. He held desperately on to Kengo's arm, which was slippery with sweat. "You still alive?" Arato asked. Wedging his foot against the cracked wall, he pulled at Kengo's arm until he felt like his own arms would fall off. He that had tried to take a dive with Kengo had already fallen. Kengo, despite the rescue, looked up at Arato like he was seeing a ghost. "Hey, you're safe, you should be happy," Arato joked. Your head," Kengo stammered in shock. His reaction finally reminded Arato that he probably looked very strange at the moment. He had taken the helmet off, but the rest of his body was still invisible. "Well, just don't let go. If you fall, you're gonna die," Arato said. Wind around the building whipped up into a strong gust that washed over Arato's body, and the scab-like metamaterial coating his burnt jumpsuit was blown away. His invisibility cleared, and he returned to a more familiar form. Kengo's face, which had been tense with fear, relaxed. "Endo, what the hell are you doing here?" he asked. "And what are you wearing?" Before Arato could answer, Kengo's curious face crumpled, and he sniffled loudly. Seeing his friend break down, Arato felt like crying himself. "Duh, man. I came here to rescue you," Arato said. He had reached out his hand to save Kengo, and their lives had been connected. Kengo's eyes were full of tears. "What the hell, man? You're such an idiot," he shouted. With the utmost simplicity, two hearts were moved. Arato was exhausted, and his whole body hurt. He would be glad if he never had to experience anything like that night again. Still, he felt that there had been meaning in what had happened. "So you really hate HIEs, huh?" Arato asked, looking down on Tokyo below, where everyone was using HIEs to automate their lives. The thought made his heart tremble, so instead, he kept tugging on Kengo's arm as he looked up at the night sky, where the moon was looking down on the human world. Kengo's response, muffled by the wind, was a bit warmer than the cold night view. "Obviously I just like people better," he said. In the year 2105, this was the automated world they were living in. Coca and the other HIEs were no longer talking. With no humans around, there was no one to hear them speak. Each of them was nothing more than a machine, aiming to fulfill the work they had been given. There was no need for them to communicate with other machines on their way to that goal. Or, at least, that's how it had always been. Snowdrop was staring at the hole in the wall Arato had run to. It feels better when the waves can come in," she said. Normally a place that processed large amounts of data like the OI Industry Promotion Center would restrict incoming electronic signals from outside, but the huge holes torn in the walls had done away with that protection. Alarms were ringing. Due to the massive changes to the status of the building, the security system was in full lockdown to prevent information leaks. It was a more thorough response than there had been for an actual terrorist invasion. Every system had switched to emergency mode to protect the information that was the lifeblood of the company, and the sound of shutters slamming down echoed from the hallways. Snowdrop raised both her hands and stretched. "I'm full, so I'm going home," she said. By devouring him, she had learned how to manipulate the armed HIEs. Apparently tired from the effort, she gave a big yawn and started walking toward the door of the meeting hall. Lacia had stopped attacking Snowdrop. As a model, she had a well-known face, so she focused on fixing her invisibility. In the end, she didn't reveal herself to her Red Box sisters. Without Lacia's help, Coca decided it would be impossible trying to take down Snowdrop. Switching her work priorities, she checked the status of the antibody network infiltration team. Her bladed device was keeping track of each of the members through their collar terminals. Aside from Kengo Saguri, all the members of the squad in charge of the infiltration, D Squad, were following D2. As their leader, Coker spoke to them over a wireless channel. D Squad, make your way to the 36th floor. B Squad will secure your route down from there. Rendezvous with them and get out of here. B Squad's helicopter has countermeasures in place, so it should be safe. A squad finished their ground preparations and have already withdrawn. C Squad has completed the diversionary role and are withdrawing. I'm also going to take off now, she said. The orders she had gotten from the antibody network were to lead the members of the infiltration team and help them complete their task, so she looked around. The meeting hall for Mikoto. She found the he infested with Snowdrop's flowers, trying to pull herself up after being thrown down by the explosive blast of Snowdrop's attack. Coker rearranged the tasks on her work list. She decided it would be possible to conduct 2 different jobs at the same time, and continued her voice message to her squad members. If you are arrested, go ahead and tell them whatever you know about the network. No speculation, though. Make sure it's stuff you actually know. If you understand, tap the tag of your collar terminal, she ordered. Almost instantaneously, a confirmation came back from most of the terminals. Starting that day, the fight of the antibody network would be brought into a political light. Their destruction of HIEs would no longer be confined to busting up HIEs caught walking alone at night. Mikoto caught sight of Coker and smiled at her. Coker pulled the trigger of her gun. Shot through the head, Mikoto completely stopped functioning. To those humans who still clung to the all-human world of yesteryear, she was the enemy. In order to show the world what an embarrassing heap of scrap this Mikoto was, Coker emptied her entire clip into the he's body. Her work done, Coker whispered a gentle message to humans who were slaves to their emotions. You've all done a great job. Today, you protected humanity. Beyond the massive holes in the wall, the nightscape of Oi spread out before her. She saw that Arato had managed to pull Kengo Saguri up onto the 22nd floor. Both boys looked exhausted, laying on their backs and wheezing for breath. Coker decided she had checked all the boxes on her task list, and spoke to Lacia, who she still couldn't see. I'll leave those 2 to you, dear sister. Then, she ran with light footsteps toward the night. The boys didn't even notice her passing by. Morons, she murmured, as she passed them by. Springing off the building, Coker dove into the night sky. She fell. Coker and her sisters had each been given separate missions to fulfill that matched their unique abilities. It was amazing how different from each other they had all become in the 20 or so days since they had been released into the world. In order to adapt to the wide world, Lacia class he. Type 001, Coker, fell. Though it was an unnecessary action, this machine that should have been subject to the will of others introduced herself of her own accord. I am a tool you all need. I am the tool that ensures the victory for humanity. Snowdrop leapt down the elevator shaft. Type 002, Snowdrop, eroded the environment humanity had created, spreading her artificial flowers wherever she went. I am the tool you outsourced evolution to, she said. In the meme frame building where it had all began, an orange-haired he that appeared to be resting on a chair opened her eyes. Type 004 confirmed her owner, and that she was in the optimal location. I am the tool that expands humanity, she said. To the naked eye, it appeared that the rubble-strewn meeting hall was empty. Type 005, Lacia, was separated from her owner, bending light to hide herself. She said nothing, as silent as the empty room around her. Phase 5 Boy meets pornography. It had been 1 week since the night of the explosion at the Meme Frame Tokyo Research Labs. In a mansion in the Mizonokuchi residential district, near the prefectural border of Kanagawa Prefecture, several machines wearing human figures were being destroyed. Heavy thumps echoed as heads and limbs fell to the floor, contrasting with the decadent richness of the glass walls and ceiling, as well as the gorgeously ornate furnishings of the sitting room. The house was a piece of history. Made during the economic bubble of the 20th century, it was over 100 years old now. Erica Burrows, the daughter of the Burrows family who owned the mansion, had often heard people in the area call it the doll house. This was because, as the current owner of the house, Erica had all of her needs seen to by a team of HIEs and did not allow any other humans to approach the place. Even the folks who lived in houses nearby had no idea what was going on in the Burrows mansion. Erica was thorough. Even when ordering deliveries, she made sure to request that only HIEs bring the packages to her home. That said, she was not the kind of slightly touched person who would destroy machines that wore human faces. Stepping into the sitting room, Erica sighed. The sitting room where the dismemberment was occurring was used by her HIEs as a waiting area. Apparently this is why my tea is late, she observed. Torn limbs and chopped off heads were scattered here and there around the room. However, there was no smell of blood or any sign of distress on the severed heads, which were lying on the high pile carpet. Though they looked like they belonged to humans, these were merely the remains of HIEs. Every single one of Erica's maids and servants, each in their own special work uniforms that she had designed for them, had been broken. A dirty, solitary figure stood near an overturned glass baccarat table, in the middle of over 10 HIEs worth of body parts. The figure was female, and large for a woman of her apparent age. She had ash-brown hair, and her body was wrapped in nothing more than a dirty, burnt rag. I don't recall placing an order for an he like you, Erica said. Still, she was the owner of the mansion, so she straightened the collar of her nightwear and went to stand in front of the unknown machine. This he looked as if she had been raised by wolves, and her unwashed hair swung chaotically as she turned to look at Erica. HIEs are tools that simply react to things humans do, but this unit seemed strangely hesitant, taking no action as she watched Erica. This machine that had broken all of Erica's dolls simply stood with her mouth half open, as if waiting expectantly for her to speak. For Erica, who had inherited the massive legacy that was the Burrows Fund, it was rare for anyone to upset her like this. She was shocked and more than a little angry at this tool that had not acted as she wished. "What is it you're here for? You're an he, aren't you?" she snapped. "Well then, go ahead and kneel to me, or attack me, or whatever it is you were ordered to do." The sorry scene in the sitting room had shaken her. All the dolls she had to help ease the burden of executing the financial estate which she had inherited had been destroyed. Erica couldn't stand the thought that her beautiful doll house had been completely ruined by this ugly thing. "Will you at least state your name?" she asked when the he remained silent. "I've never seen such a horrendous model." Lacey, a class he, type 003, Saturnus, the creature with the wild ashen hair, said. "What an ugly name," Erica commented acerbically. At that time, that night, she didn't yet know the significance of the term, Lacey, a class he. Saturnus pulled a long device from beneath her tattered clothes. It looked like a hand-operated sewing machine, about a meter long. "You are someone special, are you not?" the he said. "I desire an owner like you." As Saturnus had said, Erica Burrows was considered a special person in the 22nd century. Having inherited the massive financial resources of her family, she was a well-known player in the financial market. Of course, that wasn't the only reason she was famous, but having someone come to her just because she was famous was one of her most hated pet peeves. "I refuse," Erica said flatly. "Why on earth would I want to keep a filthy thing like you around? I am far more capable than any of the HIEs that previously served you." Saturnus pointed out, drawing nearer to Erica with that unknown tool in her hands. "Besides, not a single member of your he staff remains. Are you really in a position to turn me away simply because of my looks?" Erica recalled a painting she had seen of the god Saturn, devouring his own child for fear of ruin. Considering that, she thought the name, Saturnus, was fitting for this ghastly machine. She felt herself being forced into a relationship with this thing that had come in and massacred all of her dolls just to make a place for itself. "Obviously," Erica said, intending to turn Saturnus away again. "People interpret the purpose of a thing by looking at its appearance. Some may say that appearance isn't everything, but it is deeply tied to our expectations." Erica understood that HIEs were just machines. Some people believed that HIEs had personalities, but she knew it was all just humans projecting human qualities onto the things that wore human faces. Human in shape only, without a heart beating in their chests, every he was just the futuristic form of a picture, drawn on a page. Pictures had been around for hundreds of years. Then, people had made them move as animations, or respond to input in games. Later, in response to the human desire to be even closer to their ideal pictures, The images had been given life-sized forms and made to be able to do the work the humans wanted them to. To Erica, all HIEs, regardless of how high-spec they may be, boiled down to that basic concept. If you want me to be your owner, you'll need to change your appearance to something far more attractive, she said. Honestly, she hadn't asked for this, so her words were chilly. Saturnus obviously hadn't expected to be rejected, and she clung to the carpet listlessly, her face scrunched up like a child who had just been disowned by her parents. Things that are not unique or special will someday be replaced. My sisters told me that I am neither special nor unique, and you have told me that you will not take me in unless I am more attractive, she said. Her words were pathetic, but Erica saw through them. Saturnus was a heartless machine. The whining was aimed to analog hack her, so that Saturnus could fulfill whatever her purpose might be. Still, she found herself giving it some more thought. Even if Saturnus's sorrow was just an act, it was a fact that preparing her own tea would be troublesome. If you want to be special, change your appearance. That's the way all girls alter their place in the world. Should you take on a more attractive appearance, I will take you in, she said. The unknown he looked up at Erica worshipfully. I will do anything you ask. I will become whatever you want me to be, she exclaimed. To Erica, Saturnus was an extremely suspicious machine. However, Erica hadn't particularly loved or trusted her now destroyed HIEs, either. Tell me your ID number, she ordered. I'll connect you to my company's cloud. With a sigh, she got Saturnus hooked up to her network. She figured that he could at least make her some tea. Plus, it was obvious to Erica that with some changes to her fashion sense, manner of speaking, and habit of dismembering other HIEs, Saturnus could be much better than she appeared at the moment. Saturnus, Erica started, then stopped. Actually, no, let's start by getting rid of that horrible name. I'll give you a new one. Her eyes fell on a can of tea on the shelf of the sitting room. As it happened, the label of the tea, Mariage Frère, a brand that had survived for hundreds of years, was the same color as the he's hair. How about Mariage? She finally said. At the time, Erica had no idea how much her life was about to change. The screen showed a city nightscape, with white smoke pouring out of a building that was particularly tall and wide. It was the Oi Industry Promotion Center, a large, government-owned building, set up over what used to be the old Japan Rail Vehicle Center. The building had been invaded by terrorists from an organization known as the Antibody Network. Inside the center, the terrorists had achieved their goal of destroying the government polling he that was being tested there by the Next Generation Social Research Center. During the attack, a news helicopter had crashed into the building, resulting in a fire. It was big news. The date was the 29th of April, the same day as the birthday of an ancient emperor of Japan, which had been revised 4 times before being dropped from the calendar of national holidays. Starting with May Day, on May 1st, Japan had entered its Golden Week, which was a block of consecutive holidays. In some countries, May Day was known as Labor Day or International Workers' Day. On this day celebrating the hard work of humans, the Antibody Network conducted anti-he protests. Arato had been right there when the incident in the news had occurred, but only now did he really grasp how big it had been. Lacia had assured him that the incident wouldn't have any impact on his daily life, but he couldn't help feeling uneasy about it. Arato, how come you keep watching the news? Yuka asked. It won't make you any smarter. Sitting her butt down on the sofa, she opened up a game in a sub-screen of the display, angled so that only she could see it. Something good must have happened in the game she was always playing with her friends, since she squeezed her eyes shut and kicked her legs joyfully. Arato thought it must have been fun, living as carefree as Yuka did. Hey Arato, guess what? I'm super popular in this game, she said. And I'm the dumb one here. Arato scoffed. A girl with light purple hair walked out of the kitchen, a plate of donuts in her hand. When she wasn't directly needed, Lacia spent most of her time in the kitchen, making meals or handmade snacks. Yuka immediately nabbed one of the still hot donuts. Lacia, you should try putting some chocolate on the donuts, too, she suggested. Ms. Yuka, may I just point out that, since entering this school break, you have consumed 9,500 kilocalories, Lacia observed. Without a word, Yuka passed the donut to Arato. The flavor of the oil and sugar on his tongue gave him a very American pleasure. "Oh good," Yuka said. "You were just hangry. Looks like you're back to normal." "I've just got a lot on my mind." "Haven't you noticed?" Arato asked. Then he added, "This donut's good." The sprinkler systems in the Oi Industry Promotion Center had come back online and put out the fire in the end. Lacia had been instrumental in getting the systems back online, as well as actually getting Kengo out of the building. Still, Arato couldn't bring himself to walk around outside. Every time a person even got near him, he'd jump and worry that the police were about to show up and arrest him. He kept watching the news obsessively, wondering if his own face would show up there. The influence of the incident had been spreading ever since that night, and had loomed into something far greater than it had been at the start. Arato was starting to think that reality was just the meaning other people assigned to things that happened, rather than what had actually happened in the moment. "Oh, it's Dad," Yuka said, returning the news broadcast to full screen. "That's right, he said he was gonna be on the news." On the screen their father, Kozo Endo, was commenting on the incident. Mikito's he-body was destroyed, but her data is still safely backed up on the network. "Yes, we lost the data from this experiment, but that won't have any major impact on our plan," he said. Arato wondered how his dad would react if he found out that Arato had been there when it happened. He felt guilty that he was only now thinking of how this would all affect his dad. "Wow, Dad's all important," Yuka commented. The 3D screen was showing a small display of their father's workplace, the Next Generation Social Research Center, whose campus was almost as big as Tsukuba Science City. It had been constructed in an abandoned, new town, a planned community used by Japan in ages past as a countermeasure to overcrowding in the cities. There were no humans in the town. Instead, it was populated entirely by HIEs. Some were playing the role of humans, and some were playing the role of actual HIEs. The aim of the city-sized experiment was to see just how far human society could be automated. Apparently, there were plans to hold the International Fashion Biennale there the following year, but the news reports of the incident in Oi were casting doubt on the safety of the event. Arato's thoughts wandered as he stared absently at the HE workers on the screen, doing road work in their experiment city. "The HIEs really are working hard, aren't they?" Arato observed. "Sure," Yuka nodded, taking deep breaths of the delicious scent rising from the donuts. On screen, the news report switched over from their dad to an interview with a man Arato remembered seeing in the meeting hall. It was Kimitaka Shinguji, president of the Shingubo Defense Company. Despite coming under fire for his company's failure to protect the Oi Industry Promotion Center, he was still an imposing figure and standing tall. The crash of the helicopter at the Oi Industry Promotion Center was the work of a hijacker unrelated to the terrorists from the Antibody Network, he said. "We haven't heard any statements from this thug, who sacrificed the life of the reporter riding in the helicopter with them." Looking straight at the camera from within the screen, Shinguji bowed his head. The only thing that prevented the people running the experiment from dying in the attack was that the Antibody Network and this other thug fought each other, rather than targeting any civilians. As a defense company, this was a deeply shameful result. On the news screen, reactions to the broadcast were gathered in real time from around the world through a simple yes-no system. Red and blue gradations appeared in the video, red for agreement, blue for dissent. Yuka flicked her finger at the red frame. After a moment, the results from the worldwide survey were shown. The role of the news these days was to help viewers feel reassured in opinions they agreed with, and help them reevaluate opinions they disagreed with. "I understand that there are those displeased with my response, but I can only tell you the truth of what happened," Shinguji said animatedly, facing the responsibility of his company's failure head-on. "You really are going crazy, Arato. Why are you staring so hard at some random old guy?" Yuka asked. "Hey. He's old, but I think he's kind of cool," Arato said defensively. "Why do you care, anyway?" Yuka watched him suspiciously out of the corners of her eyes. It was obvious she knew something was up with him. "Fine, whatever," she sulked, standing and leaving the room. With his noisy little sister gone, an almost suffocating silence descended over the living room. It prickled at Arato's heart. She was just trying to cheer me up, he murmured to himself. He hadn't told her that he had been there when the terrorist incident went down, but knew she could sense that something was wrong with him. Lacia took Yuka's position at Arato's side on the couch. There is no need to worry, she said. None of the cameras in that building captured any images of your face. The police will not be looking for you. As an he, she had perceived that he required some comforting. Honestly, it was a little embarrassing being read like that, but he knew Lacia wasn't holding it over him or anything. It seemed silly to feel any embarrassment in front of a girl when they had risked their lives together. The person in the helicopter died, didn't they? Arato said. It wasn't a question. Though the pilot was an he, the reporter in the helicopter had been a human. Their life had been sacrificed in the attack. Snowdrop killed them, he said. That night, for the first time, Arato had faced an he who had murdered a human. And it wasn't just that little green girl, either. Coca had given weapons to Kengo and his comrades and made him infiltrate that building. There had even been moments when Lacia had shown her heartless side. Snowdrop must have an owner. They must be a real piece of work, Arato speculated. He hadn't thought about it much in the heat of the moment, but the battle he'd witnessed between Lacia's sisters probably had a much deeper, darker meaning than what he had seen there. We HIEs are tools, so Snowdrop must be carrying out the intentions of her owner, Lacia agreed. However, I do not believe it would be easy to obtain information on who that may be. Lacia had already told him she didn't know anything about her sisters, the other Lacia class HIEs. Since she couldn't tell him anything about them, there was no telling what would happen with them in the future. If Lacia was a representative of the red boxes, technology beyond human comprehension, there was no way Arato could understand the actions of other machines. Just like her. He didn't even know if he was using Lacia in the right way. What he did know was expecting his daily life with Lacia to continue the way it had been, when he didn't even know if he could control her, was foolish. I guess that would be too much to ask, Arato said, responding to his own thoughts. He wanted to know more about the HIEs, even if they didn't have hearts, they had moved his. Arato wondered about Snowdrop's owner. What kind of person would use her this way? And what was Coca's owner thinking, involving her in the antibody network like that? What kind of goals were these people aiming for, using their tools like that? So anyway, Arato's been acting really weird lately, Yuka said. It was the latter half of Golden Week, and she was sitting in a cafe near Suidobashi, hoping to hear about the Oi terrorist incident from someone closer to it. I guess this time you're coming to me for help, huh? Olga said. The last time they had spoken, Olga had been requesting help tracking down her brother. Olga had her eyes down now, watching the ripples in her tea. Her soft hair was held back with a plastic clip made to look like a dragonfly. Despite having obviously foreign blonde hair, she liked wearing it in Japanese styles. So, how's Kenny doing? Yuka asked. You gave my brother a nickname? Olga asked in return. She was the kind of little sister that would cry if Kengo stayed out too late. If she told Yuka about all the commotion around Kengo's late-night disappearances, Yuka would definitely say that Kengo must have been meeting with his girlfriend. So instead, she avoided the subject. Hey, don't get upset. Anyone who gives me food is family. Ryo's family too, Yuka said. Shiori Kaidai, the third girl with him, sipped daintily at her Russian tea and let out a sigh before saying, You seem to get along well with him, Yuka. Yuka couldn't believe that one of her brother's friends had a little sister like Shiori, who was pretty with a strong brow. Ryo's family because he keeps a bunch of candy in his bag and gives me some whenever he runs out of stuff to say, Yuka said. Shiori had invited the other two, offering to pay the tab so she could introduce them to a high-end cafe. Yuka thought it was very mature of her, making the reservation and everything. She had never met another girl who went this far out of her way when hanging out with fellow girls. Tilting her head, Shiori let her long, well-kept black hair flow over her shoulder. Well, that's nice of him. He won't even sit down and have tea with us at home, she said. I think perhaps he may just be hiding his true feelings, is he not? Yuka asked, awkwardly trying to sound refined like Shiori did. I have never heard of someone not having tea in their own house. Shiori gave Yuka a wide-eyed glance. Then, her expression softened. I suppose. Sadly, I have been too dense to pick up on it, she said with a cute, dreamy laugh. My brother doesn't do much with this, either, Olga said, hurriedly. Backing up Shiori. Unlike Arato, he won't just do anything I ask him to. Yuka felt like Olga was scolding her for not being sensitive about the issues that might be going on within a rich family like the Kaides. Hey, that makes it sound like Arato's my slave or something. She exclaimed. You should be more grateful, Olga. He went all the way to your house when you needed help. Actually, Shiori interrupted, I was interested in hearing about that particular incident, myself. It was Shiori who had invited them all there, so she controlled the flow of the conversation. Well, it really wasn't that interesting, Olga said, immediately responding to Shiori's request. Kengo just came back really late that night, and Mom and Dad got mad at him. Yuka's brother actually brought him home. He said Kengo went to Shibuya for some work from the Aruburito network, she explained. Oh, I've heard of that. It seems very convenient, Shiori said. Aruburito was the Japanese term for a part-time job. The Aruburito network was a job hunting service that would track user locations through their pocket terminals, and let them know when there was a job nearby they could do. Apparently it was convenient for the hiring side as well, for quickly filling in light work openings. Some people were against it, saying it treated workers like goods to be swapped around. But, since it streamlined all the necessary paperwork, it really was useful for filling last-minute gaps in the workforce. I wonder how much one could make after a week of work, Shiori wondered aloud. Yuka figured that Shiori had never had any experience with part-time work, and showed Shiori the Aruburito network page on her pocket terminal. Within a 100-meter radius of the sunny Suidobashi cafe where they sat, there were over 50 jobs that Yuka could do. But honestly, was Kengo really out working that whole time? Until that late? I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me anything, Olga sighed. Yuka wanted to sigh herself. When Kengo and Arato had showed up, they had been covered all over in scrapes and cuts. Olga had cried the whole time, until Yuka and Arato had no choice but to beat a hasty retreat. You've just gotta be more persistent, she urged. But what if it's something I really don't want to hear after all? Olga asked plaintively. You've gotta be bold, Olga. You've gotta go full bulldog, Yuka insisted. Don't let go, till you've got your answers. What? Olga seemed confused by Yuka's strange analogy. I mean, don't get all worried about how he's gonna take it and clam up, Yuka explained. If he's doing stuff that worries you, you have to talk to him about it, or he'll just keep doing it. But what if he thinks I'm just nagging him and gets angry at me? Olga asked. Sometimes pestering is how family members show their love, Yuka told her. Just like how I'm here talking to you guys about how my brother's been strange lately. That's my way of pestering my family. Wait, no, that's not right. What were we talking about? Olga was giving Yuka a very pitying look. Anyway, Yuka stammered, trying to get back on track, we've just gotta be tough bitches. I think you're a cute bitch, Yuka, Olga said. Despite the refined feeling she gave off, Olga seemed to have no problem following Yuka down the strange, slang rabbit hole. We are getting odd stares from the tables around us, Shiori pointed out. You should pester Ryo too, Shiori. I don't think there's anyone in the world that actually dislikes their family worrying about them, Yuka suggested. To Yuka, it was the answer to everything, but Shiori drew down her lovely eyebrows. It takes talent to deal with one's family the way you do, Yuka, Shiori said. Riding the thin line between upsetting them or having them see through your actions takes an impressive amount of intuition. He may not seem like it, but my brother was actually considered a prodigy when he was younger. I didn't know he had a reputation, Yuka said. He was incredible, up until he met your brother, Yuka, Shiori said. No matter what he did, no one could come close to being as good as him. Everyone was always comparing me to him. Yuka was surprised by how frankly the normally refined, older Shiori was talking about her true feelings. Your brother's been coming to our place for like 10 years, she commented. I never thought he seemed that amazing. It has been 10 years, hasn't it? Shiori murmured. Then, as if to regain her composure, she gently lifted her teacup and took a sip of tea. Yuka tried to think what she had been doing 10 years ago, but she had been 4 at the time, so she couldn't remember anything. I do wish he would be more like your brother though, Yuka, Shiori said. Seriously? You want another Arato? Yuka asked. Your brother is easy to understand, and he always just focuses on one thing, Shiori said. Sorry, I don't mean this in a bad way, but he reminds me of a loyal Shiba dog. Yuka realized her friends were seeing Arato as the nice guy next door. A good friend, but not really romanceable. Plus, even they could tell how easy he was to manipulate. She was starting to worry about her brother's future as a man. We used to have a dog, actually. I wonder what happened to it, Yuka wondered aloud. She watched the reactions of the other two. Olga's eyes slid away from hers. Why the heck aren't you two listening to me? Yuka fumed. My idiot brother, who shouldn't be able to hide anything from me, all of a sudden has some big secret. What's up with that? The meeting of the little sisters was falling apart, and one of the girls slid a plate of chocolates across the table to Yuka as an apology. Treating this as only natural, Yuka immediately began to eat it. While she chewed on the treat, Shiori shifted the direction of the conversation. How is your brother doing, anyway? You have he at your house now, right? She asked. I can't imagine what it's like living with he that was chosen as a model. Arato's a moron, so he's head over heels for her, Yuka said. He really is, Olga agreed. She had met Lacia in person just the other day, and just thinking about it made her smile a little. Shiori was a little more dubious. We've got HIEs at home, she said. Their manner of speaking and acting is nothing like a human's. Yuka knew Lacia was different from other, ordinary HIEs, but she couldn't quite put that difference into words that would explain. Arato's the type who doesn't really think too much about whether someone is a person or a robot, she said. It's sort of like, you can't blame a fish for biting a fishing lure. 'Cause they're a fish. Sometimes it looked like Lacia was doing everything she could to make Arato fall for her. But Yuka didn't think he would really do something like that. Seriously, what's going on? She murmured. Is Arato just being stupid? I think you're a good pair, in that department, Olga said. Maybe he's just stuck thinking about Lacia. Yuka said, continuing to ask questions without answers, and ignoring the slight against her. Well, I suppose a fish doesn't differentiate between real food and lures either, Shiori said, her voice a musical, musing mutter. It was such a nice voice that Yuka didn't really care that she was speaking without any real interest in helping to answer her question. Since Yuka had first met her, Shiori was always refined and clearly showed the gap in age between them. So anytime Shiori looked at her, she shied away. I would never fall in love with anyone or anything without careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, Shiori said. This whole world is run by HIEs now. Us humans don't have much left to do, so I at least want to work hard at romance. Well, yeah, but I don't want to have that happen all of a sudden, either, Yuka put in. If I'm gonna be fighting for love, I at least want to make sure I wind up happy in the end. Or Yuka, you're such a cute little bitch, Olga repeated. She really didn't hold back when it came to Yuka, who honestly wanted to see how Kengo would react if he heard his shy little sister saying things like that. Well, it's not like the world is fair or anything, so the fight for love doesn't have to be fair either, Yuka said, pouting a little. It is unfair. And cruel. That's about the one thing we can still work hard at these days, Shiori said, setting down her teacup. Yuka noticed that Shiori had surprisingly drained her entire cup. Why don't you invite your brother next time we get together, Yuka? Shiori suggested. Yuka was so surprised by how sweet Shiori suddenly sounded, and thought she might have imagined Shiori's words. Are you serious, Shiori? She asked. Oh, it's fine to have him along now and then. He's about the only boy I know who tells me I'm beautiful every time he sees me, Shiori said. Their eyes met, and Yuka noticed a little blush on Shiori's cheeks. Now that she really looked at Shiori, it was clear that she had chosen the cool, sheer dress she had on today with the intent of drawing the eyes of men. Within her small bag, Yuka felt her pocket terminal vibrate, but before she could take it out, she saw Arato. He was walking with Lacia from around the moat of Edo Castle, which was nearby. "Oh, it's Arato," Yuka said. He was wearing a new pair of jeans and a fancy t-shirt, and even a new pair of shoes. Yuka wondered if Lacia had picked them all out for him. It was strange, seeing her usually laid-back brother in such a cool outfit. Olga, who had just gotten done saying all sorts of things about Arato, put her hands together apologetically when she saw him. "What, you praying to me or something?" he asked, seeing her pose. "Well, I would say you have some divine qualities," Shiori said, looking at Arato with a smile. Arato's cheeks colored a little at the compliment. "Looks like I got myself a reputation," he commented shyly. After meeting with Yuka and her friends, Arato rented an automatic car and headed to the Fabian office in Ebisu. He couldn't stop thinking about the way the girls had been acting, though. Before he brought Kengo home, the two of them had hammered out a story to cover their tracks. When he heard Yuka was meeting with Kengo and Ryo's little sisters, he figured it would be a good chance to check their reactions and see if the deception was working. But there had been something strange about them. Shiori had always been a nice kid, so her reaction seemed normal. There was something off about how big of a deal Olga had made of it, though, considering that he had just walked her brother home. It was seriously like she was seeing an angel, Arato murmured. "Perhaps it is as you heard, you have some divine qualities," Lacia said, with a gentle smile. They pulled up to the offices of Fabian MG, a company that produced numerous human and he models, and found a crowd of people waiting for them. These were all staff who were there to help Lacia. One of the mobile desks in the office had become Arato's regular seat. Lacia was working on his behalf, fulfilling a contract he had signed. He bore all the rights and responsibilities for what she did, and it was his signature that sealed any deals involving her. To his left sat Lacia, and to his right sat a woman who looked young enough to still be in college. The woman was Asuna Kisaragi, Lacia's manager at Fabian MG. "Come on, let's see some more excitement," she was saying. An installation means megabucks. An installation was a model show with a set that took place in a chosen location. The entire location was brought to life and made a part of the show to convey a theme to the guests. There was a projection of an old room in the center of the office, with shafts of light leaking in through the ceiling. That image was overlaid with an aerial photo of the location, which looked like part of a Western-style mansion. The mansion was actually the old site of a seaside annex of the former Tokyo Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology Center. It was in an area that had been destroyed in the hazard during the 21st century. "Isn't that place off limits?" Arato asked. There were places in the former Tokyo seaside area, which was now the number 1 landfill island, that were blocked off due to instability of the ground. The Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, off to the side of the road near the Gulf Station, was famously one of the places that had been fenced off. "If you fill out forms with the police, they'll let you film there," Asuna explained. "Of course, the building is about ready to collapse, so if we really want to get a bunch of guests in there we'll need to do some repairs first." The 3D image matched her words. The walls were falling apart, and the ground was visible through the horribly cracked floor. 6 chairs were scattered around the room, which was dreary from decades of neglect. A short robot, whose arms were just a little longer than her legs, was standing in front of the nearest wooden chair. Her semi-long black hair matched her childish face perfectly, and her round head rested on a body like a black and silver toy. Her skin was rough. It was made of resin, and not intended to weather the march of the years. Her eyes were white and cloudy, possibly because of the light reflecting off of them. The director of the show, a kind-looking middle-aged man, pointed at the robot, which was labeled HRP-4C Mimu. Mimu was created to work alongside humans 100 years ago at the Tokyo Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, our stage. Her motors were weak, and they made her arms too thin, so she couldn't carry anything heavy. But she could walk around and do simple things, so they had her work as a model, he explained. Further back, there was another chair with a similar design but different materials, sitting at a slightly off-kilter angle. A white plastic robot without a nose or eyes was resting on it. This one was Nadia, the world's very first robot created for use in the average household. Thanks to her metallic, artificial musculature, she was capable of lifting objects up to 80 kilograms. At the time, the abilities of a home-use robot were governed by the amount of working power it could wield with any of its various parts. The focus of the time was to see how much power a company could fit into a robot for the home. Under the old behavior systems, which relied on each task being input so the robot could follow a set trajectory, there was danger of humans being injured when they got in the way of the robot's movements. The simple ability to freely sit down in chairs was listed as one of Nadia's special traits. We can guide the guests starting from Mimu, and have them experience the history of humanoid robots, the director said, his voice full of confidence. Beyond Nadia, the very first Marie, was seated in an apron dress. Her caption stated that HIEs had marked a return to the concept of controlling machines using satellite signals. In the earlier age of robots that focused on work power and direct programming, machines working in the same area were often forced into choices that put major strain on their processing capabilities. As a result, when it became the norm for robots and humans to work in the same areas, there were many incidents of robots crashing into each other or interrupting each other's work. Mankind had to wait until the latter half of the 21st century before this fatal flaw was resolved. By creating a dynamic orbital system that could adapt the movements of multiple units at the same time, humans were able to create HIEs, robots that could more perfectly mimic human actions to efficiently carry out any needed household work. The he sitting on the four-legged chair had a face that was no different from a human's. In 2068, America and Japan got together to change the laws about he appearance, Asuna quietly explained to Arato. Before that, each model had to share the same face. But, after they changed the law, a dealer could swap out the faces of the machines they sold as long as they registered it all with the government. They got rid of all the markings HIEs used to have on their faces, too, so they finally ended up looking exactly like us. Asuna didn't look like much of a scholar, but she had actually studied HIEs in college and was quite the expert on them. Beyond her, we have humanized W, which was when HIEs shifted to total cloud control, the director continued. At that time, HIEs started to use both their onboard AI as well as an external network to control their actions. This was where HIEs really took off, and reliance on wireless communication with the cloud became an everyday thing. It happened in 2083, the same year Mainframe's Higgins AI became the 31st to surpass the capabilities of human intelligence. Finally, at the furthest point of the room on a chair with a long backrest like a throne, sat Lacia. The scene was arranged as if to indicate Lacia as the epitome of the 100-year history and evolution of humanoid robots and their integration with human society. In the image, Lacia arose and walked toward the camera. As she passed by each of the other robots, it seemed to Arato as though she were walking back through history itself. Lacia reached a door on the side of the image closest to Arato and opened it. On the other side was a normal apartment. Arato had heard it said that the home environment was an important aspect of the fashion industry. Here, the viewer was presented with a room full of light, with brightly colored interior decoration. Along with Lacia's gentle smile, the room seemed to promise a dreamlike daily life. It was close to what Arato already experienced at home, but at the same time it was obviously fake. The juxtaposition of the two feelings made him uneasy. The image suddenly stopped, and the show's director turned to Arato. "So, Mr. Owner, are you okay with this for tomorrow's show?" he asked. "Sure, it looks fine," Arato said, and then cursed himself for agreeing so easily. He had spoken before thinking, thanks to the relaxed atmosphere in the room. Arato and Lacia had been called there that day to discuss the new show Fabian MG was putting on. The problem was that Arato couldn't bring himself to agree to what they were proposing. "Oh, come on, Arato. You still have a problem with it?" Asuna sighed, lightly grabbing his shoulder. Fabian MG was looking to make Lacia one of their biggest stars. "I'm just worried about this whole boy meets girl concept you're using for the promotion," Arato said. He himself didn't really have a problem with it, but he felt there was something off about the idea of using human and he romance as a selling point. If you were a young guy and you bought a female he, most of your neighbors would think you weren't having any luck with meeting real girls. Ryo was a good example of that kind of thinking. He always wanted to keep a clear divide between HIEs and humans. But as the producer of the plan, Asuna was dead set on the idea. Lacia doesn't just appeal to a certain audience, she argued. She has almost universal support. With clothing models, you want to aim for support from the folks who'll be buying the clothes she's selling. Using Lacia for that sort of thing would be a waste. Okay, Arato said. But doing a boy meets girl scenario with an he is going to piss off a lot of people. We're trying to sell a lifestyle here, Asuna said. Don't you think the whole boys shouldn't be buying girl he's thing is old-fashioned in this day and age? If the world hasn't quite caught up with technology yet, this is our big chance to aim for that gap and fill it. We'll light a fire under the women's magazines and use that as a springboard to really take off. Yeah, but we're going to be the targets of all the backlash, Arato complained. He would be leaving Lacia vulnerable to the slings and arrows of media outcry from the TV networks and the internet. Of course, as her owner, he'd be catching some of that, too. Society was starting to overflow with pressure to reject a future automated by HIEs. Kengo and his friends taking up arms for the antibody network weren't an aberration. They were a sign of the times. I mean, Lacia just got kidnapped, Arato added. She had been hit by a car and grabbed right in front of their apartment. If Lacia really did this show, they might have the antibody network kicking in the door next. I promise you, we won't let anything like that happen again, Asuna said, showing her mature side. Everyone wants something they can dream of, she went on, a serious light in her eyes as she spoke warmly of her own dreams. I want people to get used to Lacia as a character, so then we can start to sell products connected to her. I want to sell people the Lacia lifestyle. As she spoke, the 3D display started showing a catalogue. We've already got sponsors lining up to make stuff like this, she told him. The catalogue displayed makeup and bath chemicals that they were going to have Lacia use, and then sell to her human fans. Lacia herself added to Asuna's pitch. This is a strategy to entice single he users to purchase high-class consumables for two. To open the way for this sales push, we will first aim at media normally consumed by women, to lower their resistance to the concept. By creating a more relaxed view on men owning female HIEs in the female community, it will allow men to feel more comfortable enjoying this lifestyle, she said. Arato still wasn't buying it. Okay, so you've got a good pitch, but what does that have to do with boy meets girl? He asked. We need to spread awareness of this kind of lifestyle to our customers, Asuna said. We humans still don't have much experience in living with HIEs. We need to make this as normal as a guy obsessing over his car. You see that all the time, right? Older guys, pouring time and money into their beloved ride. Don't you think it'd be wonderful if folks put that kind of love into their HIEs? We've already talked with stylists about putting our all into making Lacia a star for the next 10 years. Arato's head spun at the sheer size of Asuna's plans. She was already making deals with high-end American he makers. What did stylists say when you talked to them? He asked. They said, okay, she said, giving him a thumbs up. Just like with the makers of classic automobiles, he makers who believe in their craft are all too happy to connect with their fans for centuries. And once we've created the image of HIEs being lifelong partners, folks won't hesitate to buy high-end consumable goods for them. It seemed that Asuna had thought of everything. Arato was impressed with how much better an adult was at getting everything arranged, from the tiniest details to the biggest agreements. And, starting with our boy meets girl concept, where male customers can dream of meeting a female he just the way you and Lacia met, we'll move on to doing the same with male HIEs. If we can drum up interest for male HIEs among female users, that could make it a lot easier for us to make this whole lifestyle a thing. Think about it. Ladies don't want to come home from work to an empty house any more than guys do, she said. Forget being impressed. Arato was in awe of her passion as a saleswoman. Blueprints for pitching Lacia to the world were laid out in front of them. The whole plan was a challenge to the world, showing everyone exactly how valuable HIEs could be. The vision for this project went beyond what people might think about what was right or wrong. It aimed to paralyze those who saw it by its sheer sense of scale. What Arato felt while he looked at the plan was history. It was the history of human and robot relations, flowing out from the Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, where the show would be held. Well, setting aside all that grand talk, we can at least say you're okay with the show itself, right? Asuna asked. In the world of he modeling, the early bird gets the worm. I probably freaked you out a bit with all these big plans, but I just want you to know how serious Fabian is about this. She spoke from experience. Having graduated with a major in pseudo-human engineering, she knew what she was talking about. Listen, the fact that you're worried about Lacia shows how much you care for her, Asuna continued. But if we give the world a model of this lifestyle that they can accept, it'll give courage to other guys out there just like you, who have HIEs they care about. May I add something, Ona? Lacia asked. Arato didn't miss the significance of her switching back to calling him Ona rather than by name. She was obviously placing a lot of importance on what she was about to say. You appear to be worried that I will be the target of backlash, as you put it. However, this worry is meaningless. I am your tool, to use however you see fit, she said. What she was saying was correct, but that was no help for Arato, whose heart she had moved. He felt his emotions boiling up deep inside. What was he supposed to do? As though she had heard the voice screaming in his heart, she smiled gently at him. I have no heart, Ona. You should do with me whatever you wish, she said. There was a knock at the door. Arato found that odd. In this day and age, there were a number of other ways to call someone's attention. Whoever it was could have sent a message to Asuna's terminal, or called over the office intercom system, or sent a message to display on the 3D projection in the room. But Asuna seemed to understand the meaning behind the knock, as she paled and hurried to stand. She wasn't alone, the Fabian members and the director of the show all jumped to their feet as well. Even though the door could obviously be opened automatically, Asuna ran over to open it herself. In this age where almost nothing was done by hand, Arato felt like he had suddenly been pulled 100 years back in time. When Asuna opened the door, a girl walked in, as if the whole thing was perfectly normal. Arato couldn't even get a good look at her face or body before his eyes were drawn to the black lace flowing out of her dress. She was wearing a classic dress that Arato had only ever seen in old period dramas or movies. The girl tilted her head slightly, ruffling the one spot of white lace at the dress's throat. She looked at Arato from beneath locks of hair so platinum blonde that they almost seemed white. Her eyes were a beautiful green, and her skin was the golden brown of milky caramel. Do I really look so odd? She asked him. Even in the 21st century, there were still those who wore clothes such as these. She appeared to be close in age to Arato, but she looked like a high-quality doll as she greeted him. Good afternoon, she said. Then, looking at the 3D display, it hasn't even been 100 years, yet it's as if we're living in a completely different world now. Then, as if dismissing the work they were doing as trivial, she commanded, turn that off. Someone shut the machine off, and the display vanished. The girl swept her strong gaze over the room, which had been robbed of most of its light and color. Without the 3D projection, the office became a boring room, with nothing but a few chairs and tables. When her eyes passed over the people there, Arato got the sense that she felt like she was the only real human in the room. I'm Arato Endo, Lacia's owner. I got called out here to talk about a show for her, he said, breaking through the girl's absolute control over the room. Of course. You're a human, so you always introduce yourself first. It would be rude of me not to respond in kind, she said, pulling a small leather case out of her bag. She handed him something white from within the case, and he was surprised to see it was a paper business card. I am Erica Burrows, she said. Arato awkwardly accepted the card, then fumbled in his pocket for his terminal to give her his ID. Asuna stopped him though, touching his arm with her fingers. Arato, the owner doesn't carry around a pocket terminal, she said in a quiet voice. How distasteful, Erica said without hesitation. Wait, owner? Arato asked, his voice rising in surprise. She owns this company. But she's the same age as me. Erica smiled at Arato, who had forgotten to close his mouth in shock. He couldn't help but think that she looked way more like a princess than a businesswoman. That's right, she said, cold humor chilling her voice. Even though I can't technically own other humans, since I own the place they live and work, you could technically think of me as their owner. She then turned to the adults in the office and asked, what percentage of your lives would you say I own? Anyone? I'd rather not hear, thanks, Arato said in disgust, struggling to keep up with what was happening. Well, what's someone like you doing here, then? I'm the one who signed off on this plan, Erica explained. And I came because it appears you have some complaints regarding it. Arato was dumbfounded. When he didn't respond, Erica turned to Asuna and the other Fabian members. This room seems a little tight. Could you do something about that? The staff all looked at each other. Erica sighed, apparently disappointed no one else could keep up with her pace. After this shoot is over, why not move the office to Tokyo Bay? She asked. Japan's summers are the worst, but I believe it's fairly cool over there. At that moment, Ryo was standing on the outside of the number 2 landfill island group. Under the sunlight, he could see white marks on the road that almost seemed to have been painted by a brush around ground zero of the explosions. The bullet holes all over the place stood out vividly. He was standing in front of a large white sheet that was being used to wall off one of the entrances to Mainframe's Tokyo Research Labs. No effort had been started to repair or restore the buildings damaged in the explosions. That fact gave Ryo a distant sense of unease. A man, standing on the carved-up road and poking at the white scratch marks, saw Ryo and called out to him. You interested in this place? The wind was whistling through the area, as if to show just how much of a wasteland it had become. You're Ryo Kaidai, right? The man asked. The man was in his late 40s, and had the sharp look of a businessman. He was somewhat similar to Shinohara, the researcher who had invited Ryo, but was also somewhat different. This man was observant, confident, and talented, and Ryo knew him. His name was Jinjo Watarai, and he was the head of research planning for the Tokyo Research Labs. He was the human counterpart to Higgins, the high-powered AI responsible for leading Mainframe's research efforts. Ryo Kaidai, that's right, Ryo said. I've seen you on the news recently, Mr. Watarai. And what makes you so sure that I'm Jinjo Watarai? Watarai asked. Ryo was confused. It was strange enough to see a man who should have been plenty busy elsewhere hanging around the shut-down research labs without having him also suggesting the possibility he might be a fake. Seeing that Ryo was unable to keep up with the strange shift in the conversation, Watarai filled in the blanks for him. I could just be a machine wearing a human figure, he pointed out. It's entirely possible I might be an he constructed to look exactly like Jinjo Watarai. In other words, it was entirely possible that, having been backed into a corner by their involvement with the explosion incident, Mainframe might begin offing inconvenient people and replacing them with he look-alikes. Ryo started to understand why he had been called out to this place, concealed from the world by white sheet walls. It's prohibited to make HIEs that are identical to existing humans, he said. Watarai's eyes narrowed in enjoyment beneath his white, slicked-back hair. You think we wouldn't make something like that just because it's against the rules? Give something a human shape and a perfect human personality, and no one can tell it's a machine, he told Ryo, straightening up from where he had been crouching over the white marks. Plus, thanks to the power of analog hacking, folks seeing the human figure will automatically convince themselves it's the real thing. Ryo hated his own cowardice, which was screaming at him to run away. He wanted to train himself to become a fearless man who lacked for nothing. His personalities are just illusions, created by their reactions to what we humans do, he said. Our minds create the impression of something that we believe is there, when really it isn't. Since there's nothing strange about you being here, Mr. Watarai, I can only assume that this is the real you. Illusions, huh? Watarai repeated. I see. Just as you said, illusions can pop up wherever we look for them. It's up to humans to decide whether what they see is a human or not. Ryo, who had been trying to get a handle on Watarai's nature, now noticed something. He had expected a simpler, more direct threat to his life. Instead, Watarai was focusing on splitting hairs about perception, stating things in a roundabout way that was seemingly aimed at deliberate misunderstanding. Apparently Ginger Watarai, the de facto head of the Tokyo Research Labs, might not be there to silence him. Arbitrarily assigning personalities to objects simply based on their form is caused by an error in human logic, Ryo said. Our internal concept of the human form is so vague that it gets easily confused. That's why we project our feelings onto things that we think have human traits, and imagine that they have feelings in return. But, setting aside this talk about heartless machines, Ryo continued. I assume there's some reason you're here to see me, Mr. Watarai. Extreme tension made his back slick with sweat. He couldn't figure out exactly why Watarai was there, but he could at least infer that it had to do with his own involvement with Lacia. Watarai quirked his thin, dry lips up just a little. So, you would say that humans should never relinquish their right to judge whether or not something is human. That's good. Your views seem to be in alignment with ours, he said. Apparently, Ryo had passed Watarai's roundabout interview examination. Did you call me here just to figure that out? Ryo asked, looking around. The wind was blowing through freely, but the place where they were standing, with its construction scaffolding and white sheet walls, was completely hidden from outside view. In other words, this was a cheaply constructed secret meeting room. Shinohara, the one who had brought Ryo there, hurriedly tried to diffuse the tension in the air. I asked Mr. Watarai if he could spare a little time because I wanted to give you a better idea of how things are in the company, Ryo, he explained. This is just a standing conversation. It won't even be recorded on Mr. Watarai's appointment calendar. After hearing what happened with Kengo, Ryo had assumed that Watarai already knew about his high school friends. He'd assumed that the man was looking at him as a dangerous element who was concealing his own involvement with Lacia. That was why Ryo couldn't let his guard down for a second. Shinohara might not have noticed, but Ryo's life was in danger at that moment. If Watarai decided that Ryo was an enemy to himself or to Meme Frame, or that there was a chance of Ryo leaking company secrets, it would all be over. Shinohara himself had said there would be no record of Watarai coming there. This close to the sea, it would be easy for Watarai to have Ryo erased, especially if he had one of the recovered Lacia-class HIEs lurking around to help him. I take it this is all about the special HIEs carrying Meme Frame's backup data that Mr. Shinohara told me about, right? Ryo asked. Not just that, but the fact that multiple of those HIEs had escaped the Tokyo Research Labs the night of the explosion, as well as the fact that not all of them had been recovered. They were standing on the very site of the battle against the escaping HIEs. Watarai raised his eyebrows just a hair, as if to show that he was satisfied by Ryo's understanding of what they were discussing. I think, perhaps, you're annoyed at our sudden invitation, he mused. Of course not, Ryo said with stiff politeness. I would like to ask, though, what you intend to do once you discover where the lost HIEs have gone. He doubted that everything would be over once they finished rounding up the Lacia-class HIEs. Without knowing who had caused the incident in the first place, it wasn't even clear why Higgins had decided to make use of these red boxes in the first place. We're having a private military company track them down, Watarai said without a hint of emotion. It won't be long before we have them all back. Meme Frame obviously had image data on their own HIEs. They already knew that Lacia was a model, which would mean they also already knew that Arato was her current owner. Ryo couldn't predict how harsh the orders being handed down to the military company were. Watarai cut to the chase. You need to choose your friends carefully, he said. Knowing that they were probably watching his expression, Ryo paused before answering and kept his voice emotionless. I believe there are things I can learn and improve about myself with the friends I have now. If they recorded his voice and analyzed it, they would be able to catch the slight emotional shake to his words. Still, he would be taken for an idiot if he couldn't respond when they were asking him questions. Let me give you some advice, then, Watarai said. If you're aiming to make it anywhere in Meme Frame, you should make sure there isn't any dirt on your record. Considering who you are, you should already know that our company is currently divided down the middle, with Higgins in the center. How you handle things now may come back to trip you up when you're trying to climb the corporate ladder. Meaning, if Ryo had any hopes for making it big in meme frame, he should enter Watarai's faction. The implication was that his refusal of the offer would be dangerous for Arato and the others. It was very similar to when Kengo was pushed to join the terrorist activities of the Antibody Network. In either case, they were being treated as tools, and their human personalities were completely ignored. Ryo felt like he was just being dragged along as he got tangled up in more events beyond his control. He felt pangs of anger stabbing through his chest, feeling the rage boiling within him wasn't such a bad feeling, after all. It was something he had gotten used to since he was a little kid. There were even times he felt he couldn't live without it. Anger kept his heart beating. Or are you just going to continue believing that your name has any bearing on your future? Watarai asked. Ryo felt a chill run through his body as Watarai's true, icy nature slipped into his words. The energy needed to run a super high-spec AI was running under their feet. It wouldn't be strange if they were standing right where the explosion had happened in the ruins of the research labs. Well, thanks for the warning, Ryo finally said. But with all your talk of meaning, Mr. Watarai, I'd say the only one who could understand any answer I gave would be me myself. He doubted this was the first time Meme Frame had tried to manipulate events like this, and wondered how Arato was doing. The question was, what choice would Arato make when it was his turn to choose? But Ryo comforted himself in the knowledge that Arato would definitely attack the problem head on when it came. I'll figure out whether my buddy is dirt on my record in 10 or 20 years, Ryo said. Arato was a bit of a moron, thinking that personal growth meant just overcoming any trials that came his way. But if he thought things like saving Kengo and picking up Lacey counted as maturing, he was wrong. The truth was, this was a cold world where adults would meet with you in secret rooms in broad daylight and try to force you to betray your friends. Ryo's idea of personal growth was understanding reality and finding your place in it. You're a good friend, Watarai said. I must say, I can't get a handle on your personality, but at least I can say it's no illusion. Despite Watarai's words, Ryo still felt like he was being targeted by a Lacia-class he from somewhere. When Ryo first learned about the Lacia-class HIEs, his reaction had been to look for ways to protect human society, his father's company, and his own place in the world. Arato had decided to take Lacia home as soon as he found her, and had dove straight into the danger that Kengo had faced. The ability to leap into the unknown, even when your heart was trembling, was a special talent of his. Ryo's special talent was looking for compromises, unlike his friend, who didn't think about how many other people got dragged into his problems. It's true, I have a friend who's very dear to me, Ryo said. In the depths of Ryo's heart, there was something like a core that stood strong even as he flinched away from the coldness of the world. He wanted to protect his friends. He wanted to protect him from these guys, as well as from Lacia and the unknown threat she represented. Then I take it you intend to side with him rather than us? Watarai asked. Well, just hold on. Ryo continued. The thing is, I think he'd be able to live pretty happily, even without HIEs in his world. Ryo was afraid for Arato. He could just picture Lacia dragging the poor, stupidly honest guy off into something crazy. Arato examined his very first paper business card under a lamp, wondering if it could be considered a luxury item. Erica Burrow's name and phone number were written on the thick, high-quality paper. Apparently, only a limited number of people had copies of her card. Asuna had been working at Fabian MG for 3 years, and had done nothing but successfully carry out huge plans, but she still didn't have one. The sun had already gone down, and as if to mimic the ideal lifestyle laid out in the plan, Lacia was doing housework. You were refreshingly obedient, Arato, Lacia said as she folded up the laundry. It was an odd feeling to be called obedient by an he. What should I do with this? He asked, indicating the card. There would be no point in me holding onto it, Lacia said. I believe she will refuse any contact that does not come from you yourself. Man, she's selfish. She's more selfish than Yuka, Arato grumbled. I'm sure she would be delighted to hear you say that, Lacia said. HIEs. Spoke and acted based on how they read the reactions of the people they were interacting with, so if Lacia was saying this, then Arato was sure that Erica really would be pleased. Well then, maybe I should tell her she's way worse than Yuka, he said. Arato, please never change, Lacia told him with a gentle, supportive smile. Arato's pocket terminal vibrated, letting him know he had a new message. It was from Kengo. Since they were both worried about each other, they had agreed to message each other once a day to check in. Considering that he had participated in an actual terrorist attack, there was plenty of reason for the police to show up and arrest Kengo at any time. How are things over there? Have you seen any police or anyone strange hanging out around your place? The message read. Since Arato had experienced the same thing as Kengo, there was no need for any explanation. Arato asked Lacia, since she would probably be the most well-informed. Hey, have any police or anyone like that been around here? He asked. She was sorting their laundry out into individual piles on the sofa. I have not sensed any threats in the area, she said. Arato sent that on to Kengo. Worry made Arato want to discuss it with another person, but Lacia couldn't really fill that role. She was human-shaped, but without a heart. Everything she said or did was nothing more than a calculated reaction to Arato's actions, and when he stopped giving her anything to react to, silence fell. Easily. He had the home system grab any news related to the antibody network. It had become a daily routine, so the system automatically picked summary articles aimed at kids. If you'd like, I can rewrite the news articles to make them easier for you to understand, Lacia offered. You can do that? He asked. HIEs vary our behavioral logic based on the age and personality of the person we are interacting with, she explained. It is quite simple for me to translate adult newspaper articles into words that you will be able to understand. As an he with secretary functionality, Lacia was able to work together with the Endo's home system. With her processing the data, she was able to provide a larger amount of information much more smoothly than Arato would be able to get for himself using the same system. Are you feeling that unnecessary awkwardness toward me again? Lacia asked, putting on a pouty face. I'm scared, Arato said. No, never mind. It's probably better if I don't talk about it. He realized what would happen if he told her everything he was thinking about. Still, even if all she did was give him the answer she knew he wanted, it was still his choice whether to accept it or not. I thought this whole thing would stay closer to home, but suddenly, it's like all of Japan is going crazy and I'm at the center of it, Arato said. I see, Lacia said neutrally. It feels like we're being backed into a corner, he went on. Whoever's pulling all the strings behind it might try something with Kengo or Ryo, or even Yuka. I see, Lacia repeated, sitting down beside him on the sofa. I feel like I'm getting responsibility shoved into my lap, Arato complained. I am a machine, and therefore cannot be responsible for my own actions. Worrying about responsibility is the privilege of you and the other humans, Lacia said. So she really was leaving it all up to him. Arato noticed that, at some point, she had started resting her hand on his knee. Are you afraid of the future? She asked. Looking to his side, he saw Lacia's beautiful features centimeters from his own. Whenever she went to Fabian MG, she came back made up like a star. Looking at her made Arato too excited to think. Whenever the mood got too dangerous like that,